Hello everyone and welcome to the Aurora Cup by the NLC. So nice to see you again. My name is Carmeline and I'm here on the analyst desk with Maguire. Hello Maguire.
Hello Carmeline, it's really nice to finally see you. It's really nice to be here very first time on the NLC broadcast. I'm quite excited for the Aurora Cup because there will be a lot of games played throughout a lot of different different divisions. So pretty much we'll get the bunch of the best of the best when it comes to the NLC region, and all of those players featured.
Absolutely. But first, you mentioned the division. Shall we just explain a little bit what this will be about? I think that's a good idea to introduce our viewers to what they're going to be watching today. So essentially, NLC has put together this tournament where 32 teams will take part. And we've got 10 teams from the first division of NLC, 10 teams from the second division, 8 teams from the third division, and 4 teams from a closed qualifier. So these teams have been divided in 8 groups, and the top 2 of each group will make it onto the next stage. But I think that one we can explain a little bit later, once that actually happens. And in the meantime, we're going to be discussing this stage where, again, we said 30 teams are going to be taking part. And today, in our stream here in EUniverse, you will be able to watch Group A, which has several teams. You want to mention them, Maguire?
Yeah, from what I've heard, the NLC official broadcast will be covering the Group H, and we will be responsible for coverage of Group A. So when it comes to the teams that we have here, like you mentioned before, the different brackets means that we will have teams from different level of competition. For example, teams from the first division usually will not be put in the same group, but because there's 10 of them, there will be some groups, of course, with that will include 2 teams from the first division. If I remember correctly, this is the group. This is the
I
group.
think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about Group A, but I think I have the notes here when it comes to covering one group with 2 teams. It doesn't really matter. So skipping to Group A, of course, we have Hydros Esports. This is the team that made it to Open Qualifier, then through Open Qualifier to Close Qualifier. Then they dropped 2 games to Cabbage Family, who also qualified for the tournament. But finally, in the end, they won against the Finnish team No.org with an 1-0 scoreline. So they will be joining us in the tournament in the main part of the tournament itself. Of course, then we have Excel Esports, the team that placed 8th in the NLC third division this summer, from what I've seen. Additionally, there is a team called. Let me see. We have the team.
Lucent.
I'm looking for it because I think I've just lost it. Lucent, yes, Lucent. The 10th place team from the second division. Unfortunately, they did not qualify for the second division again in the promotion tournament, so I believe that they will be featured in the lower tier of competition. And the last team today, of course, is JD Excel. So the biggest fish in the pond when it comes to Group A. Pretty much everyone is expecting them to exit the group without any problems, and it really looks like this will be the case for JDXL. They've been performing really well when it comes to the NLC division, the main NLC division, placing second in the regular split, and then kind of falling off in the playoffs because they placed third, losing 3-0 to X7. But besides it, they are clearly the best team in Group A.
So you've given us quite a good rundown of what we could be seeing today in terms of the Group A, what the results could be. But I think we should also be considering something else, which is, what kind of attitude and mentality the teams will have going into this tournament. So in the first promotions, it was presented as a kind of pros versus amateurs, a little bit of a mixed bag between real experienced players and like new players here. And I want to know, what do you think about this? Do you think they're gonna come in with a try-hard mentality if I need to give my best? Or do you think they are kind of exhausted from this season, a real long season, and they're gonna be like chilling and trying new things?
I think it will depend on different teams because for some, I don't want to say worse teams, but from the looks of it, from the teams from the lower level of competition, of course, they will be trying to make their names for themselves during this tournament. They will try their best to actually showcase their performance, their skills, and maybe will be considered coming into the next season, which will be in 2023 for the better teams. When it comes to JDXL, at least in groups, I don't believe that they will have to stretch too much. So there is a possibility of those games where they will be playing off meta picks, maybe their comforts, maybe something fun, to see how it goes, because I believe just pure scale difference between JDXL and the rest of the teams in Group A should be enough to grant them the passage to the next part of the tournament.
It's also to be noted that this first stage will be based on a double round robin, which means the teams are going to be facing each other twice. And well, we'll see what the record is for UDXL against the other teams. But we also have to take into account that, for example, Hydros come as the wildcards in a way, so we don't really know what to expect from them. Of course, you've talked about the results they had during the close qualifier, but who knows, because this also brings us to the topic of the patch that is being played during this tournament is the 12-18. I want to know what your thoughts are about this. Do you think they're going to be following the meta closely, or do you think they're going to opt for something a little bit more outside that comfort zone?
So 12-18 is the world's patch, so the players have a lot of knowledge and insight into the best picks. It looks like Veteran is with us. He finally managed to join us, so I guess that we will welcome him with open arms and see how it goes. Oh, Veteran, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello. It's good to be here. Good to be here. Let me move this. There you go. All right, there you go. I'm here in all my glory. Good to meet you guys. We were just about to talk about 12-18, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. What do you think about it?
Well, I think on current patch, I expect Aatrox to be pick ban. I think I do like that we're going to be able to showcase a lot about top lane, because you actually do end up with a lot of quite experienced top laners in NLC 2, 3, and even in NLC 1. I think that's one of the biggest strengths that the NLC regions had as a whole. Once you get picks like Aatrox targeted, or some people who do play some soft counter to that champion coming in, you could see some big differentiations in skill between the lineups here. I also think that you're starting to see a tendency towards carry junglers. That probably should have been the case most of the split, but once you get to the world's level, that's when you start seeing people be like, oh, Elio is clearly, being such a hard carry here on these carry jungle champs. Let's see if maybe we can pull it off. And we do have some really good carry junglers here, even on some of the NLC 1 teams that are trying stuff, like Faith, for example. He's a very big carry jungler in solo queue, so I'm excited to see those kinds of things as well. That 12-18 is not just bringing in, but the world's meta itself is bringing in, right?
Yeah, fingers crossed for the jungle meta, if I can add something. Because so far from what I've seen, Maokai and Sejuani being the leitmotif of, jungle picks, besides those carry junglers that Elioya picked. And completely honest, either Maokai or Sejuani are not that exciting champions to follow. So I really wish, and keeping my fingers crossed, that we will see more of those carry junglers like Belveth, like Viego. Maybe something new will pop up. So this is something that I wish for when it comes to jungle picks.
So we're quite close to getting into the pick and ban stage, and I want to ask you both to give me your predictions in terms of how this group is going to rank after today. So let's start with your veteran who arrived like a few minutes ago. So tell us what your take is now.
Sorry, I'm trying to get up all of the groups. So which group are we talking about here? It's Group A,
Group
right?
A, yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'm really interested to see what JDXL end up doing today. I'm going to be real with you. I don't have full expectations on how I think the lineup itself is going to end up looking at the end. I obviously expect JDXL to dominate, but there's always some kind of a team in 2-3 that displays some kind of a play we've never seen before, who's able to find their niche, and that's all I'm really hoping for today. I'm not going to go into a hand prediction. I'm also not going to go into full fanboy mode of the obvious favorites of the group. But I'm just hoping to see really good opportunities from the underdogs coming in today.
Okay, so what about you, Maguire? What do you think about this? Do you agree with veteran?
Yeah, I've got to agree, but I will be going into fanboy mode, of course, supporting my Polish boy in the mid lane roster.
Hey.
I believe he's the future of Polish talent when it comes to middle lane. We have quite a lot of exceptional players, but not good enough to just make it to tier 1, being featured in those LEC teams. We've seen a couple of them, like Chocolate performing one split in Excel. We've seen Selfie back in the day, but I'm really waiting for a player that will break through this level and make it for a longer time when it comes to the middle lane, because of course Poland is known for their junglers, for their supports, but when it comes to some different roles, we are not so proficient. And Roscoe, he might be just the guy. Of course, he's really young, he's at the start of his career, but I believe that he has this mechanical skill required, but then he has to develop, get more experience, and be this really smart player to make it to the tier 1 scene.
Ooh, now I'm excited to watch him play too. It's always interesting when we can all get together from different countries and different leagues and just take a look at what players were interested in seeing them play, Okay, so that's another case for our casters to analyze later on. But for now, there's another thing that has been, in my head, because in this first stage, we're going to be talking about best awards, right? So win or you lose, there's not much more to it. But then if they make, they're going to be having to play best of 3s and best of 5s for like the quarterfinals and finals and finals. Do you that benefits the more experienced teams that haven't played together? Or do we think that can be opening a window for new teams to explore options? Let's go with you, veteran.
Yeah, I mean, best of fives will always inherently favour the more experienced teams because you have to think about best of ones as a sprint. A sprint in an obstacle course, and anyone can trip during that. But when it comes to the best of fives, that's a marathon. And even with the obstacle course, even if people can trip, the guys less likely to trip over the longer period of time will be the more experienced players. So once you get into the best of five stage, that's when you can start betting on your veterans. That's also when a lot of variance is removed from the predictions. But up until that point, there's obviously chances to upset. And as we've seen, even at a world's level, it doesn't mean that there aren't chances to upset in a BO5 as well. Just you have to be very, very, very consistent over your strategy against your opponents. But that is also the flip side, right? You're only really preparing for one opponent at a time at that point, rather than the whole group at the same time. So that also can give the newer teams an edge, and that's what they have to take.
Yeah, it's hard not to agree with veteran. Even if you trip at the start of the long run, then you can recover. Then you can kind of go through the first trip and of course make it in the end. And additionally, I think some of those better teams from the first division of NLC, they could feel really confident in their own abilities and maybe not prepared that much against the worst teams. So there is a chance that in best of one, they will be surprised with some of those picks that the, let's say, the worst teams have prepared for against them.
We'll take a look on that. But for now, we're going to be handing over to the casters with the code and Dino for the pick and bans. I'll see you later, guys, and have fun. Bye.
Hey, thank you very much, Carmeline. Middlecott here, the only caster older than 65 million years joining me, Dino. We are straight into pick and ban. How you feeling, man? Oh, Dino, I think you muted, mate.
Yeah, my mic wasn't unmuted. I was so excited I forgot to unmute my mic. Happens to me only online because normally I have producers taking that brunt for me, right? But that's why I love being here, because this is actually what I did to start out. What a lot of casters did to start out is cover the below the tier 1 ERL regions. For me, it was Open Tour Benelux. And I agree with all the desk said. It's up to these teams. Like we look at Hydras and Lucent Esports. They are here to surprise and to show what they have ready for the other teams. But I'm expecting we'll see a lot of things like Sejuani and Maokai as well, because it just gives you, like, straight off draft, so many easy tools to use. So I'm really excited. Are we going to see like really off meta picks from these guys, like just comfort, or are we going to see like the world's?
I think we're probably going to be seeing a bit of both, and I'm actually really excited to see Lucent and Hydras face off here in this game, because they are probably the two most evenly matched teams in this group, if that does mean that they are on the lower end of the table. But we're already starting to see some of those high power picks that you were sort of alluding to there, Dino, with that Sejuani first pick for Lucent and the Misfortune and Mumu locked in for Hydras.
Yeah, and Misfortune is one of the bitter champs of Imperial as well, so I like for them to actually instantly go for it, pair it with the Amumu, make sure that they have that covered. A quick reminder for the viewers watching, this is Group A, but Hydras is already playing with a substitute for the first game. Laxwow is subbing in a top lane because the other top laner couldn't quite make it for the first game, so already on the back foot. And as you said, a very important match, because these two are expected to be at the bottom of the table. So if you drop the first game already against your direct opponent, it's going to become harder to climb to that top 2 where you want to be if you want to advance in the tournament.
I think number 2 is the spot that both these teams should be realistically aiming for, and dropping a game against one of your sort of direct competitors for that spot is never going to feel good. The Tristana and the Braum here can give Lucent a little bit of early playmaking in that bot lane to match up against the Misfortune and Amumu, so I'm expecting a fair few fireworks there already. And this Veigar, a strong scaling pick in the mid lane for Colonel.
And they're going through the drafts really quickly. Lucent directly saw, okay, your Amumu MF plan, we're just going to put Braum into there along with Tristana, two champions that do fairly well in that matchup. I mean, if Amumu tries to engage, the Tristana can, of course, disengage with the ulti, and Braum can actually block the entire bullet time of an MF. So as long as you don't get ganked too much, you don't get put too far behind, it should be survivable, and you're setting Mirai up for the mid to late game. And I think it's reflecting in their bans as well, because they're now banning junglers that could really impact that lane, like the Maokai, that we've seen at Worlds do a lot of damage in the early game. So maybe they just don't want to face it.
That pick is absolutely ridiculous right now. And on the other side, Hyra's taking away the LeBlanc from Kurosh. This is a champion that he absolutely loves to play. And I think the Olaf is one of the few picks that DBL had in the regular split of the NLC Div 2, where he was able to actually go toe-to-toe with a lot of those sort of higher tier, very mechanically skilled top laners that division does have.
Yeah, and to reiterate the point why these two teams are expected to be lower in the bracket, Lucent, of course, dropped out of the Division 2, sadly for them, even though they came in back in the day in the UKL scene with a lot of hype. And Hydras, they're from the open qualifiers and Indian closed qualifiers. So there's a team, they were invited into it, but they really had to prove that they could make it to this leg of the tournament. And then you get into this group where you have teams like a GDXL running around. So this first game, I want to see a lot of consistency out of these teams, like show that you are able to fight in the early game, show that you're able to play around objectives, and picking up stuff like an Ornn in the top lane would do exactly that, but they
or a Victor in the mid lane.
Go for the Victor in the mid lane. Yeah, why not?
I mean, it just epitomizes consistency. And that was something that Veteran was talking on the desk, and I myself, as an LGL enjoyer, experienced last night. Even if you are one of these lower ranked teams, if you play your game well, if you play nice and consistent, you don't make any silly mistakes, you can take down an MSI champion. Maybe not these guys, but maybe in the future. The Gnar, another stabilizing pick, and that means that Sejuani is actually going to be flexed into the jungle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a better blind, maybe. With the Aatrox already banned out, it's not like you're expecting to go up against that counter, but a lot of melee tops are being played at the moment. So Gnar usually has that range against melee advantage. I'm looking at Laxo, I'm looking like, okay, what do you want to pick into it? He's a big Camille player. Could be a fine matchup if you get to the mid to late game. Gives your team a lot of engage potential as well on something like the Victor and Tristana. But if you look over at the side of Hydra's esports, they don't really have a lot of frontline. So they really need that Amumu and Myth along with the Graves in the jungle to pop off in the early game, so they can bridge that gap that a frontline would give them in a later 5v5 typical front to back scenario. Because if you look at the other side for Lucent, they kept it simple. They have a Victor and Tristana. If it's a 40-minute game, they win.
This is just like the most simple, like very, very easy to pilot composition from Lucent. But I really like that you do highlight the lack of tank on the side of Hydras, because you can look at that Amumu down in the bottom lane and go, hold on, isn't he meant to be a tank? But when he's on that support income, he's not quite going to be able to get the same amount of items through. Very similar to a Nautilus in that way. His entire job is to get in the middle of a team fight, CC everybody, and if he dies immediately afterwards, as long as you win the team fight, you don't actually care too much.
Yeah, Amumu is the one champion I regret not thinking about when I was locking in my crystal ball picks, because most stats for an Amumu would have been a very good shout. I ended up going for Wukong because I thought if a team picks Wukong, they're probably already inting draft and then they'll die a lot. But yeah, Amumu in this regard is not going to be a tank. We see that what we see a lot for these teams, and what Veteran and the desk with McFire and Carmeline went on about this as well, is like, are you going to play your own style? Do you have curveball picks to throw at the enemy team? And I think locking that Camille so late into the draft, where you already see the Gnar, it opens up some dive opportunity. If you have midi Gnar under tower, you can go in with the Hextech Ultimatum, and Graves can come in on a stacked wave to gank. You do have a way to set this Camille up for success and split push around the champion. Problem is, it's your substitute, and how comfortable are you around playing to the top side? So it looks to me like they really problem solved during the drafts. Like, okay, we're not going to play a tank into this matchup of the Gnar and the Sejuani top side, because that's a huge risk of getting dove yourself. Let's give some tools to Laxo, and let's give him one of his comfort. Because aside from the Aatrox, it is mostly played champion, so he's at least going to feel comfortable in it.
And matching up into DBL, who we do expect to be a little bit of the weaker side of Lucent, even though it is your substitute player, you just need a couple of ganks on something like a Camille, and she is one of these champions that can really take over a side lane when she's accelerated. But on the other side, it's a lot of scaling for Hydras. I feel like you've got this Camille, you've got this Veigar. These are champions that are going to need a little bit of time, a little bit of loving care and attention to get online. And if Lucent can actually come out and hit them unexpectedly in the mid game, I feel like they've got a lot of options as well.
100%. I think what Lucent did is really smart, where for the first game in the competition, actually in the entire leg of this tournament, they kept it really simple for them to play and navigate team fights. I mean, yeah, Veigar can scale, yeah, can be really good at split push, but if you start approaching the early game objectives, you all hit level 6, It's just a question of, do we have Meganar up, and is Sejuani in a good angle to actually press the ult button, and then you're already finding a good fight. And that's the biggest fear I have for Hydra's esports draft, is champions like Veigar, they do peel for themselves, of course, with the baby cage, but it's not that strong. It's not that hard of a disengage. Actually, it's very good to be really annoying and have it on the short cooldown. But if the Sejuani instantly finds someone like the Veigar, someone like ZMF, then the fight can quickly spiral out of control. While for the other side, for Lucent, they just need to find angles to have that 5v5 front to back in the mid to late game with their lane surviving, and it should be a really easy composition to play out.
Yeah. And I believe that we are going to be jumping onto the Rift Dino. No, those are our faces. We'll get going on that in just a second. I was so excited to get into game one. We know that sometimes when you've got these tournaments, you can have some delays before the games get started. Not going to be the case here. Hopefully, we're going to be jumping in that game straight up. But Dino, it gives us a little bit of an opportunity for me to ask you the most horrible question in the world. A play-by-play can ask their color caster, who do you think's winning this game?
We're starting like this already.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not gonna say who I think is gonna win, because I think there is a lot to be said about the consistency of a certain comp here. I hope for Hydras they win with this comp, because it's a comp that does a couple of things right. They have a strong bot lane that instantly got hard countered in draft. But if you can still get them ahead, it should be a strong way, along with the Graves, to cover your bases in the early game. And then you have Laxwow, who is subbing in for the team really last minute. This player from Ukraine that is good friends with Imperial, that got subbed into the top lane, he gets his Camille. So if he can get that online and show up on this stage for his first game, and maybe even his last, he can already show a lot of teams like, hey, maybe you should look into having me for your top lane in the future.
Well, I think that is an excellent point for you to bring up, because that's one of the wider conversations that you can have around these sort of pro-am tournaments. It's not just an opportunity for the teams to show what they can do and that they can actually take down some of these higher level opponents. It's a really good opportunity for a lot of these players, because even if you are coming through on one of these Div 3, one of these Div 2 teams a little bit lower down, if you have strong performances against the big boys, against the very, very best of the best in the NLC region, then hey, 2023, you could be looking at a spot on an ERL2, ERL1 team.
And that's why I love the Pro-Am format as well. As I've said on the desk a little bit, it's supposed to be a done deal for teams like Aegina. Yeah. But don't forget, those teams are on the way out of their season. Like, their peak has already passed. While for the amateur side, you now get to face later on in the tournament, for these players on your screen, they get to face people like Christ in the top, like Dan in the jungle. And if you show up big time, you might be able to get yourself on a radar where you weren't on before. For these two teams, his first game in that regard is also very important, because again, we expect them to be like the weaker side of our bracket that we're going to be following today in Group A. But if they can actually take this first win and get some tempo going into the later stages of today, maybe they have a good showing against something like GA.
Well, we will have to wait and see. Both junglers starting on their respective blue buffs, and that ward from Kurosh will spot out Panda as he clears away these Raptors. So information gained here for Lucent, but the Graves isn't a champion that really wants to be ganking too much in the early stages of the game, much more concerned about scaling up, as well as many other members of the Hydra's composition. So I think if we're going to see any action from them, it's going to be in this bot lane with the Amumu, with the Misfortune.
And in that regard, Lucent did a very good job in the draft. They just went with a draft that neutralizes that bot lane as much as possible. It's not like you have the best counter to an MF. There's a lot of other champions that can make MF's life really miserable, but what the Tristana does do is you have that disengage of the Buster Shot once you hit level 6. And for the Braum in that regard as well, you can jump in front of an Amumu engage, you can use your Unbreakable Will to block a lot of damage from the MF, and they are actually getting the shove as well due to the passive of the Explosive Shot, just to make sure that this Amumu MF doesn't get rolling too early into the game. Because as you said, that's what we're really looking at for Hydras. They insta-locked it almost on the red side. Without having a regard for counters in the lane, then it has to work for you in-game.
Yeah, you've invested a lot of draft resources in quite a confident way, Dino, and we'll have to see if it is going to be able to pan out. Junglers, again, just sort of trading on opposite sides of the map. Neither one concerned with interacting too much in these early stages. We did just see a reset come through from DBL a little while ago, and Laxwell pushing that wave in, having a pretty good time on this Camille so far.
Yeah, I mean, DBL, he knows what his task is going to be. He's going to be surviving the Camille in the early game, not really setting up for a lot of plays, goes back and instantly gets the kill to try to turn this into some sort of farm lane where you're not really pressuring each other and you get a gold spike a bit later on when the team fights start rolling around. For Lagswell, as you said, he has a comfortable lane, and that's good for him because it's his comfort pick. And again, Camille, you don't really expect a lot of early game pressure from it. It's more towards the 2-3 item mark that Camille becomes an unstoppable threat in the side lane for this composition of Lucent Esports. So it's a very quiet, stable early game, but that's to be expected maybe for a first game in a tournament.
Well, and I think that both teams would be relatively happy with this because whilst there are champions that can get things done a little bit early in the game, both compositions do have strong scaling elements for them. The Victor is absolutely terrifying at every single item he gets under his belt, and the Veigar as well. So I think low action in the mid lane definitely going to be something to watch out for. But with a Drake just spawning on the table, maybe junglers look a little bit more towards that one.
I hope so, because we are hungry for some action in this first game. It has been a bit of a quiet ride up until the 5-minute mark, but that's to be expected maybe as well if you look at how the draft panned out. And in general, I don't expect a lot of fighting from Hydras unless if they have the opportunity to unlock that MF and Mumu at level 6 and try to play around objectives that way. My biggest fear for them is if they let it go like a stale early game and a really slow mid game, there is a lot of disengage for Lucent as well. It's going to be really hard to attack Lucent Esports through a choke point when you have a Victor, when you have a Braum holding that area. It's going to be very hard to engage as frequently and as casually maybe as Lucent, but we missed it completely on the screen.
Kurosh still has Flash, he still has Cleanse.
Something illegal happened in the mid lane, and it was so illegal that we weren't allowed to see it.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't see that. Kurosh, don't worry, no one saw it happen. Yep. There was some crazy bug that occurred that meant that Colonel's ult did like 1,000,000% max HP damage or something. That's fine. But that shouldn't be happening in this lane. We just said that this is a lane where we're expecting it to be a bit more low action. This kill could swing that in Colonel's favor and allow a little bit more playmaking for Hydras.
Absolutely, and this is something we want to see from Hydras, to be able to play around 1 or 2 lanes with the Graves, because as you said, Graves is not the most active ganker, but is really good in counter ganking. He's really good in just making sure once you hit level 6 that you maybe even secure a kill or have that extra bit of damage once it comes around to impacting a lane. And with Colonel already taking a lead on this Veigar in the early game, you have the setup there that if Kurosh actually invests his Flash Cleanse one time to gank or even react to ganks of Flawless and make sure that you start to snowball that lead even further into your advantage.
And look at the item discrepancy between the two mid laners at the moment. This is sort of what we can highlight. Kurosh is set on a load of components that aren't really doing too much for him. You've got the Lost Chapter there for Colonel, and you've got the Dark Seal, so any more kill participation is going to scale this Veigar even harder. And because of that passive on the Lost Chapter, that extra mana, it's a lot easier for the Veigar to generate Chevron priority in the lane, when maybe she shouldn't be doing that otherwise.
Yeah, 100%, and the stacks of the Veigar are already snowballing a little bit out of control. We've seen that there's a lot of confidence in Colonel, the Polish mid laner display on this Veigar pick. It's one of his most played champions as well, so in that regard, Hydras really did a good job of picking champions that their players are comfortable with in a draft that kind of makes sense looking at the other side. And you gotta watch out for a Veigar getting early kills, because it's one of the better champions to just 100-0 someone if they have a lead. Like once this Veigar gets 1 or 2 items ahead of the curve, it doesn't really matter if you're Flawless or DBL, the execute damage of the ulti alone might be enough to take you down in a fight.
Dino, I think I know what you're talking about there. That was a Q and a W, and half of Kurosh's HP is gone. And that does going to pose a lot of problems. These might pose even more for Flawless as he flashes away just in time. Selfway not quite connecting on that second bandage toss, but with Rift Herald on the table and Lucent's junglers being forced away, I think Hydras may want to pick this one up.
Yeah, they're wasting no time in trying to snowball this mid advantage that they have. You see the pressure of Colonel moving forward, and then the rotation of Selfie out of that bot lane where they got a little bit countered to be able to make sure that you have the numbers advantage. Instantly push Flawless out of his own jungle, waste his flash, and then take the Rift Herald. The question now is, okay, you don't really give anything for this Rift Herald, which is huge. That's something you look towards. Can Lucent trade anything? No, they can't. And then the second question is, okay, who are we feeding the plates to? Because Colonel is already doing a very great job in the mid lane. You can further give him even a bigger lead by using the Rift Herald in the mid lane, or you can look towards that bot lane where the MF really wants to get unlocked as well.
Yeah, I'm very much on board with like just getting this Veigar to a point where the W actually just one-shots people instead of figuratively one-shots people. But I don't know, maybe Panda feels like sharing the love a little bit more. Something that we didn't really talk about in the pre-game was that this Hydra's roster, they've made that run through these sort of qualifiers, right, to get to this point. They've had a lot of games together, and whilst they may be playing with a substitute top laner, they've got a bit more experience in these competitive matches than Lucent, who have replaced 3 players since that promotion run that they unfortunately weren't able to re-qualify back into Div 2 with.
Yeah, 100%. And I think...
Flawless, that's not where the ultimate needs to go, but Colonel being chased down by 3 members of Lucent's surely should fall down. One more Q, and Kurosh picks up a retribution kill on his opposite number in the mid lane.
Now the numbers advantage was there for Lucent, and they actually pick up a very easy kill off of that. Colonel a little bit out of position, even invested his flash sadly for him, while Kurosh kept his summoners, as we have known him to do this game. So he should be a little bit more safe or safer in the mid lane. As you said, for Lucent, changes were due. They had a roster that played the entire run at Division 2 NLC, and then they didn't even re-qualify for it. So looking at the tournament...
Imperial, this is a lot of damage. Flash forced away from the Misfortune. Panda counter-ganking on that Graves, but with Flawless here as well. Maybe the Graves has overset the bullet time and the Amumu combo, but Marco blocking the damage with that shield. Panda forced away, and Marco will burn down with that Ignite. Selfway with the first kill of the fight, and Panda can go forward. Flashback from Mirai, and they get away just about. Lucent lose one in the bot lane.
Get behind Braum was what Marco was calling to his fellow bot lane and jungle, but it wasn't enough. The damage in the end ticked through, and now Hydras can actually look to get another advantage from that play and start up this dragon. It's a bit risky, a low HP bar there on Imperial, but nobody of Lucent really in place to counter this play. And as we were alluding to for Lucent, they had to change something. One of those things was that bot lane as well, and they looked to make a very aggressive play with Marco and Mirai trying to get onto Imperial, but sadly they just didn't have enough in the tank with the counter gank of Panda coming in at the right time, and then that combo of Amumu MF that you should fear in any fight that has more than one member in there. And even though the Braum is really good as a counter pick to the MF full time, if you eat it so early on, then you're probably going to.
You've not really got these sort of items to sort of build up your tankiness to back up that excellent shielding that you can offer your team. Starting to see items come through. First mythic of the game completed here for Colonel, going for that Everfrost. So additional setup for the Veigar. He's got enough damage as it is.
He's got enough damage, but why not go for more? I would love to see a second item, Rabadons, out of him. It's one of the more interesting Veigar build paths. I'm pretty sure Veigar V2 will probably flame me for this, but it's just a whole lot of fun to instantly get that increase on the AP you're stacking. But the Everfrost is going to give them some more utility, and I think it's a good buy for Colonel because it's one of his major roles in this team. If you look at consistent CC, you have Amumu, you have the ulti of Lagswell when he really goes in on the Camille, and then you basically have Veigar. That's your real CC. Not counting the mega broken smokescreen of the Graves, of course.
Oh, I am so glad you said that, because that ability causes... Oh my word, like, I play Udin and I play AD carries. Smokescreen is just everything that I hate about League of Legends sometimes. Hydra is now summoning the Herald in the bot lane. 2 members of Lucent here to defend, a couple more moving over, but it's just going to be the plates donated to that bot lane.
And this is what I wanted to see from these teams in the first game, is show that they can pull off some pretty easy but consistent moves on the map, some set plays. And as expected with the Herald, it was like a question, where are you going to send it? And MF would really love to have it to get a kick in the butt in damage-wise, because MF right now builds those more expensive crit items, so really getting that ulti to hit harder. You want some plates, and they see the opportunity to just run into the bot lane, take 1 plates with auto attacks, put down the Rift Herald, take the next 2 plates, and that will give them a slight gold swing in that
Ooh, Dino! Panda's recalling in the jungle, but 3 members of Lucent jump on his head! Mirai with the kill.
God, shopping at the worst time there. Good invade from Lucent, really aggressive play there at the back end, at the tail end of that bot lane Herald. And just when I was praising Hydras for, hey, make sure that you're consistent around the set play, they're not really consistent about using their vision around the character, and they just get caught shopping.
Yeah, and that means that 14.5 nearest damage, 15 minutes on the clock. This game is as even as it could possibly be. Got trade of damage in the mid lane, that Chaos Storm burning down onto Colonel with that Leandri's already completed for Kurosh, but 2 kills apiece, 1 dragon apiece, and the gold, ooh, but even this game is so perfectly poised as we start to transition towards the mid game for one of these teams to really grab it by the cojones.
The cojones, a
lot of cojones here as we've got multiple members of Lucent diving forward. Selfway flashing back, but the reset came through for Mirai, so they get the extra jump forward. The concussive blows, the stun, and Flawless with the kill as Lexawal going for a play up onto DBL in the top side, already investing that Hextech ultimatum. Not quite finding enough damage onto the Nart just yet, and those hyper procs mean that DBL can continue to kite away. Doesn't overextend, doesn't go too far forward, and will back away from his tower.
I was looking towards the minimap to see if Panda actually had a dive angle there on the Mininar, but he was actually taking the Rift Herald for his team. So we jump back to that play made in the bot side after a little tour around the Rift, and you were talking about cojones, maybe Hydras had a little bit too much of that vigor in the bot lane, moving forward with Flawless there in position to actually counter the play and to surprise them over the wall, and with the flash of Imperial still down. His cleanse up, actually, if I look at that correctly, he might have not been able to escape, didn't even invest the cleanse, and as Selfie actually tried to flash out of danger. So good play from Lucent, because don't forget, like, even though both teams scale, they scale so differently. For Lucent, just being at an even or winning state in the mid to late game will make sure that they actually have a very good front-to-back teamfight comp, where you have Mirai and Kurosh are the 2 you're looking towards to have the gold in their back pocket, and right now Mirai with those 2 kills is really set up for success.
Yeah, he's got that Kraken Slayer and a crit cloak on top. Marco here, locked into baby cages, gonna take a little bit of damage, but I think Hydra's wisely not investing too many cooldowns into the Braum. Infernal Drake on the board. Lexwell moving back towards the top lane, but has the TP available if Hydras want to contest this. It's second Drake. You don't necessarily need to fight for this one if you don't think that you can win it.
It's a hard fight for Hydras. These are the game situations where they don't want to be caught with their pants down when it's like a 5v5 around an objective, because then you have those easy tools from Lucent coming through. They're using the pressure of the Rift Herald to take down mid tower. This is huge for the game state, because it will give them more room in the map.
DBL forced to flash away there on about 30% HP on that Mininar. So we've seen second Drake traded for mid lane tower and free time for a Camille in the top side. Dino, who do you think's winning out on that one?
I think for Lucent, it's the obvious play. I like the reaction of Hydras of not overcommitting or trying to counter it and actually see what they can gain on the map. And these are things I'm looking out for these teams to see if they even have a fighting chance against the beast that is GDXL in this group. It's okay realizing how strong the enemy team is around the objective and seeing what you can take out of it. The mid tower will give them the breathing room they need to unlock this Camille in the side lanes and make sure that they can have vision pushing forward, so that Laxwow can actually try to set up a split push along with Colonel maybe in the other side lane. Then you keep your Amumu and Myth in the mid lane along with the Graves, just to keep the waves under control and to be able to rotate fast to one of those side lanes. So I like the play if those things I'm talking about will be followed.
Well, we'll have to see. I'll have to see, Dino. But I am glad that we are seeing... Like, we're not seeing just crazy stuff come out from either of these teams. It's been very deliberate. It's been pretty controlled a lot of the time. And that means that when you do start looking at those higher tier opponents, the questions that start coming up are not can we compete with them on a macro level, but is it going to be a hands difference? Now, we are only 18 minutes in. There is plenty of opportunities for both these teams to make some bad decisions, but I'm hopeful, Dino. I'm hopeful that we're going to see a continuation of what we've had for these first rough 20 minutes.
I mean, if Worlds Plains was any consolidation maybe, or like
indication.
Any indication, yeah, of what lower tier teams can maybe do against higher tier, then they should feel confident.
Are we just talking about RNG versus DFM? Because I'm happy to talk about that.
I mean, we're
as much
talking
as you
about
like.
Loud getting games of major regions as well, and EG maybe dropping games. It hasn't been as clear cut as in the past. If we just take DRX out of the equation, where minor region teams were able to take games out of the major regions, and it mainly comes down to something that alludes to macro play being way more important every single season of pro play, and these teams have a fundamental understanding. It's not like perfect, it's not like I'm looking here completely at the crisp macro play I'm seeing from both Hyros and Lucid, but there are a lot of set plays that they're showing, there are a lot of decisions that they're showing that other teams maybe just go overboard when they want to see if they can hands div the better team in order to get a lead. As I'm saying that, maybe the top lane's in trouble.
Selfway find the hook back onto DBL, who is able to get away with an R, but doesn't go mega in time. That was a close run thing, but Laxwell runs out with his first kill of the game, and he's going to get that tower as well. This is what we were talking about. You only need a little advantage on this Camille, and she can really start to get scary.
100%. Diving the Mininar with the Camille is a fun sport to be partaking in, and definitely if you have the support of your Amumu there. This is mainly because the vision control they had around that bot side. DBL not even aware of the rotation of Amumu from mid to bot, and that's a good follow-up from the play you made around the Dragon. You take the mid tower, you take control over the map, and then you see if you can make those side lane plays happen. Now Lucent, they do respond with a tower in the top side, but that's a small... how do you say that? It's like
consolation prize.
Yeah, consolation
it's like
prize.
Yeah, wow.
Eating dessert before finishing dinner, like it tastes good, but it doesn't give you a lot of sustenance.
I think you're wrong there. I think I'm a big.
You're a big dessert before finishing dinner guy.
Well, yeah. Well,
okay.
I say, like, I get halfway through the dinner, I'm like, do you know what? Cake sounds nice right now, and then the darndest thing happens every time, Dino. I forget to eat the rest of my dinner.
Oh, okay, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Mum warned me about that. We've got a Drake spawning in 40 seconds time, and it would be soul point for Lucent. I think this is the one area, the one thing that the team that were in Division 2 last split really hold over Hydra's right now is that Drake stacking. But you can see Hydra's absolutely not scared to go for them as Mirai gets locked down, gets shut down by the Veigar in the mid lane, and their partner in that bot lane, Marco Polo goes down. Hydra's, they don't care about the Drake, they are moving to the Baron.
I have a feeling that certain summoners are disabled this game and we just don't know about it, because Mirai has both summoners up, gets stunned by the baby cage and instantly blown to pieces by Hydras that don't waste any time for it. And yeah, you get soul point out of it if you're fast enough, but Hydras will get the Baron. That's a bigger prize to be shut down in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you've got these champions like the Camille, like the Graves, like the Veigar, who can sort of post up in a lane and be an absolute menace to deal with. The Baron buff is a very valuable prize, but if Hydras aren't proactive with the purple buff, then that soul point that Lucent have just gained could come back to bite them in 5 minutes.
And it was such a beautiful chain of events for Hydras, but such a painful one to watch as a Lucent esports fan, because you should be safe there. You're just contesting mid lane prio with a Victor and a Tristana. That should be a really easy feat to pull off, definitely with macro in position. But Mirai, he just gets stunned, instantly rooted up, and I don't know, he's just not pressing his cleanse, I guess. Just not pressing the buttons correctly, and the entire bot lane just gets wiped off the map before they respond. And that was good heads-up play from Hydras to pump all the damage on top of that stun, but a little bit of a misplay from Lucid.
And it's some of the pick potential that you do have with like stuff like the Veigar, with the Amumu. It's like if someone is walking in the wrong place, they can get locked down. And yeah, maybe you should have pressed like DRF on your keyboard at some point, but hey, if the play is going to be made, the play is going to be made. And now Hydras are trying to use a little bit of this pressure. Selfway getting caught out, but Flawless blocked in the front line as well. Marco taken to around about 50% HP, but Lucent are still going forward. Lagswall here, level 14 on the Camille, 2 items completed, enough to scare away Lucent. DBL happy to still walk into the bot side.
The battle lines were drawn there really deep into the Lucent jungle. It's hard to over-engage through those choke points, as the biggest fear for the Hydras comp for me was fighting around those choke points, and Lucent show us that they have a lot in the tank there to defend it, but you're not defending anything. Hydra's already took everything that was dear to you, and they're just using this Baron buff to great effect, taking tower after tower and making sure that at the same time Laxrow can just play the split push game.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. When you get the Baron, when you trade it for the soul point, you need to generate enough of a gold lead with this Baron that the enemy team, even if they've got that soul point, there is no hope that they are getting another Drake on board. It's exactly what Hydras are doing. They've built that gold lead to 4,000. They're probably going to add another 1k with this tower falling down.
And the only thing we have to check into now for Lucent is look at item spikes and see if their carries are still following the carries of Hydras. They've just backed with all that money of all the towers they picked up, and if you look at the items, it's kind of under control now. The gold lead, yeah, it's huge. You have almost a 5k advantage for Hydras, but it doesn't really translate into a lot of items except for the Camille, and that's my biggest issue for Lucent going forward. DBL can't survive that lane for long anymore. So you might have to send people like Kurosh or Mirai there, but both don't support the TP. And that's when the split push gets really scary.
I'd be worried about sending the level 12 Tristana to face the level 15 Camille. That is, it's not a fun time. I think Tristana is probably better than a lot of AD carries in matching up against her, but that...
I mean, yeah...
That Q still does 60% of your HP, like, it's...
It's still a rough time. I mean, you have Buster Shot, you have your jump, you have, after a while, you get a lot of range increase with Draw the Beat, but it's not enough right now, and the biggest issue for me is that sending TP-less people to fight a Camille in the side lane just leaves the other side of the map open for abuse when Laxrow just goes out of vision and TPs in for the fight. With the Hextech Ultimatum is actually a very big way for Hydras to engage on the enemy backline, and he could show that to great effect. Right now, Lucent, they're just trying to weather the storm. They're just trying to make sure that the item discrepancy between people like Mirai and Kurosh and Colonel and Imperial aren't too big, but it's spiraling a little bit out of control after that Baron and Dragon play, and they need to be careful because this is perfect for Hydras. This is what this comp wanted. They survived the early game, they have 2 items on all their carries, they have a quadruple threat comp now with Camille online and the typical Graves. Yeah, you don't really call it a tank build, but it's almost a tank gore drinker build, and it's going to be really hard for Lucent to navigate even a front to back.
Yeah, True Grit is bull something, but Graves is going to be very tanky. In 40 seconds, Lucent are going to have to make a very difficult decision though, because they're on this soul point, and if they get the Infernal Soul, that probably equalizes this game to a decent extent, but the issue is they don't necessarily need to go for it. Yes, if Hydras can get a couple of those Drakes, that's bonus AP, that's bonus AD, that's bad, but it's not going to lose you the game. Losing a fight around this Drake made you just that, though.
And I had a lot of hope for the comp of Lucent in these 5v5 situations because they have really easy to pull off hard engage, really easy frontline to keep the distance and to make sure that both Kurosh and Mirai are safe. But that was all banking on a lead for Hydras that wasn't too big, and the lead is there. The Camille is online.
TP.
And when you go into this 5v5, he's gonna get bloody.
Selfway is on the flank. He's looking for a Curse of the Sad Mummy that could take down Lucent Esports. Colonel's already slain Kurosh. There goes the ultimate. There goes the bullet time. Mirai knocks back Laxwell, but then Camille goes into the stasis to keep herself alive. In a little bit of a 4v1 scenario here, she's trying to take down Marco, but gets shut down herself. The Dragon finally goes down in favor of Hydras. No soul for Lucent, but the fight looked pretty damn good.
The fight looked really bad for Hydras, I have to say, but for Lucent it looked pretty okay. They somehow got Mirai out of the engage of Laxwell alive, even though he TP'd it and had the flash, and it's because the Hydras were caught between 2 decisions, and this is something we sadly see a lot when you are fighting up against a team that has soul points. You can't really let the Dragon go over, so you're not really over-indexing on the fight, and you had 3 people stick around this Infernal Dragon. Even though Selfie found a pretty good engage, I think Hydras should have just collapsed on the fight when he was on the backline, but it got really difficult with Kurosh keeping Colonel a little bit occupied and investing guilty. And then here, Panda, Imperial, Colonel, they just need to get their butt over to this fight, but they are doubting between, okay, we need to finish the Dragon, make sure that they can't steal it. Oh, how is the other side of the fight going? Oh, well, you lost that side. Let's just quickly bail, pick up the Dragon at least, but you go for a 2-for-1 in that fight, and you give some breathing room to a combo that scales into a front to back.
And that was some of the disengage options that Mirai has on this Tristana that we really saw come to bear in that fight, pushing back Lagswell, jumping, flashing away, using all of these tools to keep themselves alive and get those 2 kills down. And if this Tristana is able to get to the Infinity Edge before the next big engagement, then I think Lucent, whilst they may not be in the advantage point, they've definitely got ways that they can play it out. Flawless here, going for a play here onto Colonel, is forced to flash back himself. In dives the Amumu, looking for an ultimate and does get it down, but goes down themselves. Not enough damage to follow up the CC. Now Panda is caught out on the top side. DBL going forward, slams them into a wall, takes them down, if not for the Gore Drinker, but a moment. That's a kill, and look at the bullet time! Comboed with Colonel, the damage is ridiculous, 2 for 2.
And the fights are getting messy, the fights are getting sloppy, but I'm all for it, because even though it's not the perfect set of gameplay, it shows that both teams are willing to fight, and that Lucent, even though with a back against the wall, with Hydras taking control over the game, are looking for creative opportunities like these. You have a face-checking Colonel and Panda, you instantly engage on the Veigar, but somehow, by Selfie being really selfish with his HP bars, Colonel gets out, and then the fight really spirals out of control. You have Panda here getting pushed away by Lucent, you have Kurosh in a 1v1 with Lagswell, and Colonel stays around, lingers in the Baron Pit, puts his stun zone over it, and the bullet time just cleans up the fight.
Yeah, maybe Veigar V2's posting that one on his Twitter with Bangarang Bass playing on top of it, because that's exactly what you can do on the Veigar. You get that cage in a weird position, you lock a couple of people down, and then you can combo it with the Misfortune so nicely. And the game now swings back in favor of Hydras with that fight in their advantage. Baron is on the board. They may look to move towards that in a little bit.
And the Veigar now also finished his little hat that gives him a lot of AP. So he will be hitting that front line even harder now if they try to keep the distance for their back line intact. As long as he hits a couple of those Qs, a couple of those Ws, they can look for some engages in the fight. I want to see Lagswell get a little bit more support in the game plan of just split pushing. There's not a lot of vision going to this bot side of the map where he's currently navigating towards, so it's a really risky play to push too far forward. Hydras does not really have the vision control right now to support this play, but with the TP coming up soon, they can use it to their advantage, because we've seen that DBL had to flash in the last fight. He's really vulnerable in that 1v1, and if you can make sure that Lagswell can push really deep into enemy territory, then you can use that as a crutch for it.
And the thing is, both of these top lanes do have teleport on exactly the same cooldown, so I wouldn't be surprised if what we see from them is kind of what we saw in, the previous fight, the fight before, where they just sort of move away from each other and both TP into the fight, going, yeah, we're not going to fight each other, we're going to fight absolutely everyone else. 1 minute to go until Drake is up. That would be soul for Lucent, would be soul point for Hydras, and a little bit more AP, a little bit more AD, a little bit more damage for their composition.
And the timings of both neutral objectives make it so that Lucent actually are going to really...
Oh, this is spotted.
Spotted on the ward. They just now figured out that there was a ward there. They do have a lot of damage. They are burning through it, but there come Hydras.
Top lane is TPing. I don't know if Panda is going to get here in time. This could be an inspired call here from Lucent as they go for the turn self-way. Bunny engaged on the back line. Is DBL doing exactly the same thing? That's 3 knocked back with the Gnar as the Baron goes in favor of Hydras. What a steal from Panda as Lagswell diving forward to try and take out the Tristana. It is a double kill for Colonel, and the Veigar is full HP. A flash into the pit from Lagswell as they get the shield up as well. A double stun, a double kill. Hydras make the play happen.
And this is the straw that broke the camel's back. It's plays like these that make you show up at the big stage. Hydras, they are able to navigate the fight, navigate the room they got, but it's stuff like Panda getting in there, getting the steal, Lagswell knowing that he has the backup even though there's low HP bars, and flashing into the pit. That makes a huge difference.
I think the game may just be ending here and now. We have got double-digit death timers on members of Lucent as Mirai is looking for the play. Low HP bars on the members of Hydra, but it's not enough. Panda will be falling low, but not quite falling down. The Nexus is the next focus. Hydras take down Lucent in Game 1 of the Aurora Open.
It was a close contest. It was a really bloody game at the end when we roll into the last 10 minutes, but it's Hydras actually getting a really important win, because as we said when we were rolling into the game, these two teams are expected to be at the bottom of the table in Group A. Getting a win against a direct opponent, make sure you have more shots at that second seed, because let's be fair, we expect GDXL to be the first seed, but that second seed still gets you into the knockout.
And I've got to say, even though Lucent fall down this game, I think both teams could be pretty happy with some of the stuff that they've showed here. That Baron call, whilst it was ultimately their downfall, looked pretty damn close. And if Hydras are even a couple seconds slower to react, I think Lucent are getting that. They are getting out of there, and they are keeping themselves in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I think Lucent on the back foot showed a lot of fight in them. They went for a couple of those creative plays. The one around the mid bush really springs to attention, but also a lot of team fights that they suddenly started winning a little bit. In the end, it wasn't enough. I think what really happened for Hydras in a really good fashion is that they used the substitute, put it on the Camille in Lags WoW, and just make sure that he can play a game that is really akin to what he does in solo queue, where it's just like, okay, you're on the side waves. You have a lead because we invested sometimes in the top lane, but that's it. After that one kill, we leave the reins to you. And he was able to impact some of these fights at key moments, while for the rest just playing towards his strengths. And at the same time, the MF came online in the early game, and that was enough for them to take the lead.
Yeah, I think Hydras, they really put themselves in a position where they gave themselves as little to do as possible. And if you don't have to do very much and then you do it, you tend to win the game. I believe that we are going to be jumping over to the analyst desks and seeing what they thought of the first game of this cup.
Hello there, welcome back to the post-game analyst desk. We are here, the three of us again. We've been talking about the game, and I wanted to know what your impressions are so far. I think this counts as an upset for us, you guys. Let's start with you, Veteran.
Well, I was very, very impressed by the discipline that Southway and also Imperial, as my fellow analyst here pointed out, were able to show at many points in this game. Once you had the Veigar locked in against the Tristana, against the Sedge, against this full dive composition, you know you're playing disengage, right? And I've seen too many Hillesang games to know that there are supports out there that can't help but play permanent engage. Instead, you had Southway patiently defending his carries until Veigar got the pick, until the enemy engaged, and they did the disengages from like 11 minutes onwards and won the fights that way. I was very, very impressed by the discipline here in a very, very crucial opening game. Very impressed by the bot lane, impressed by the team composition and the plan overall.
Yeah. On top of that, I would actually add that we were discussing the possibility of other mid laner. I mean, I've asked about Azir if he's in a good spot here, but after seeing the game, I've definitely can appreciate the Veigar and his cages, how much space he bought in those team fights, and how hard he made the life for the players of Lucent. They couldn't really approach the team fights unless it was Hydra who made a mistake. And in the end, we saw that in the team fight, when you combine the ultimate of Amumu and MF on top of Veigar's cage, it's just impossible for Lucent to play. And of course, after getting those items, after getting this damage, it's really easy for Hydra to play the team fights in the right manner and win the game. Kind of in an upset, I can agree, because Hydra is a team that joined the Aurora tournament from the Open qualifiers. So you could make a point that they are kind of the mixed team, but they really showed their true colors today and played quite exceptionally, besides a couple of mistakes that they did along the way.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's growing pains for them, but their plan was good. Their execution was good. I think this team has a very good shot at doing a lot of good things in this tournament.
Ooh, that's interesting because, again, this was one of the teams that we weren't betting so much on, but I think they've shown a consistent style of gameplay. Again, as you guys said, a few mistakes to be corrected, but I also want to know if there are any players besides Imperial, who you will highlight and you would like to see more of, either from Lucent or from Hydras. So, Veteran, any other players you would like to talk about?
I've already mentioned this guy, but I have to say it again, okay? When it comes to European support, all right, they always get a bit of a whack. But what I saw here, that was already a discipline level that puts him at a very, very, very strong position when it comes to tier 1 regional league even. So I want to see more from Southway here. Very, very good performance, and I hope he keeps it up, keep that discipline going. And I want to see that when he has to play aggressively, that he will go aggressively. He didn't have to here, right? And I'm just used to the other way around. But I want to make sure that, you know, when push comes to shove and they're doing the full dive, that this guy's making the power plays as well.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on him for the rest of the day. But now for you, Maguire, anyone you would like to talk about?
Well, I guess I will continue with being biased because
Mm-hmm.
I failed to
Always.
to kind of showcase the mid laner from Hydras, but he's also Polish kernel. As
Oh.
one of the chat members accurately pointed out, he's around 1,000, 1,200 points in Challenger queue. So I will be keeping my eyes on him. He did have some difficult and questionable choices throughout the game when it comes to his positioning. He got caught out a couple of times, but in the end he finished with 4-1 scoreline and was quite beneficial to his team with the Veigar cage placement. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play more of those control mages and bring the value to the team.
Okay, now I'm intrigued because you guys were talking to us about Asir, for example, as a champion. You were discussing a little bit what the picks had been like, and I want to know if there are any other picks that you would like to see besides the ones in this series, in this first game. Bertrand, anything you are missing here?
I mean, I think if you're going to be rotating a Sejuani like this, I want to see a more of a willingness to go into melee champions. You saw very, very safe picks coming out from the team on the left here. But what I'd rather see with picks like Sejuani is maybe going more into stuff like the Yasuo, stuff like the Yone. For example, instead we saw top lane Gnar, we saw Victor in mid lane. These guys were playing very heavy range, trying to get like a safe reset. But as a result, Sejuani was almost useless here. If you're going to pick that kind of a champ early, I'd rather see some more balls with the rest of your picks. You know, that's what I'd like to see more of. Ultimately, you're probably going to end up seeing a Mage Fest in mid lane, but I'd love to see some more melee on melee action, right?
Okay, Maguire, anything you would like to see again? Is this something that you agree with Bertrand?
Yeah, I've definitely to double down on what veterans told us.
Okay.
Looking at detonation focus mid game from yesterday, they've been picking a lot of those, Tryndamere, Yon champs alongside Sejuani because you need some melee champs to make her work, and especially in later stages of the game, she needs someone else to follow her initiation to get down with the brass tacks against the enemy teams. But when it comes to the champions that I'm looking forward to seeing, something that's been picked up recently a couple of times is Varus. And I believe that into some of those champs like Draven, like Kalista, he can be a good pick because of his range, of his abilities, of his ability to actually, counter those aggressive, strong champs during the laning phase. And historically, he's one of my favorite champs to also watch and seen pro play. And I'm also wondering if some of the players will bring his AP build, because so far we've only seen the AD build, but you can definitely make a good argument for him picking, AP items like Nashor stuff, like others. So I'm really excited to seeing some more Varus throughout the tournament.
A poke-based ADC that can be flexed mid lane with AP options. Very, very Polish mid right there, MacGyver. Very Polish mid.
Oh, it's a pity that I can't just be like, oh yeah, very Spanish of them because no Spanish players here, so I'm sad. But I wanted to give a shout out to Viperin because he hates Veigar with his soul and like everything's good. So I'm pretty sure he will be very happy if he's watching this. We love you, Bipe. But yeah, basically we're gonna be having an interview in a few minutes. I'm not gonna tell you with whom yet, but I think it's someone you both are going to enjoy quite a lot. And now, I also want to know one more thing before we go over to that, and it's, we've talked about expectations, we've talked about the game, the picks and bans, but what else are you expecting out of them? What will you like? What do you think Hydras is missing right now in order to be a top team within the Group A? Veteran.
Well, there was a moment around the third Infernal for them where you saw a very, very split fight. Veigar had an idea of what he wanted to do. Camilla had an idea of what she wanted to do. They all had very, very different ideas of what they wanted to do. And those were the parts where they felt like they could be vulnerable. I want to see some more cohesion around those neutral objectives. Just make the call. We turn here or we go for the objective, right? And everyone needs to be on board with either of those. Everyone having their own idea, this very anarchic way of doing things, it's not really going to work out in the competitive setting. So that's what I want to see them improve on.
Okay, so far we had the discipline as the good side of things, but maybe a little bit more like determination when going for objectives. And for you, Maguire, what do we think about it?
Something that I worry about is that those players are not as experienced as some of the others in the tournament. And you could probably make an argument that they will perform a little bit worse than the others when it comes to BO3s, BO5s, because this is the situation and this is the environment where you really need this experience, adaptability, and the players individually, you've just seen them play and they performed really, really well. You could make a point that all of those players actually, did quite well during the laning phase. Their mechanics were on point, but I worry that the team that has not played on the highest level yet for the longer time will lack the experience and will lack this most important virtue when it comes to the later parts of the tournament.
Well, we have to remember that this is first game, so nothing is lost just yet. I know Luzen hasn't really shown up during this game, but they still have plenty of opportunities to do so again and make it as the top 2 of Group A. At the time, we start with a 1-0, which is without an 0-1, which is not the best, but I mean, you can recover from that. But we also need to think about the teams that are coming afterwards, because we're going to be watching GDXL and we're going to be watching Shell Esports, and we'll be able to compare how they are doing in comparison to these first 2 teams and see where they actually can be all together in the grand scheme of things. But something else that I wanted to discuss with you before the interview, once again, it's getting ready, so don't get impatient, which will be, again, we've been discussing the experience of these players. Do you think in this case it's been showing for Hydras? Okay, we'll answer that question ourselves because we've got here Imperial from Hydras to answer some of our questions. Welcome.
Hello.
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 So first of all, congratulations for that first win for you guys versus Listening Sports. And yeah, I want to know, what are your feelings right now after this first victory?
I'm happy that we win, because a lot of analytics said that we will be last place or something like that we are underdogs. But I think that our team is really good. All our players is confident and great players, so I think we can do first or second place, and we will deal with it.
Okay. Any questions from you guys for Imperial right now?
Okay, so we've made this point on the analysis desk that you guys might not be experienced enough for the later parts of the tournament. Would you actually agree with us, or maybe you have another opinion or experience and you believe that you're good enough to make it further in the tournament against the top teams from NLC?
I mean, for my experience, I have enough experience. I played 2 splits in LCL. I played versus really good players, so I know how to do this. About my team, yes, our mid laner is first split, and jungler don't play competitive a lot, but they are all players that want to improve and learning fast. So I think we can win any opportunity.
So Imperial, do you see yourself as kind of a captain for the team, as the main focal point when it comes to deciding on what to do in the game? How does it look from your perspective?
The coach staff give me the captain role of the team after tryouts, but in game I'm not the one who shot calling. Jungle and support shot calling a match too. So yes, I mean I do a lot of in-shot calling, but I'm not the only one player who did this in team.
Okay.
So I've got a couple of questions about how you guys prep for this then. When it came to the drafts themselves, you guys pivoted very well into disengage, even with the MF as the opening. You were very, very disciplined with your MF ultimate. You're waiting for the Veigar cages. Selfboy wasn't moving in. Did you plan this specifically for this team, or do you guys just plan playing your compositions out in isolation? Right, we're really good at this kind of style. We want to do this kind of style.
I mean, we after our scrims, we noticed that the team fight comps is the best comp for us in this meta. So we're always looking for something like this and stick to it. If the picks like MF is open, so why not? It's
good strategy.
Yeah.
Do you have any more questions, Veteran, Maguire?
I think I'll just say congrats on the first win and good luck in the upcoming games because JDXL, they're definitely a top team when it comes to the tournament. And I'm excited to see you fare up against them.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Imperial, thank you very much. Best of luck for your next games. We'll let you go to prepare for those. And for now, I think once they give me the okay, we're going to be tossing it to a break to get ready for the next game as well. High stakes at the time being, he's countered our argument about experience. But for now, we will have more time to discuss this when we come back from the break. See you soon. Bye. And we're back here for the second game of the Aurora Cup by NLC. Again, I'm Carmel, I'm here with Maguire and Veteran once again, and we are ready to watch the second game of this Group A, which will be between DDXL and Shell Esports. So I think this might have high expectations for us too after this first game that we watched. And I want to know your initial thoughts about this one. Let's go with you, Maguire.
Well, so we are featuring the last team from the second pool of teams, which is Sal Esports. And of course, they will be coming after a kind of rocky end of this 2022 year for them. So I wonder how they will fare up against a team that is one of the best in the NLC. JDXL having a really experienced coach, JDXL having players who have also got the experience playing in LEC as Dan. So I wonder if BO1 format will be enough for Zal Esports to kind of make up for the differences in the experience and in the level of the players between those two teams.
Veteran, what do you think?
Well, I mean, when it comes to JDXO, I think this year it's difficult to call them one of the top NLC teams because they were struggling when it came to the BO5 stages, both splits in a row, even when they had their very hyped Korean mid laner MNS. It's, for me, yes, Kryzdan, they have LEC experience. They are very, very good players, but that's just one aspect of the top side, and top side has very rarely been a defining factor in a lot of games. Bot side seems to be where a lot of the things are happening, both in the meta and in the one game we have this tournament, but that one sample size of the whole tournament. And I do think there's opportunities there for Limitless to show that he can step to players like Venza and FGG. Venza and FGG, very, very smart players, but I don't think of them as like Uzi hands players, right? So a bot lane with good hands could definitely do it. We've seen Imperial Selfway, they had very good knowledge. If Limitless can show us that he is able to step to these kinds of bot lanes as well, then the tournament could actually get very, very, very interesting if the whole game ends up pivoting around that area. And that's what I'm looking for in this game.
This is something we discussed in the beginning, what kind of mentality they will be going into the game. But for now, we're going to have to talk about it later on, see what happens, because we're going to the picks and bans with our amazing casters. So see you later.
Thank you very much, Cumlight. We are amazing, aren't we, Dino? As we are jumping into Champion Select. And if the first game was the appetizer, I definitely feel like this is the main course. JDXL and Zal, the expected two top teams in this group, duking it out.
Yeah, I mean, calling myself amazing after I forgot to unmute my mic is maybe a bit much, but we are definitely here for the ride. I love the first game that we had, and I love the respect JDXL is putting on Zal Esports because we expect them to be maybe the second best team, but as we just heard in the interview, that's up in the air according to the other players, and that's good to see that fight out of those teams as well, where they're like, we can definitely, like Imperial with his experience in the LCLs, like we can definitely take these teams. But if you look at the bans of GXL, you might think they're having a stroke, but these are champions that XL actually plays to perfection. And one of those is that Akshan mid lane for Denzel just getting banned out right off the bat.
Yeah, and Zal are an organization that maybe a few of the people watching haven't heard of. This is the old Rising Dawn team that promoted into Division 2 as TBA at the start of summer. Then Rising Dawn came in and picked up the spot, and now that roster is under Zal. JDXL coming through with some very off-meta bans, but a very, very meta first pick. The Maokai Dino. I feel like this was expected.
Yeah, this was 100% expected. JDXL had a lot of issues with their playstyle, with finding a playstyle that works with these caliber of players that would work on the patches at the end of the season, because they were top of the NLC for a long time of the regular season, but then towards the end and towards EU Masters, they really had issues. And I mean, I speak from personal experience. I saw my mini blue Finns Henk kick them out of the playing stage, and that's because it was really hard for them to play towards the strengths of people like Morosco and Kreis. Dan, being one of the facilitating junglers, is now rubbing his hands because he gets tools like a Maokai. And I really wanted to see Hecarim on that ban list because that's a champion, if you give it to that, he has tools and he has damage. But the Maokai going over is still a big risk. I get the ban on the Aatrox. Maybe the Caitlyn was a bit much. And then you look at the champion pool of Kreis, you see stuff like a Fiora in there that he doesn't care to blind if it's necessary, and with support like a Maokai, they can go really heavy on that top side in the later phases of this draft.
Yeah, they're going to hold off on locking in that Fiora for the time. Will instead be the Renata for FGG, one of his most played. So that Kalista-Renato combo in the bot lane can cause some real issues for Zal if they're not careful. But with this Kai'Sa and with this Trundle, they've got a jungler that can get up on the map early and do some dueling, and an AD carry that can capitalize so well off any CC that you get.
100%, and I think the Renata also sets up some of those aggressive picks that Kryze and Morozko like to go for. They like to play those melee heavy, mechanically heavy champions, as McFire said on the desk. Morozko, one of the better mechanical mid laners of Poland right now, and then having that Renata Glass with the bailout can be a huge boon. At the other side, Xal, they react with the blind pick Crocodile. It happened. Adusto is going to play Renekton top, and now they're going to pinch the pool of Kryze of champions that he doesn't want to face. Just a reminder that Kryze also plays the Kayle, plays the Vladimir, so it's not like you can ban the guy out, but maybe you can give yourself some form of comfort with this really strong top side in the Trundle Renekton.
And it's not like JDXL have been unwilling to give Kryze his weird and wonderful champions if they want to pop off. I think that has kind of been their defining feature this year, is that they are willing to answer you in draft in very, very unexpected ways, and that's normally something that we associate with teams that are coming from the lower division. So hopefully both sides, we get to see some spicy stuff, continuing to target out that top lane, continuing to target Kryze with the Jacks taken off the board.
And as Veteran rightfully so said on the desk, bot lane seems to be one of the most important roles still on the World Patch, but World Patch has opened up some avenues for top lane carries. We see the LPL really embracing stuff like the Jacks in the top lane that got banned out by Xal, because you now have engaged supports back in the meta. Already GDXL have Maokai and you have the Renata. Those are two perfect teamfight control options and semi-hard engage. Maokai is 100% hard engage. The Renata needs to move very far forward for the handshake. So Kryze can go for this really, really offbeat picks, and it's set up a little bit more by the patch. So this Leona will give them some tools to maybe stalk a Kalista, but is it enough depending on what Kryze gets out of his huge champion pool?
I like that we've had sort of 4 unique bot lanes locked in the sort of past couple games, and all of them have been, yo, we're going to CC you, we're going to lock you down, and we are going to burst you out of existence. That is the way that bot lane, the AD carry, is meant to be played going forward, making stuff happen. But now JDXL are going to have to respond to a lot of the engage that Zal have got for themselves, and blind pick a mid laner. They're going for the Yasuo, baby, Morozko special.
Yeah, it's the Morozko special along with his Yone. Goes for the Yasuo because they go for the Gragas stop as well. Actually giving some tank over to Kryze. He might go the full AP Bwipo build. We'll see, depending if you look at a team and they do need the AP damage, it might be the better option. But then you have the combo of just hitting your Gragas ulti and then Morozko going over the top, and I expect JDXL to really index heavily on their top side in the drafts against these teams, because not only did the coach tweet out after Kryze announced the fact that he will be looking for a team after this tournament, like, hey, this guy can play anything and he will win your lane every single time, but it's also a very good look for GDXL on this patch to just have Dan facilitating and then 2 melee damage dealers in Morozko and Kryze. At the same time, they can still get around the bot lane. They still have a Kalista or not a Glass there, and the Kai'Sa can be an issue for Xal to keep alive.
But then looking at the other side, this Akali that was last picked here for Denzel, there are a lot of things that can lock you down, but in terms of damage threats that can actually deal with her 1v1, I don't think that JDXL have that. So if he's able to find the flanks that he was able to do a lot of the time in Division 2 onto this Kalista, get onto this Yasuo as well, the amount of burst that can come from this champion is not really anything that JDXL can contend with.
100%, and I think JDXL did a good job of scouting what Xal Esports might lock in. They didn't just lean back and be like, okay, we're gonna win this group no matter what. They banned the really offbeat picks that they like to blind in stuff like the Akshan and like the Kartus. At the same time, Xal still runs away with a lot of comfort, and that's something I like to see from teams that go up to teams like GDXL, where you expect some form of mismatch. And definitely Akali for Denzel has been one of his best champions. The Kai'Sa as well is one of the best champions for the bot laner in Limitless, and those two champions have one thing in common: they do love to dive your backline. Now the backline is only the Kalista right now, because you have that Yasuo and that Gragas, but if they ever take Kalista out of the fight instantly, then it can be a really hard fight for GDXL to navigate.
Well, we'll have to see how hard Zal can make it for them as we are loading onto the Rift for the second game in this group on the first day of the Aurora Open. JDXL, a team coming down from the NLC Div 1 who have had a difficult year, I think, but and by their own standards, maybe haven't quite had the success that they would expect, but still a team that you need to fear. And Zal, very much looking to sort of take a scalp, looking to cause an upset, looking to push themselves to first in the group, but obviously still the first game of the tournament for both of these teams, so maybe like game one, we have a bit more of a cagey affair.
Yeah, I would love a cagey affair between Xal and GDXL because both teams really can scrap in those fights. I mean, you have outplay potential in every carry's hand. If you look at Moscow and Vinzer, if you look at Denzel and Limitless, they can really make a difference with just having the better hands, as the desk called it, and outplaying the enemy team. At the same time, Kreis and Adusto will be really vocal and vital parts in those team fights. I think Kreis will go for the AP burst build because otherwise you will lack some AP damage at the side of GDXL if the game goes too long. And at the same time, for Adusto, you pick the Renekton to not only be really strong, level 1 to 6 in lane, but to be able to help your jungler, to be able to be moved out of that lane and contest stuff like the Rift Herald. So if both teams decide to get bloody, it will get really cagey in a bar fight really fast.
What there from Roscu isn't actually going to spot out Surgeon, the Trundle skipping out on the Raptors because it takes about 1 million years to clear them as the Troll King. But looking towards the bottom side of the map, we did see a little bit of early aggression from Venza and FGG. The Callista and the Renata combo, obviously the double range up against the Kai'Sa and the Leona, who, well, I mean, Kai'Sa basically counts as like half a range champion, I feel like, in lane some of the time because that range is so short, so you can definitely apply some pressure, and that's dangerous because I've cast Venza getting a 2v5 pentakill on Callista, and I'm sure that he'd want to do that absolutely again.
Yeah, I think Callista is one of the better looks of Vinzer we've seen throughout the entire year. And Callista Renata is one of my favorite Renata X combos. I mean, you have Callista Renata and you have Draven Renata. The idea is the same. You just are allowed to play really aggressively as the AD carry, but maybe not too aggressive.
Yeah, fine forever going in. Lewis is forced to flash back away as the Ignite is on his head. Surgeon moving over, still only level 2 for Venza, and the slow from the Chomp means that he's forced to flash away. No one's going to be falling down, but those summoners disappearing on the side of JDXL.
And the summoners, they disappeared on the side of JDXL, but Limitless also had to disappear out of the lane when already put on the back foot, when already really far behind and lost it. So now they can make a play around these minions, make sure that the wave gets bounced towards Venzer and FGG and keep that lane safe. We saw that Dan was there to make sure there was no repeat gank, and as long as Mrosku doesn't overstep here in the mid lane, everything should be looking great for JDXL.
Who wins the 2v2? Who wins the 2v2, Dino? Tell me a name right now as Dan is diving in. It looks like JDXL has Surgeon ignited, forced to flash away, and will get taken out by Mroscu. First blood goes in favor of the NLC Div 1 team.
I really wanted to give you a name, but it wasn't a 2v2. Denzel just wasn't in the fight. It was Dan versus Mroscu versus Surgeon, and you're not surviving that. Trundle does a lot of things really well against the Maokai in regards to making it harder for him to navigate the map and having the ultimate available that once the Maokai goes in, you can make him a little bit squishier. But fighting in close quarters with Mroscu actually having lane prio, that's not one of them. Look at the CS difference already in the mid lane. 16 last hits up, he gets a kill on top of that. There was no 2v2 to be found, but there's also no solace to be found for Xal in the mid lane.
And this is really worrying because Surgeon has made a couple of early moves on the Trundle, and that's kind of what you want to be doing on the champion. And whilst he's got summoner spells at the bot lane, the visit to the mid lane definitely didn't work out, and that means that Dan has been farming up actually fairly decently on the Maokai. And when you get to the level 6 mark on that champion, basically any team fight, any small skirmish can be turned in your favor in an instant.
100%, and it just fits Dan's playstyle like a glove, where the guy really loves to gank for his lanes and set up. Kreis in a
like
bit
this.
of a full... Yeah, like this. Just make sure that the 1v1 never gets out of control for Kreis. Make sure that Adusto doesn't get a footing in the lane, even though he was pushing up and has a small CS lead. Because if you look at Kreis, he backed TP'd in with a tier on top of his Doran's ring to make sure that he has some presence in the lane. He can use his spells a bit more against the Renekton. And if he loses that 1v1, really bad for him. But you can't lose if Dan is nearby.
And you know what? I like that we do see his top laners being a bit more willing to use these early TPs to get back to lane because of those changes that came through to teleport a little bit earlier on in the season where you can't TP to minions. It's not really got the same playmaking potential of a summoner spell as it used to, so get back to lane and then maybe you can join the fight a little bit later and use the advantage, use the ability to get back into lane, get a little bit more CS, to have better items to intact the match a little bit later on.
And I like that Xal is not seems to be put off of ganking the bot side, and they're still trying to find solutions to the problems GDXL throw at them, because Surgeon was in the bush, wasn't really spot out by the Kalista firsthand, trying to see if they can actually make a play happen in the bot side. But as you said, with a TP of Kryze invested in top lane, it spells that they don't think they'll need to use it defensively either. They don't think that GDXL will get dove in the bot lane, and they're just like, Kryze, go ahead, use the TP selfishly, use it for your lane, because we have no issues. The entire map is under our control.
I mean, what, Venza is already up 2 waves worth of CS in the early stages, and once you get to level 6, I imagine that there's a hell of a lot of all-in threat that you can get a couple of kills and then extend that CS lead even further. And whilst our first game was a bit more cagey and defensive in the early stages, this game hasn't been brutal by any means, but we're starting to see some more natural laning advantages come out in favor of JDXL, which means that they've got a 1.5 thousand gold lead with only 1 kill on the board.
Without moving too many fingers, and that's the big issue when you face these teams. Like, this is an NLC team, and yeah, they didn't have the best season, but they were still in the NLC playoffs. They still made the Masters.
Limitless is dead, as FGG will take him down. 5 forever. Guess what? But this is what we were talking about, Dino. This is the power of the Kalista Renata. You could just pick someone out and take them out so easily.
Yeah, you just go in, and if push comes to shove, you just pull back the spears at the moment you have the bailout, and if you get the kill, you survive, because it's a Zillion ulti that you unlock most of the time at level 2, and they use that pressure that they had. And the point I was trying to get to is you're being lane diffed. It's not even hands diff, it's just better laning right now from all the members of GDXL, and this is what you want to see from GDXL. So even though their season hasn't gone to the expectations, their expectations are sky high. Their expectations are, we win NLC, we go to the EU Masters main stage, and then we get a deep run. The players are still really bloody good, and it's showing up in the laning phase because they just get leads and picks out of nowhere.
But Zal are definitely a team that won't go down without a fight, and once they feel comfortable, they will be making plays around the map. 8 minutes on the clock. We've seen Fine Forever rotate into the top side, so they're still willing to play Flumpfoot. They're still willing to play proactive League of Legends and try and take it to JDXL, but that becomes harder and harder as the game goes on, as these players start to scale up. Denzel looking for a pick on Tomorrow's here. Flips back with this Shuriken and retreats to the Herald.
The biggest fear I have for Xal, even though they set up this play pretty aggressively, and GDXL doesn't really like to respond too fast, even though they're going now.
And throwing down the Nature's Grasp. This is what we were talking about with the Maokai. Can set up these fights so easily. But Zal, they stare him down, they play chicken, and they win. They're looking for a re-engage here, though, with the Maokais. That's a knock-up onto a Dusto. Goes into that big ascended form on the Renekton. Is in. Denzel gets a solo kill! Almost onto Mozgu, making that adventure into the backline. So Zal, hey, they come away with a Herald and a kill on their mid laner.
Every team in Group A looks at this and they're happy, because GDXL objectively make a mistake. They are aware of what's happening. They just respond really slowly because they want to push in mid and push in top lane first. They don't really get a flip at the Rift Herald, and my biggest fear for Xal was you could have a handshake of FGG, you can have Dan going in to see the fans and then knocking someone back, and you can pick the targets. The target they pick is the Renekton, and one thing Renekton does greatly is soak damage in the early game. They go in on the Renekton, they don't get the kill because you don't have items on the Yasuo, you don't really do that much damage at this time, and then Denzel pops off on the Akali.
Yeah, and they might be looking to pop off even more as he's roaming towards this bot lane, trying to pick up additional kills. Venza fighting up against Fine Forever. He's not going to be fine for much longer as they are able to pull the spears out and get the kill. They will fall down in trade, though. Limitless picks up that one.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, even though Xalga had a huge number advantage, but if you look at Venture, already invested the flash before it panned over, so in that regard you still get more out of it as Xal, except the fact that you give free reign to Morosku, who's now flashless and just pushing in the mid lane.
There's no more for Adusto here. The Gragas does have a fair bit of damage, although the Renekton slices and dices himself away. Flash under the tower by Kreis, but the healing from the Ruthless Space was a flashback. Kreis taken down in the solo kill.
Oh, that's just a bad look, Kreis. Let's be honest, you need to warm up in this tournament. I don't know what you did right before this game, but hey, you can play an ARAM, you can just warm up in custom. Doesn't really matter. Just use a practice tool. But
come on, then. You know what? I was gonna say just before that play that we saw on top side. Why? We don't need to look at this. He's hiding behind the tower. He's embarrassed.
That's dedication. He shoves in his lane and then dies for it when he knows it's an execute. So you back quicker.
Mosque committing the last breath onto Denzel there, but not able to find anything with it. As Venza a little bit isolated in the bot lane once again before he was able to get a kill out of this situation. I'm not sure that this is going to be the case this time, as Limitless with his second kill of the game. It was a good early start from JDXL. They still control the gold, but Zell are not afraid to make their own plays.
That's what I like to see. The fact that you have players in GDXL that make slip-ups, they make even macro decisions, slip-ups around the Rift Herald, but also Xel is not afraid to punish their mistakes, not afraid to go in when they misposition. And they actually shut down a lot of these members of GDXL that were getting out of control. If you look at Venzer now, he has 2 deaths on his name after really bad plays in the bot lane and now around the Dragon, where he gets caught out by Xel and they just can go in with Kai'Sa, confirming the kill and actually rectifying the mistakes they had in the early game.
And hey, like, Zal have also got a Drake to their name as too. It's not like JDXL have got a passive advantage that they can just sit on with this small gold lead for themselves and eventually win out this game. They are going to be forced to make some plays. They're going to be forced to make some proactive moves. They've definitely got the tools to do that, but we've already seen that they're not quite on the same page at some of these fights, and Zal are in positions where they can turn it around, where they can go for the punish. Dan and Rosque trying to steal away a few Raptors from the top side of the map, as once again trading in the top lane.
Yeah, top lane.
Oh, Venza caught out once again. JDXL keep leaving this Kalista alone, and she keeps falling down. That is the 3rd time in what feels like 5 minutes.
Why are you there? You just died twice, being caught off guard by Xal, and FGG is not sitting in your lane. Just play further back. I mean, Xal is doing a very good job at punishing Svenzer for his complete disregard of the positioning of Xal right now.
I'm worried. Okay, Dan's there, so the Maokai could look for an engage. Flash forward, the knockback, but it pushes Limitless away from the tower, away from the hostile takeover, away from the Nature's Graph. Still gonna get locked down, but no kill comes through.
It ain't pretty for right now for GDXL. Surgeon is hunting down Kreis in the top side. A hard 1v1 to pull off for Kreis right now because he's already below half HP.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen. This is the Trundle's bread and butter. The Gragas goes down for the 2nd time, so we're seeing, honestly, some just individual mistakes from JDXL that are really costing them that gold lead, which was 2k a few minutes ago, now only 1k, slowly closing up.
So for GDXL, we were looking at this group, and they are the team that is the top part. They are invulnerable. Yeah. They should be right up there, #1, maybe even dropping 0 games. Now, if you look at their EUMasters performance, where they were in a group that should be free for them as well, they actually dropped their first 3 games, which I was really surprised by, because I, as a caster from the Benelux, I was really afraid Henk went up against them that day in the last game of the day. I was like, yeah, okay, they dropped the first 2 games, they weren't really paying attention. Now they will be unleashed, right? And they had to wait until the 2nd day of groups in EUMasters Plains to actually come online. And GDXL, even though they scaled really well in the EUMasters Plains stage, they didn't even make knockouts. They do not want the same thing to happen here in the Aurora Open. I mean, this is your home turf. You are defending the honor of the entire NLC First Division. Dropping kills like this while you're still in the gold lead is fine, but if you drop the first game, if they see cracks in your armor, the entire group is dreaming of knocking you out and actually going forward into the knockouts.
We'll have to see if that's a possibility, though. Zala converging around the top side of the Rift. Second Herald is available. Dan locked down with the Solar Flare as all 4 members of Zal getting on top of the Maokai and able to take him low, but not quite take him out. As Roscu diving forward and picks up one, picks up no one actually. Again, 2 kills for Zal. They make it happen, and JDXL are falling apart at the seams.
The big issue is it's over half of the vision of JDXL. They had a ward in the river. They just didn't spot out Denzel, who shuriken flips over the wall to just make sure they have the flank angle. And Xal, their decisiveness is so impressive to see. They just see a Maokai alone and they collapse for the play. They see Venzer alone, they collapse for the play. It happens time and time again, and the fact that their 5th member on the side of GDXL, Mrosku, finds no impact in those fights is really beautiful to see from the members of the team.
Rise has flash available, but Limitless looks like he may go for a bit of an outplay. He's able to get that shield and get the escape. The bomb up with the cask. A load of damage fired back with the Akakian Rain, but the shutdown is secured. First kill of the game for the AP Gragas. That looked really weird. Did you see that, Dino?
What looked weird for you?
He had some weird visual stuff going on. Like
Yeah, I think
Gragas
it was
skin.
the bailout from FGG that was sitting on top of him and made him really blue. It's also like FGG is rocking a skin, so it looks a bit confusing. The thing that happened there for GDXL is they've really punished Xal. Like Xal has been proactive. Xal has been punishing. Xal has been making the map moves, and this is the first time in the past couple, I'd say 7-8 minutes, where we see GDXL actually punishing a member of Xal that's out of position. But it was almost the outplay from Limitless. He almost used the vision drop of the bush along with the speed up to try to get away from Kreis, and Kreis even invested his flash, which is one of his big engage tools in the next fight. So maybe it gives Xal enough grinta, enough fight for them to just start up this dragon, even though GDXL's in a better position.
I love this positioning from Zal. They are so concerned with getting onto the flank, getting onto the backline and catching out a member of JDXL. Now FGG may just be that person to hold on. Dan is separated on the top side of the fight. Once again, the Maokai gets a beautiful ultimate, but no one's there to bring it up. A double stun for the Solar Flare. The hostile takeover decent enough to push Zal away. JDXL with HP bar advantage on their carries, on Roscu and Venza, are confident enough to take down the Drake, but this gives mid lane pressure to Zal, who may look to take the tower.
Xal is playing with the Rift Herald for 2 towers instead of 1. The charge doesn't even go off, and GDXL, they need to respond to this play because it could be a huge swing in map pressure towards Xal.
As they're going for a turn here, Venza caught out on the backside, FGG low as well. The Callista is dead. Trading support for AD carry is not something that JDXL are going to be happy about. They may just lose their top laner as well. Kreis heals up with the passive, but falls to a double for Denzel. The last pick, Akali, showing up big in this game as JDXL, they look lost.
What is happening, Middlecut? I mean, you expect JDXL from the position they were in the early game, where they were just winning out in lanes, they were finding picks against a lot of players of XL, to take the game by the horns and just control it completely. But here in this fight, I think XL actually had a really good opportunity to just wipe the floor with JDXL. They instantly find that. They have a double Solar Flare, but it was on to supporting the members of the class. It was an FGG as well. So Venzer and Roscu actually had enough pressure to XL with their low HP bars to get pushed back, even though they still had the Akali ulti up. But then afterwards, XL was like, okay, is this how you want to play this fight? We're going to push in the mid lane, get at least the tower, and GDXL respond. But they just get slapped out of that lane again, and XL is just finding kill after kill.
So entertaining to watch. I love this gameplay where it is just, we will fight you, and we think that we can hands check you, honestly, and to a certain extent, Dino, it's working out for Zal. They've recovered that goal deficit that they were in the early game. They've actually built a minor one for themselves, and they're playing for League of Legends. They're playing confidently. JDXL emphatically aren't.
This is what you want to see from these teams like Zal going up against GDXL. Is just play without fear, play towards your strength. Use champions that you know how to play, like the Kai'Sa and Akali. Are they perfect in the current meta? No, probably not. But are they really good in the hands of players that have comfort in them? Definitely. And the team is just a little bit crisper on those calls, a little bit better in those fights, where JDXL can actually set up Mroscu for so much success. They have knockbacks of FGG, they have the ulti of Venzer that can have like like a 4 to 5 man knockup. You have them going in on the solo target with a twisted advance using the smash to actually get a knockup, or you have Kreis. It's not happening because they are always on the back foot. They are always caught off guard by this aggression of Xal.
And we're seeing that again, a 3-person roam into the jungle. Dan has barely had the opportunity to play League of Legends, forced to flash away from the solar flare and invest in Nature's Grasp. Zal now moving upriver towards the Baron pit, but JDXL may look to tussle. That cast splashed away from by Fine Forever, keeping himself alive crucially, but Dan is looking for the engage to Leona, forced to sort of walk away, then walk back, will get picked off. A sacrificial lamb and a kill for JDXL, but I'm not sure how much more they can get off it.
It's good to see that GDXL at least are responding to some of these aggressive plays we felt, because they are moving up really far forward to make Dan's life a literal living hell in his own jungle. Doesn't even get to do his own blue buff in peace, but at the same time they overextend a little bit. They weren't really in position to collapse on that play when GDXL moved forward, but he needs to be careful because this jungle has been claimed by Xal for quite a while now.
Yeah, the jungle is dark and full of terrors, one of them named Limitless. That was an auto and an Acathian rain. It's not fun being Renata class right now. Oh, a Quantum of Solace for JDXL is Venza though. 2 items now on the Kalista, for the moment at least ahead of Limitless. If they can find and engage soon, they can use that AD carrying this item lead from Roscu as well to their advantage. This game is still even. We've been hyping up Zal because they're doing something that we didn't expect, but JDXL are absolutely still in a position where they can take this game.
Yeah, 100%. If we take a step back and start singing praises for JDXL of what they are actually doing right in the game, if you look at 2 of the big carries in the Yasuo and the Kalista, they are out farming their direct opponents. Even though Denzel seems to be
pretty
farming
significantly.
kills, there's a significant farm lead from Roscoe, which makes that he is up in items, and don't forget, it's a Yasuo, all the crit chance just get doubled, so he gets double the value of those crit chance items, going up to full crit chance almost already. And at the same time, Venzer, looking at the build he has right now, they are both scary in the next fight. It's just the way that Xal has been manipulating and maneuvering the fight. JDXL never really get the fight they want, never really get the setup they want, even though they're catching the sideways a little bit better than Xal is.
Dino, can you tell that the next Drake is a Cloud Drake? Because JDXL really don't seem to care if Zal take this one. They're just about getting that defensive vision around the Baron, but Zal actually prioritizing the Drake for themselves. Yeah, you can't do this, guys, because if JDXL get a moment on that Baron, they can burn it down pretty damn quick.
And now the JDXL is in a prime position because they have complete vision control around the Baron. As you said, they don't really care about this Cloud Dragon. It's not even soul point, and they can just bait Xal forward. And somebody will have to face check these bushes because JDXL could be doing the Baron. You don't really have the vision inside of Xal. So what JDXL should do is keep this mid prio, keep the minions pushed up forward, and then just start the Baron. You're not really looking to actually finish it because you expect Xal to react, and then you collapse in the fight. And it looks really scary because JDXL is in position.
Maybe they finish it. Where's Surgeon? He's not quite here just yet. Still 5,000 HP on the Baron. There we go. The Trundle has turned up and Denzel is looking for a flank. The Nature's Graph thrown out. Only catching onto the Leona and the Trundle, not priority targets, and JDXL, they let the Baron reset and Zal back away. They've got mid priority now. They maybe look for an in here for Baron trade if they can stop some of these recalls, or maybe just do the Baron themselves.
I would love for them to actually stop the recalls. They're clearing vision right now. Recalls get channeled. There's one recall from Roscoe that's cancelled. That's a big one because now Dan and
Dan stopped his recall as well. No one's got TP that can join this. Kryze is isolated on the top side. The engage thwarted by that explosive cast, but that's 2 massive teamfight ultimates that JDXL have had to use, and they've gained precious little for.
But as you can see, JDXL, they did cross the I's and T's, or how do you say that? Dot the I's and cross the T's. The bot lane just pushed in a tower for free, so that's what they are doing right. They are setting up, like the basics are there. They're setting up sideways. They're controlling the mid wave, but what I want to say is that they lack the decisiveness you see from Lucent, Hydras, and Xal in these games right now. I mean, they were perfectly in position to fight, but it was so sloppy.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that Zal are going to get here in time. Surgeon is moving over. Those spears are going to be rendered out pretty soon as Fineforever gets into the blue team. Have slain the Baron, but FTG is going to be forced away. Denzel looking for an assassination play onto Venzu as he's trying to get into the backline, but there goes Mrozq. Limitless diving forward as well. They killed the Renata, but what do you pay for it? That's a double kill from Mrozq. There's so much damage being dropped down in the middle of this fight as Denzel is low. It's a 2v2 right now, but it is being won by JDXL. A shutdown for Cries as Adusto is going to be the last man standing, but not for long. JDXL get the Baron. Cries gets a triple ace secured.
And that's actually a very big play for GDXL. Even though you could call it a little bit too close for comfort, they win out the sloppy 5v5 in the end. And just as I was saying in the first fight, where they weren't to be decisive enough to actually take the fight with Zal, now they make the correct decisions. They know that they can finish the Baron, and then they go on to Limitless with that single target combo of just making sure you land a knockup and then Mrozq going in. Even though Limitless gets the maximum out of that play by flashing forward and going for a kill, actually the fight was already lost. Now it looked really close because you still had Denzel on his Akali dishing out a lot of damage, but the amount of CC GDXL still had at the ready, the low cooldown on it, make sure that he couldn't really play the game and couldn't really find the impact in the end that he needed to carry that fight for his team.
But it was still pretty damn close, and this Baron is not going to be a game ender for JDXL. Still a minute and a half left on that buff. No, it's just gets away that Venza doesn't have it. Okay, as they're looking for the engage here, trying to shut down the Callista. TP into the backline here from Denzel. This could be massive for Zal if they could stay alive for long enough. Look at Venza! Look at Venza! He's popping off with the auto attack as Akali jumps on top of him and doesn't take him down! A double kill for Dan as Denzel in the shroud, still trying to do it flawless. Diving into the backline, but the Callista survives so damn long. Zal now turning it around as Cries has finally turned up for the team fight, and once again, it's pretty damn close, but JDXL squeeze out the advantage.
I like this so much from Zal. Even though they're on the back foot, even though they're up against the MasterCard Baron power play, they are trying to find the openings. They know they have the P advantage because Christ TP'd into the last fight, and they think they can maybe make a play on Fencer. Flash forward, Zenith Blade, trying to lock the guy down. The Solar Flare sadly goes a little bit awry, and then Denzel jumping onto Fencer, hitting the Shuriken, but waiting, abiding his time to see if the bailout will actually time out, makes it so that GDXL get too much damage done on the front line. Again, Limitless on the Kai'Sa, doesn't really care about his HP bars. He goes in to try to make the play, but it's just a little bit too slow, a little bit too sloppy. Certain abilities like the Solar Flare, if they hit, maybe you have enough damage to instantly burst and win the fight, but the fight takes so long that at the end Christ just strolls in on the very, very happy, big, fat Gragas, and he just takes the kills in the end.
If you were going to pick a game out of the first two we've had today to have 33 kills at 27 minutes, I probably wouldn't have picked this one, but that's where we are. Both teams have been willing to get down and dirty. They've been willing to take it to each other, and JDXL have finally precipitated a decent lead in this game. Those items start to come through. Venza, now 3 items completed. That Runan's absolutely massive. The Drake is a foregone conclusion here as well. JDXL, you're the team from the NLC Div 1. You're in an advantageous position. All you need to do is close it out. This is what you should be better at. This is what you should be able to do against Zal, against a team which, frankly, shouldn't be able to compete with you the way that they have done. But I think that this game has still got a little bit more drama left in it, Dino.
It maybe does. I think GDXL did a good job of stabilizing the map state for them. They just now have all tier 1s knocked down. They are working towards the tier 2s. They will be able to move up the vision line to make sure they don't get surprised as much by Exal anymore like they were in the past, and in that regard it might slow down a bit. I don't think Exal will fight any crazy flanks or plays in the jungle anymore if GDXL keep control, but we've seen them slip up, we've seen them make mistakes, and that might be the opening Exal needs, because if anything, they have been very decisive in the moments when they see somebody that they might be able to make a play on. They just follow the call, and every call that you follow half-assed is a bad call. Just ask JDXL, but if the entire team follows, maybe it can turn into magic.
Yeah, full arse with every kill. That's what you've got to go for. And it's what Zal have been doing. They've had a really great time of taking down Rozq, Venza, and FGG in these fights, but it's Kryze and Dan. It's these sort of beefy boys on the top side of the map that have been able to come through with the consistent damage, the consistent healing, and keeping themselves alive. We're looking at a potential dive here by JDXLs. They have caught out Fine Forever. Leona is pretty damn tanky, but maybe not tanky enough. She's surviving. She's surviving. This is a lot committed by JDXL, and they do get the kill. A double lockup, a double ultimate on the backline from Rozq, but Limitless is able to flash away just in time. The Ignite will not burn him down. This is more like it, JDXL. This is the aggressive plays that you can make with your comp.
And for once, actually, Zal wasn't in position to really answer. Adusto does not have his TP at the ready, wasn't really there to actually be the front line that they maybe needed to peel for Fine Forever, who maybe with his team tried to defend the tower a little bit too much. I think it's a tower you're supposed to drop. You're not really going to defend it against JDXL, but it all came off the back of an ulti from them that they once didn't have to use defensively. Ooh, Zal trying to start the pick here in the jungle.
Potentially to put something onto Kryze. Rozq actually really low, throwing out that Wimble to try and keep himself alive, and we'll get the bailout on his back. Doesn't get a kill in time, so Denzel gets the assassination and perfect executions himself out of there. The chase is on for JDXL as their jungler trades the flash with the enemy mid laner, and maybe is overset once again. Dan keeps getting caught on the top side of this river, but maybe it's JDXL who are catching out Zal as Dan gets the killing spree, and Kryze gets another one. Unstoppable on this Gragas. 3 members of Zal running for the hills. Denzel not quite finding the shuriken flip and the assassination.
And it feels like in the end, the logic of it all, JDXL being the Division 1 team, being the team that's looked at in Group A to advance as the first seed, might be catching up a little bit to Xal, but they're not ready to give up just yet.
Oh, into the pick goes Fine Forever. The redemption is going to be thrown down. Blue team get the Baron and get the kill onto the Leona. Limitless's health bar basically non-existent as it stands. Cannot contribute to this fight, although still will try. Kryze going into that stopwatch, into the Zhonya's, keeping himself alive. And Denzel not going to be so lucky. These past 5 minutes, JDXL have really cleaned up their play, and we're starting to see that reflected in the gold and in the pressure that they've got in these fights.
And it's the second Mastercard Baron power play that they will have at the ready to maybe make a dent into Xal's base and even maybe finish out the game. But I want to sing Xal's praises while I still can. The fact that after that scrap in the river, they wait in the bush, see if they can catch someone off guard. That's really heads-up play. That's really aggressive play that I like to see from them against JDXL. The sad part of it is that the lead of JDXL is a bit too big at this time. Their front line is a bit too tanky. They couldn't really close that gap, that damage gap fast enough before, again, Kryze arrives late to the party and has a huge impact. So right now it looks like JDXL will deal the finishing blow against Xal. But Xal, if we know something from this team, is that they will refuse to go out without a fight.
Venza is very damn low on this. Glister, huge ultimate from FGG, catching multiple members of XAL, and Venza will pop into that GM. Rozq a little bit isolated on the top side of the fight as Adesto and Surgeon trying to take him out as Denzel forced to get back away. Hold on, the Yasuo gets a kill in the 1v2. This still means that JDXL are going to feel happy to take the rest of this fight. FGG flashing forward, but the handshake not coming through, and Zal get a kill onto the support. That's 2 inhibs down, but JDXL, they can't end the game.
They not even can't end the game. They lose a lot of bodies there. They lose a lot of Baron buffs, and as you can see from how Denzel and Limitless play, just look at those 2 carries. It looks like they have been here for ages before. They are so comfortable in these fights, trying to push out as much damage as possible. Denzel going out with the stopwatch to save his own life. Then you see FGG engaging again, and Limitless just skirting around the battlefield, making sure he pumps out just enough damage without actually getting in trouble. And it just makes it so that JDXL can't actually finish the game of this Baron power play just yet, and they might need to look for all.
Oh no! Oh no! Limitless, you found the limit there, mate. Or maybe not, actually. They're somehow able to get away for just a moment. A shutdown for the Gragas, and Fine Forever trying to bail out their AD carry will fall down themselves. We're seeing a mirror of what was happening in the early game. It was Venza getting caught out, but now Limitless paying for the sins of the early game. And with 2 members dead, I think that JDXL will feel happy to keep pushing forward. Kryze looking for an engage on Surgeon. He's going to pop that Surgeon and try and beat up on the Gragas. dodges away from that dash, but the engage is just too much at this stage. Tedesco could try and go forward, Denzel could try and go forward, but finds himself in the backline in a place where he can't kill anybody. The Renekton will fall in the front line as the Akali picks up some CS in the mid, and it was a close run thing, but JDXL are going to claim victory in their first game of the Aurora Open.
It was a first game for them. It was a really bloody game, and it was a warm-up they needed, because at the end they woke up a little bit. They started to secure or make more secure plays, make more 100% and 80 and 90% plays instead of the plays they were making. But Xal put up one heck of a fight. I mean, we have 64 kills in the game between XAL and GDXL, and it looked like they were actually going toe-to-toe for a long time. It's sad to see that in the end it's a pick on one of the highlight players as Limitless, where just vision sometimes is a false sense of security. You have vision in your own jungle, you think you can make the rotation, but they were already waiting for him in the bush. But it's plays like this that maybe set GDXL apart from the rest of the group.
I'm so excited though, because I think we both kind of came in today thinking that we've got a clear bottom two and a clear top two. And I think there's... I think there's maybe a bit more variability sort of within those than what we've seen, because that first game was incredibly close, and this one, I think, until JDXL had that massive advantage and were able to chain together a couple of these fights, Xal were absolutely pushing them every single step of the way. I feel like it was just the sort of CS leads that we saw, the laning advantages that were pretty understated for XL, that actually meant that they were able to come through, get those item leads and get the fights, but it was still a very, very hard-fought game.
Yeah, 100%. Even though XAL at the end they clawed into a double-digit kill lead before XL even had half of their kills, but as you said, the laning of GDXL, making sure that side waves were always under control, were being caught. I mean, it wasn't always crisp and clean, but 9 times out of 10 they actually had someone taking those side lanes, made sure that the gold deficit wasn't actually there. It was a pretty even game when they came into the team fights, but XL even found a lot of flanks, found a lot of ways to actually engage on Vinzer, which was something their comp did really well. Like, if they can catch Vinzer out of position and blow him up instantly, then the comp gets rolling. But GDXL, they were tested, tried and tested now in the first game. They shored up their weaknesses, they shored up their defenses, but it didn't look pretty, it didn't look dominant, and it gives some hope for the rest of the teams in Group A.
I think we definitely have to caveat this discussion with the fact that we felt that Xal were the team that could push JDXL the furthest. Now, I definitely think that there are elements of Lucent and Hydra's that can push them, but there is a question in the back of my mind: is the laning difference actually just a little bit too much between JDXL and those teams for a performance similar to what Xal have done today could come out?
I am afraid so. If you look at how sloppy this game from GDXL was in regards to map movements, in regards to tracking where XL members were and not getting caught off guard, their laning was already snowballing them to a pretty big lead without having to interfere too much. I mean, Dan on the Maokai didn't really do that much in the early game. So in that regard, I hope that we might see the teams learn from this and create even more chaos, because if you can't win in lane, you have to win in some other way, and maybe making it bloody and very chaotic, make sure that they can't actually catch side waves.
I like that, Dino. Let the chaos reign. We are going to be jumping off for a second to the analyst desk, who are going to break down what was a very entertaining game, wasn't it, Carmeline?
Well, if you ask me, it definitely was, especially listening to you guys, and also because I had a little bit of hope there for Shal Esports. But let's discuss it with both McGuire and Veteran. Okay, well, shall we start? Let's talk a little bit about whatever happened in this game. Were you confident that Shal could take this game, Veteran?
So I mean, they clearly discovered the way to do so. I really liked, again, twice in a row, the plan that they came in with, and the execution of it was really good up until that Baron point, and then it kind of faltered. The discipline kind of faltered there. But before that point, what you saw was they accepted maybe we're not at the same skill level as JDXL, which was, as McGuire pointed out, a very veteran team, one of the prominents of the NLC. So what they did was they picked a composition where they could be mispositioned in similar ways to how JDXL would be, but it would matter less for them. Akali can instantly dive in, Kai'Sa can instantly follow up, Leona can engage on you from 2 screens away, as I'm sure very frustrated solo queue players know. Whereas with the composition JDXL had, if they were ever out of those positions, they were vulnerable. So you saw many fights that could have been a 5-on-5, but actually became a 5-on-1, where they all collapsed on one person and then became a 5-on-4 after that. And they would try to make the game easier that way. A composition that could easily collapse on the slightest mispositioning meant they didn't need the same skill level to reach the break point to play their comp effectively that JDXL did.
And something quite admirable from the point of view of Xal Esports is that they were not afraid to make those plays. They were quite happy and confident in their own abilities to pick out those enemies while they were mispositioned. That was something that really helped collapsing in the middle part of the game, and that was what kind of made them, compete against JDXL up until the point of 30 minutes where the Baron happened. That was really, really impressive from the part of Xal Esports. But then when the team fights came and JDXL found the way to play them correctly, their team composition was much stronger due to a lot of those area of effect abilities like Maokai ult, like Renata ult, and it was just easier for them to complete the team fights in a victorious manner.
It also has to do, I think, with the lane difference that both Middle Court and Dino were talking about before. Do you think this is definitely a differentiating factor for these teams and something that can raise DDXL to the top even if they are not performing at the best level? What do we think, Bertrand?
I mean, I was definitely worried in the opening levels there when it came to the 2v2 laning on bot lane. It was quite clear that Venzo and FGG, just by obeying very, very simple principles, were the better laners over Limitless and his counterpart in the bot lane. But ultimately, once level 6 happened, the collapses were just easy to execute, so those differences mattered less. But the economy that was being gathered over time by fixing these waves would ultimately make it so those windows were less and less likely for the side of Xal, and JDXL would come out victorious. It was an experienced team, and I liked the chaotic way that Xal tried to win, but yes, that did help JDXL win the marathon that was this game.
Well, in the meantime, we're going to be discussing these matters with Torog, who's going to join us for the interview right now. Let's see if we can connect with him. Get your questions ready. Hello, Torog. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello. Congratulations for that first victory of the day. And I need to ask one question. I'm sorry for taking the first one out of the bunch, but it's what happened?
Well, I think we definitely were a bit slow off the mark in this one, right? I mean, I know we got our 2 early kills, but we weren't really following some of the good macro principles we have in place. I think we definitely made a lot of mistakes macro-wise in early game that put us in situations where, yeah, we were fighting with the lead, but we weren't fighting in positions or areas that would enable us to enhance that lead or convert it meaningfully, right? And so the problem was that we ended up putting ourselves at a significant deficit in the game, and really with our composition we probably shouldn't have been able to come back, but fortunately we did have that experience gap, so to speak. We could still play our macro mid-late game and regroup, and it enabled us to get back into the game versus Xal.
Okay, good insight from you. Thank you very much. Maguire, do you have anything you would like to ask?
Yeah, Tarek, looking at your results from the previous regular splits, you were really proficient in best of ones as a team, but then the issues came with best of 5 series. Even the veteran on the desk, when we were talking and discussing, he kind of said you were like a Mad Lions of Europe when it came to best of 5. So I'm wondering, how are you planning on fixing those issues in the upcoming parts of the tournament when the best of 3s, best of 5 will come?
Can I say that being compared to the Mad Lions of Europe right now is pretty much the worst compliment I could ever be paid? So I just want to say,
I love you, Tarek, okay?
On the flip side, that does mean I'm the all-star coach, so I guess we'll take it, right? But more importantly, I think in regards to fixing our issues when it comes to best of 5s, as you're referring to, I don't know whether it's necessarily a best of 5 or a best of 1 thing. We had a lot more best of 1s where we were playing with Eminez right in mid, and I think that definitely accounts for a large proportion of our wins in best of 1s, right? You've got to actually look at the end of the season. Best of 1s in both EU Masters and end of season weren't really our strong suit. That being said, we were in a winning position versus Dusty in playoffs, right? We were 2-1 up against them. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's a split necessarily between our best of 5s and best of 1s. More importantly, it's about sticking to our principles in early game, being able to drive through macro-wise games efficiently in the right way, the way we know we can win, right? And I think we're capable of doing that because we've done it on specific days. We did it in the last part of this game. We did it versus Dusty, right? And we've done it on the second day of EU Masters. The problem is it needs to be consistent, right? And so we want to come into a best of 5 knowing, okay, we're able to play the way we want to. We're confident in how we want to accelerate the game, how we get our advantages early, and if we're not going to be able to reproduce that consistently, of course, then it'll look bad in best of 5s. And I mean, as you can see, it can even look bad in best of 1s, like it did in this early game, right? So I don't think it's about best of 1, best of 5 contrast. It's much more about just how we play as a team and making that as consistent and as precise as possible.
Okay. I got 2 questions, one long, one short, both serious. First question. Your pre-6 laning was very, very on point here throughout the whole pre-6 portion of the game. Once neutrals came in, obviously that was a big issue. You've talked a lot about early game, you've talked a lot about late game. Do you think you have enough information here to show up your mid game and prevent teams like Zal getting leads on you in the future?
Oh, of course. I think mid game usually isn't an issue for us. Going to this game, it certainly was. In scrims, it hasn't been. In officials, it hasn't really been. So I think it's just slow off the mark in this game specifically.
Sure. And my short questions are collab with Mr. Don Jake. Do you believe that your victory over Zal means you can be taken off of Fraud Watch?
No.
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 Okay. We'll get more wins, Toak. We'll get more wins.
Yeah, I need to rack them up and then I'll be free of Fraud Watch.
Cool. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Torg. I hope you don't get long queues while trying to play Overwatch. But for now, we're going to be having to let you go for today. Thank you once again, and congratulations, and keep it up. Goodbye.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So, quite an enlightening interview for one. We know that he doesn't like to be compared with Mad Lions, which makes complete sense knowing what's happened like yesterday. He really took that to heart. You guys see it?
Quite
His explanation
understandable.
was, yeah. I mean, it truly
On the
is
flip
understandable.
side, he's also a coach, yeah? So at least this is the way we could turn it around to make it positive for him.
Yeah, you take something away like that. It's so good and good and fun. And I think UD XL is definitely at a better point in time than Mud Lions right now. At least they are still on the run to take that grand prize. But for now, we're going to be sending it over to a break until the next game. So thank you very much. We won't be seeing you two guys again for today. So again, thank you. And we'll see you soon, I hope. Bye.
Thank you so much, brother. Bye.
everyone, and welcome back for this third analyst desk of the day. Oh my gosh, we've got some new faces here. We've got Veteran once again, but M-Test is joining us for this game. How are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. Veteran, he heard I was gonna be on the broadcast, so he just couldn't leave.
Exactly. I
so I was pretty much like this. So now we're back. We're gonna do these 2 games, and yeah, we're gonna chill, man.
Actually, now we're going to be watching, I think, the most anticipated game for the day after this first 2, Hydras versus JDXL. Okay, so the 2 winners for now, 1-0 for both of them. I think you're very excited, Veteran. What do you think about this game? What are your expectations?
I get to watch Imperial and Selfway have their way with Venza FGG. They just showed that they were vulnerable against Limitless, but Hydras have shown that they can win through their bot lane, right? And they're coming off of that momentum. JDXL don't have that much time to correct the issues that we just saw them play in game, and they just displayed those issues to a team that is in the best situation to play through them. So I'm really hyped for this game. I want to see if Selfway can pull it off. I want to see if Imperial can pull it off. I want to see the same kinds of consistent team fighting from them, because that was the Achilles heel of JDXL. We could actually see an upset here.
Yeah, as you were saying, right? This game that JDXL just played, I think they went into that one just thinking that they were gonna probably just stomp them, right? But the game was so close, and as you were saying, Metro, they don't have that much time to kind of gather their thoughts. And as we see, both of the teams 1-0, it's gonna be a banger, man.
It's quite interesting here to see how Hydras, coming from the close qualifier, has managed to sneak there a win versus, if I'm not mistaken, losing esports there. And JDXL kind of shaky. Veteran, you say there might be an upset, but okay, being realistic, is that a real possibility? Do you really think Imperial can face Rock's team to take a win away from them? And just while you're watching today's games, do you think this is possible?
Watching, yeah, because honestly, the team that they were up against just now, they made up for a lot of their positioning errors through draft, but I didn't see those same errors from Hydras. Hydras tethered between themselves very, very, very well. They played along the correct parallel lines against their opponent. They even adapted what are normally just full dive champions into juggernaut kind of playstyles that you should do. I saw a lot more from Hydras than I saw from a team that JDXL were potentially one more catch away from losing to. Yeah, this is serious. This is real. This isn't just hype. This isn't just the fact that Imperials was doing so well in the interview and that, the Veigar pick is just so damn good. It is a genuine reality that JDXL have to show up here if they want to prove that they are the kings of this particular matchup, because otherwise Hydras will end today first in the group.
Tempest, I've got a question for you too. So, coming from where you came with your past, I want to ask you, do you think playing back-to-back can affect JDXL? Because Veteran, you were saying that, they don't have the time to correct those mistakes. Hydras have had one game to kind of discuss these things. But I'm just, once again, do you think this is going to affect them?
I think Veteran has a good point, valid point for sure. I think this JDXL roster, while they have so much experience with each other, right? Not as much with their new mid laner, Mr. Roscoe, but I think rather than that as well, Hydras came into that game 1 victory really explosive, and they played their comp correct, as Veteran was mentioning as well. And I think the mental game kind of plays a part here as well. I think Hydras, they are coming in now, they are seeing the JDXL. They are not as strong as they used to look, and I think this is for sure their shot of glory, kind of. While JDXL, on the other hand, they're kind of scratching their heads after this last game and thinking, hey, we should have probably won this a bit easier. What about now against Hydras, who actually won their game against Lucent?
We'll see if they're able to recover from that kind of shaky game. But for now, we're going to be going to the picks. Banzer, thank you very much, and I'll see you later after the game. Bye.
And welcome to the caster desk. Thank you, lovely people. We just saw 2 amazing games from Midicott and Dino, and of course from the teams. My name's Sonic. I'm here with Ref, and I think you are very excited for today's games, buddy.
I am super excited. Of course, we have very big shoes to fill. Middle Golden Dino gave a premium experience over here, but we're here to see a winners match right now. Hydras against JDXL. One of those teams were shaking their win, and it's not who you expect. JDXL has some things to prove.
what I've heard now from the desk, it sounds like they're setting up Hydras for an unexpected victory. Do you see that happening here, Ref? Because I'm hoping for it, to be honest, because it would be awesome to see that level of competitiveness here in the Aurora Cup.
I mean, when I started casting, they told me that you have one power, actually two powers. One is to pause and unpause the game, because casters should start the game already. And the second is to curse teams. And I don't want to curse anyone right now. I feel that Hydra should have a chance if they play to punish, but they also should play scaling, because what went wrong in the previous game is that the comp had a bit of a time limit. They did get outscaled in the late game from the two tanks, so they couldn't play the game. If I see a scaling matchup, which it seems it happens because they have a Meth and Veigar, it's the same recipe for success, I think they have a solid chance.
I mean, they're going for the Veigar and for the Misfortune again. If they have the Amumu as well, that would basically be a throwback to the first game they've played. And what I find very interesting from JDXL, last game they just first picked the Maokai and now again focusing on that. And there indeed, we have the Amumu support coming in for Hydra. So I'm already looking at an explosive teamfight composition.
Yeah, if it works, don't change it. That's the motto, and they follow it by heart. And on the other side, they're not changing a lot. Morosco once again goes into the Yasuo Yone playstyle. He played that in the EU Masters as well. It didn't work as well as he would wish to. So, because of course our teams beat them. But it still is really explosive. And the Maokai is a pick that I like because it's a triple flex at the moment. It has been played top, jungle and support. Of course, this time it will not be played as support because Taric is an excellent dancer for the Amumu.
Yeah, that's the Taric lock thing. I was a bit confused because I thought the Yone was already locked in, but sure, it is working very nicely into the Amumu. Of course, the Misfortune follow-up damage that comes over that as well. But maybe they're still looking for the Yasuo Yone up in the mid lane, and it gives Hydra's thought. Because are they now going to ban those champions? Will we see another Yasuo Gragas, or need to focus on something completely different?
Yeah, for sure. And I see the Trundle ban at the moment, and it kind of scares me because the Sejuani is still open, and the Sejuani can be flexed both in the jungle and the top lane, such as the Maokai, and it really punishes all those immobile cards, such as the MF, such as the Veigar. They cannot stand in a single point. They will always need to have their cleanse ready, otherwise they will be seeing a grayscale screen. So it can be still flexed for JDXL, and there's a Graves last ban as well.
We will see in a bit what's going to happen there, but I want to take you back to what Veteran said before we went into this pick and ban. He wanted to see that bot lane, if Imperial and Selfway could explode it once again like they did in the previous game against Venture and FGG. And if you see Misfortune, Amumu, Kai'Sa, Taric, do you see possibilities there?
I see a lot of spies over there. I think it's gonna be explosive one way or the other. I don't think it's locked for either way because it all depends on Amumu. Selfway right now has the full control of the wave, full control of the lane, sorry. If he catches out Taric, Taric can easily punish them with the Dazzle, stun them up, just leave them dead. But if he managed to catch once or twice the Kai'Sa out, Venzer then will not be able to play the lane. He is outranged by the Misfortune. The Misfortune can easily just max E first because the kill levels don't do that much either way and poke them out of the lane. And if Venzer cannot farm to get those first spikes to upgrade his Q and E, what will he do?
I am very happy with what I'm seeing here, Ref. I see a Jax and an Ivern locked in on the side from Hydras. I haven't personally seen or casted an Ivern game in a very long time, so I'm excited to see how he works right now in the meta. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I haven't seen him as well. I've only heard that with the new jungle in the PBE, he's really bugged because for some reason the monsters attack him. So we'll be looking at his pathing, which buff does he take first. He has a lot of early gank potential, especially with lanes such as the Veigar and the Jax. On the other side, I'm not really liking the Fiora. I know that it's a skill matchup. I know that Kryze is a really skillful player. He's been in the LEC prior. He knows his lane, but it's also an ego pick. He just wants to show that he is way better than Shields is, and I don't think that JDXL needs this right now. JDXL needs a bit of stability to show that they're still an NLC Division 1 team, that they're one of the favorites, and then we can move to the rest.
Of course, we were talking about this together as well, and I get that these players from JDXL want to show what they're worth and how good they are, because of course they have a big history within all the teams that they've played before, especially Kreis, for example, going for the Fiora. But like you said, it reminds me a little bit about what we've seen from European Masters, because there we thought JDXL was going to be the team that's going to end up first, they're just going to take it, and the rest of them fight for the second place. And unfortunately for them, but maybe a bit fortunate for you in this case, that didn't happen at all, and they actually got surprised. And I feel like what EUniverse is doing right now can maybe give that exact same surprise factor to them.
Yeah, of course, they're also very volatile. The Iron Jax combo is something we haven't discovered for quite a long time. I don't know their true power. It's gonna be a flip match on the top side. It's gonna be really skill and luck based, because you never know when the Jax is gonna end his E, and if he gets reposted, then his lane is over. But on the other side, if he can keep stunning up the Fiora, getting some more autos, slipping out, then everything is way open for the top side. And I'm really looking forward to what the Ivern can provide.
Let's see and find out how they're going to do it. Especially, like you said, I want to see those Ivern interactions together with this team. See if they can actually make it work and show to JDXL that they're also here to play and go advance into the next round of the Aurora Cup. So my eyes are on the Ivern, and let's hope we get a spicy game, ref.
Let's go. We're in game 3 of the day. We are in the winners matchup, because both Zal and JDXL won their first match. So right now, it's more or less fighting first, and that's a spicy word from the Ivern, especially because I don't think he was spotted.
I don't think so either, and Vancer is just dancing. Vancer the dancer, that's what they say in chat, and he's showing that in-game as well. Let's hope he styles on them in the bot lane, because that's the other volatile lane. Of course, the Ivern is a very interesting pick. There are our eyes on, but also in that bot lane, where we can really maybe see that difference between these two teams. If they can get ahead, and especially if Vancer gets behind, just like he did the last game.
Yeah, and Imperial and Southway already showed the power that they can bring to the bottom lane, all that volatility, how they can handle it. On the other side, Kernel started with the tier this time, no Durance for him. He just wants to stack up all that mana and then maybe never upgrade it, because as far as I've seen, the build for the last half year or so for Veigar is just go into the Everfrost, go into the cap, and be able to stack as much AP as possible, and then one-shot people. Just Q, R, and outplay.
That sounds like a pretty easy job, but maybe it's a little bit harder than it seems. We will see how Kenzo will play this game out.
Ooh.
As we already have some good trades. Very nice double-up shot from Imperial as well. But for now, it's just a little bit of trading. I want to ask you something about the Maokai that we see, because of course, he got buffed. You got a lot of priority, I should say, in different kind of lanes. Do you feel like jungle is his best position right now?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I really like his passive and how it plays out in the top lane, but there's a trade, there's a heal from the bottom side.
Imperial just has to go with his heal, because unfortunately JDXL already hit level 2 for them. So a small trade and a small summoner burn.
Yeah, and as we were saying, I feel like he's a tad stronger in the top lane. He can go a lot of different items as well, while in the jungle he's kinda locked into picking the Anathema chains first, maybe even some slows. However, he has a really good setup, and it really enables some carry solo laners such as the Yone, such as the Fiora that we see right now. So maybe for teams that do have some really good carry solo laners, this is the way to go.
And that seems like the way JDXL wants to play, with the Fiora, with the Yone, with those solo lanes that really like to show what they are worth and to style on the opposition. So in that case, perhaps this is the pick that JDXL would revolve around in this Aurora Cup. Let's see, as Selfway was checking a little bit behind, but unfortunately for them, he cannot find anyone here. And Colonel was really setting up this wave, almost freezing it.
Yeah, and we see almost no movement from the two junglers right now. Now Dan tries to get a gank, and maybe it's good.
And as you say it, Kreis lunges forward. And Shula should know that there's no way out for him. First blood going over to Dan.
Yeah, the ward was not way too deep in the river, so he could not spot Dan soon enough. He could not flash away. He just gives away first blood. Thankfully, he didn't spend his flash for nothing.
Indeed. If he gets ganked again, he may have a little bit more breathing room now. Let's go. Very good trade, actually. And if he goes back, there's even more damage going on to Colonel. This time around, he will not find the solo kills on the Veigar.
Yeah, this time around, let's see, the wave is still long and hard for the Veigar. Yone might be a melee matchup, but Veigar needs some time to scale up, to stack up all those phenomenally evil stacks of evil, so he can actually dish out some normal damage. But in the bottom side, I see a lot of giving away power from the side of Selfway and Imperial. They are way too afraid of the Taric, and I think they're giving a tad too much respect to Venzer and FGG.
From the beginning of the lane, we saw that they got pushed in a bit. It was difficult for them to play, but now they actually have a small CS lead, having priority in the lane once again. So they did manage to fight a little bit back right now, as we also see that there's perhaps another gank at the top side. Dan is just coming back, and this time Sheila does have to use his flash.
Yeah, he does use his flash preemptively. Oh, there's a kill in the bot lane. Venzer got a kill. He won lane. So that's the difference we wanted from him.
That is indeed what we wanted to see, but what we want to see is more fighting in the top side. Counter-strike hits on Fjord, dashing back to Dan, and he flashes back to Christ. Left and right, everybody goes, but Sheila is the one that goes the lowest. The shield saves him just in time. The last hit of the sapling is not enough to kill him, as Dan fights it with the snipe. The Maokai coming back, launch riposte forward, and for you, there is nowhere to go, Panda, except if you flash over the wall, then you're fine.
Yeah, he flashed the wall, he was fine, but it's an absolute disaster for the side of Hydras because Veigar died as well. You had to curse him, Tom Sonic, didn't you? He just dies in the lane solo. There's the second death, 4 shields, and now he can actually not play the lane. The Fiora already has a Shane. The wave is horrible for the Jax. He needs to overextend by a lot in order to be able to salvage some of those CS. And Fiora just backs, gets one more longsword, and now I think that the Fiora is full build with just the Shin.
I would like to publicly apologize to all Colonel enjoyers in the Aurora Cup. That's my bad. He died there. Unfortunate, but the game is not over. Also on the bottom side, where the kill was, we see that all the summoners were burned from the side of JDXL. So they hard committed onto Imperial and Selfie, but it does give them some leeway here. And you can already see that they're taking control of the bot lane once again.
Yeah, they're at the control right now. Dan sees Colonel, he sees the ward, but I think Colonel realized that something is wrong because his ward got disabled immediately. And I'm trying to see right now, where can Hydra strike back? How can they regain control of the map? Because we're already 2k behind and we're before the 10-minute mark. That's a lot of gold to be lagging behind so early in the game.
Very early on. Dan is looking for something, but he doesn't have his level 6 yet, doesn't have the ultimate. It's unfortunate for them, he cannot go and try for a gank. But on the other hand, Panda is looking in the bush. Perhaps he can find the Q now. But you can definitely see that the traction is going to bot lane. Both junglers trying to look for something, but also both the bot laners play very carefully, knowing that something is probably up here.
And it's the only lane that has not completely exploded, maybe apart from the jungle. Of course, Dan has 2 kills on his name, but it's a tank Maokai, he cannot card the game. Oh.
Very good ult, Fate sealed, but the cage leaves him a little bit in the dust, and he had no flash, so he couldn't go further for the kill. And in the meantime, Shield's kind of getting bullied here in the top lane, but he is managing to get all those CS.
Yeah, Christ tanked up all those CS, but FGG tries to engage.
Imperial is stunned once more, but still level 5 on the side of JDXL. Can they find a kill onto Taric? They do that right away, but there's one in return. Dan looking for Panda, and this time around he doesn't have flash, so that's a double kill going over for Venzer.
And the kill that Hydra's got was on the Iron, that is a 40 champion, he cannot carry as well, so it's all so well for the side of JDXL, who got the last game as a hard slap on their cheek, so they just woke up and they're going out for blood. And oh my god, Hydra is bleeding.
Hydra is a little bit bleeding in the early game right now, already 3.2k behind at a mere 8 minutes into the game. The gold is mostly now onto Venzer and Dan, as we see that Sheila is getting a little bit of trouble fighting those duels out with Christ as well, because like you said, he has a Sheen and a double longsword against the one tiny sword that Sheila has.
Yeah, of course, Shields at least has the double Doran's item, he has a little bit of sustain to the lane, but that doesn't mean he's not bleeding out CS. He's already 20 CS behind. He needs to recall. He'll need to spend his teleport on cooldown once again, while Kryze will be able to get the cheeky recall. Just go back, walking into his lane and say that everything's okay. And simultaneously, his team is already picking up the first Rift Hold of the game just a minute after it was spawned. And that means that they can look for the first tower of the game right ahead.
right away as Imperial gets one small plate in return. Still 80 gold for him and for Selfway. A little bit, but at these times, difficult times, you need to find the smallest things you can get. And the way I think it's gonna just be a scaling game on the side for Hydras, hoping that the Jax and Veigar can do something later on. But is that possible with the lead that JDXL has?
It looks more and more unlikely, and Dan is already in the top side. He knows which of his laners is carrying right now. Kryze may not have any kills to his name, but he's already so ahead of his opposition. Morozko is also doing a really good job of keeping Kernel away from any and all minions that he would get. So he's just hovering around top side, making sure that everything's okay for those two solo lanes, while it doesn't seem possible that Hydras find an edge on the bottom side of the map.
Colonel did steal that Scuttle Crab, very cheeky, and that's also an extra stack for the passive, so we're getting there, slowly but surely.
Wait.
So, well, Morozko just took an ult to the face.
Yeah, where's his HP? I was about to ask. We saw him 10 seconds ago, he was fine, healthy, full HP. Now we see him, he needs to pop all of his potions just to see what he can do. There's a cage. No attempt for the kill.
I can't really follow up because of the triple stack on Morozko, so he could follow up with a Fate Seal as well, so Colonel needs to be stepping a little bit back. He does see Dan on the ward though. But the Red Herald is going to be placed instead. Is stunned. Panda's here to help.
It's a tad weird ritual, but there's FTG again. They want to rotate, they want to make sure that Morozko gets some gold, but he won't. Dan is getting the full 320 gold on the top side. There's a grand challenge. Kryze is going in for the kill.
Yeah, flash forward, just one more hit and his shield can go into his grave, but it's flashing away from Kryze and he just cannot get the range.
Yeah, it's so unlucky for the side of Kryze. He really wanted that first kill. He really wants to send back shields to the grayscale of his screen, but he doesn't find the last vital. Instead, he gets his flash as well. He'll get the teleport from the Jax almost immediately if he wants to fix the lane, but will he be able to fix the lane? Because Kryze also has his teleport up and available. He can follow up and make sure that Seals cannot play the lane.
Very unfortunate that they cannot do so. We do see JDXL like grouping up here in the river. Might be able to pull out a gang. Vance is just dashing forward, giving away a little bit, but Dan with his move speed sprinting forward, flashing as well. The root is put there and the Daisy can't do anything. Selfie now running forward, clear alive as a Nature grabs him, and Vancer just hitting away, finding the kills once again on a rampage.
Yeah, and I think that they're gonna be respawned and still be stunned because there was crowd control for days from the side of JDXL. Dan pressed all of his buttons perfectly and no one was able to pull until they died. There's a Fate Shield, but Morozko once again will not be able to find the lethal damage.
Fortunate for him, but the triple knockup does land, and you can still do an awful lot of damage with the Ignite flashing forward as well, but the last stick will barely not get him.
No, it's not enough. He popped his refillable potion and everything was okay. And on the bot side, Venzer is playing with Panda, trying to chop down the tree, but he still has his shields and everything's fine for him as well. But everything's on an edge for the side of Hydras. They're surviving by the skin of their teeth.
They're still living, and that's the important part here. Imperial might be hit. Oh, he is still alive, but it's not easy. Selway going forward, but the bullet time cannot connect because of the flash. Once again with advantage toss. Still finding his targets, but
kill.
Flash over from Imperial! What are you doing?
How much HP was that? 1 HP, they're gonna dive Selfway! There's the ultimate. They wanna go in, but they decide against it at the last moment.
Imperial, I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort. Unfortunately for him, he was just one little bit of damage short for a kill onto Venture, hoping to get that shutdown most likely, but now you've invested your flash as well as your heal in that previous fight, so that bot lane is going to be very rough to be even standing in.
Yeah, at the same time, Kryze finally got the solo killers against Xulda. Right now he's 102, he already has a Divine Thunder, and he just gobbled up 3 more plates. That's a lot of gold in his pocket. I don't think that Xulda will be able to play the lane 1v1 or 1v2 ever again.
Oh, you're gonna fight once again, Counter-Strike, but there's no riposte there for Kryze. We find ourselves with a 6.5k gold lead at 14 minutes in. Plates are dropping right now, so there's nothing that Christ can exploit. But look at that gold differential. 2k in the top lane. Almost 2k in the jungle as well. And even in the bot lane, we find more than a 2k lead for the side of JDXL.
Yeah, and I think it's really unlucky for the side of Hydras. If that was the first game of JDXL, they might be able to squeeze it out. They look like they want to go down fighting. They're looking at every opportunity to get a kill against JDXL. But JDXL already got that slap to their face. They already realize that they have to try hard against all of those teams because they're all hungry to get out, to prove themselves, to play at the best level they can play. So they also wore the best clothes and they're looking maybe to dive again.
It's going to definitely be a dive. Nature's Grasp finds 2 and the tower is going very low. Very good bullet time. Adventure is just dashing out. The Cathian Rain, the so much damage onto Selfways. The tower finally drops. Stacy's here to join the fray, but the fray has one man short and that means Selfway has passed.
Selfway more like no way to get out of there, but Christ looks for the Crown Challenge as well. There's 2 more vitals. He gets the one.
Christ just wants to duel, but Shielda is like, no, I don't want this. Just run.
He has no shield at the moment, so he cannot. But on the other side, there's a dive on the tier 2.
Once again, so look at that damage. That's the power of an evolved Q. It involved the Cathian Rain on Vancer, and Imperial just gets deleted time and time again.
Is Kaiser just Goomba broken? I don't see it.
Forward! Shielda bringing it back. He wants that duel. It's on his own terms.
Shielda, you absolute monster! He was 0-3 down. The Fiora had the full item and he just gathered the scraps, but he doesn't give up. He gets the solo bolo.
Okay, so we have a 9k gold lead for JDXL, but it's definitely not boring. There are a lot of fights and there's a lot of action going on, and I'm all for it. Oh, the sapling acts as a ward. Very cute to follow.
It's a really cute cat there. How can you not walk up to it actually? It wants to cuddle. It doesn't matter if it deals like 300 pure damage while the Wilder is a full tank. It wants to cuddle.
That's the best cat in the game. That's the best cat in the game. It's better than Yuumi, by far, by landslide.
Are you sure? I thought we both agreed that the best cat is Owen Wilson's cat.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Ow.
Beautiful, beautiful. It was supposed to happen at least once. Panzer and FGG rotating mid, getting a tower for them as well. Most likely going into his pocket. Just look at the items as well. They're already building towards their second, and I feel like they're just gonna finish it in their next base. Look, even Shielda just needs to drop away from his first tier tower, and there are no left on the side of Hydras.
Yeah, it's the item discrepancy is way too huge at this moment. They cannot do much. And that figures. They're 11k behind on the 17th minute that we just reached. Cries is a split push monster. No one should be able to stop him, but Shielda is not no one, it seems, but that's a lot of damage.
A lot of stuns as well, but Mroska can get away. Going back to his spirit that left his body for a couple of seconds, but he gets out.
Oh, there's the cat. No!
No, the cat! Cancel the base! Oh, Panda.
It's oh no! Oh.
Okay, this is just pain.
He can keep doing it like forever. Of course, Colonel walks up, Everfrost, Morosco, and he takes back some space for his team, but at the same time, Cries got the tier 2 tower in the bottom side, and now Imperial, it's just gone. He runs to the hills, but there's nowhere to go.
From 3 different angles, there's no way for Imperial to go, making Vancer unstoppable. 5-0 on this Kai'Sa, even going the Collector second. Because you know, it doesn't matter right now, just snowball, get that lead, and try to end the game as soon as possible.
I mean, why would you upgrade the supercharge? You don't want to be invisible. You want to hit hard. You want them to see you while you kill them. And that's what he does. 5-0-4, as you mentioned. Danz is also at 4-0-4. His score is not found, but his ability to affect the game is a lot. Oh, that was a weird flash.
But he lives.
Yes. So it's acceptable. It's weird, but it's not bad.
It's style points. That's the important thing right now. Because if you're 12k behind at 18 minutes, you need to have some fun. And the fun here is styling with the flashes from Colonel. So that's lovely to see. And I want to see personally JDXL just close out this game cleanly. Just making sure that they are as fast as possible, winning every fight, making the right rotations to really show how good they actually are. Because we all know that they are that good of a team.
Yeah, and there is such a thing as too much fun in League of Legends. We've seen it time and time again, like with the Mad Lions yesterday versus Evil Geniuses. They had a bit too much fun, it seems, and never played the game. But Price is in a difficult spot.
Rangella's flash forward once again, but the Kraken Slayer doesn't do enough. Nature's grabs. Make sure this Colonel cannot move, but he can only move towards his grave. Shielda being punched in the face as well. The Panzer is in a difficult position, flashing on the other side. Shielda going forth. That is a shutdown for the Jacks.
That's not just a shutdown, that's one sweet game in the bank for Shielda. He gets all that good money, and maybe, just maybe right now, he stands a chance in any split pushing lane, because Mrosku and Kreis are still monsters. We see both of them have almost 2 items. Kreis already has his second, but that's a free, maybe free break.
Oh, but look at Kreis. Really want to fight this from the side of JDXL. Dan is very low, does not have his ultimate, so they just decide, let's give this one up. This is what they can get, but they will get nothing else.
Kreis is still hovering around the lane. He could have got Imperial out, but he decides against, because you never know how many people are gonna go towards your side on the other side of the map. Oh, we're gonna see the replay of the bot where Kreis gets a little bit over a girl. That's a really good heal onto Shielda.
Oh, 1 HP he was. Well, look at Vance, he's trying to dance here, but Heinrich is going to EUniverse in good response, ref.
Yeah, Panda got the root, so Shielda could dash onto Vancer without using his sleep, and that's great. You get the flash, the cleanse, and Vancer's life, and right now he got an extra pickaxe. He managed to complete his boot. Of course, I'm not a huge fan of the Lucidity boots onto Jax. I think he needs a tad more sustain.
A little bit more sustain, especially if you look at all the damage sources that JDXL definitely have. But in this case, going for Lucidity boots. The 1000 gold extra is a nice bonus for him, but not enough to fight right now at the same exact terms that all the members of JDXL do, because he still hasn't finished his second item. And now JDXL can perhaps look for the Baron since it has spawned.
Yeah, of course, they do have a lot of damage. Of course, Kaiser right now goes for the 5-beam dancer. She wants that upgrade, that more attack speed after the 31st hit, but goodbye, Panda.
Then he got the blue buff. He got the blue buff. Nature Straps puts Colonel down, and Panda unfortunately will go down himself. Roscoe on a killing spree, and JDXL just looking for more. The Mumu ult is very good. Bullet time going over, but it just does no damage. You have no items. You have no stats. The only thing you have is a shutdown on FGG, and I think Hydras are happy to take that.
They're more than happy to take that. They caught of Kreis. Kreis opened the Grand Challenge, but he got challenged back from the side of Hydra, and they got such a big injection of gold. Again, they're still 11k behind, and I want to remind everyone, they were 11k behind 5 minutes before. This game should have been closed out by now. A Baron, a Drake. Instead, there's an equalizer on the Drake side. There's 4 more shutdowns for the side of Hydra, and everything is looking just a bit more bright.
Kreis and Dancer have lost a little bit of gold. Well, you should say that, but look at the gold difference in the bot lane. 4k in the favor of Dancer, and now 3k as well for Dan and Jungle. Those two players are making the dream work come true. And even Silent Morosku with almost a 2.2k gold lead as well. Really goes to show that JDXL now have threats all across the board. So Ref, who do you even focus here?
Well, to be honest, I think you focus whoever comes first. They have a weird composition. They want to dive on top of you with the Maokai, with the Yone, with the Kaisa, and Taric is great. But the Fiora is just an off piece in the puzzle. She's great in the side lane, but in the teamfight she can be picked off, and that's a really good work, because JDXL started out the Baron. What's HP? I think they just forced it.
Vanilla 2k on the Baron. Can Panda get into the pit? No, he cannot, but now they're going for the fight. Morosku still stays alive. Cosmic Radiance makes sure JDXL cannot get hit, but it's a bit too early. Maybe he anticipated the attack from Hydras, but they decide to not go in.
But Shielda has his flash, he has the counter-strike. Maybe he's looking for an opportunity. He has one more lead.
He's still leaping forward, not afraid of anything. And I command him forward. Very good, but unfortunate not enough to get in range of JDXL. And now they're actually thinking, you know what? Shouldn't we fight this?
Yeah, Kreis is still in mid lane, getting around of that lane, but Mrozku is back. He had recalled, his HP is full once again, and the cooldowns are not the same.
Dennis Udit, he's stuck in place. Vance is trying to kite away, but very good ultimate. The curse of the Sad Mummy might be the difference maker. Bullet time goes in as well, and Vancer is shut down. Mrozku with a good fate, sealed, but he's the one going down with the counter strike, and JDXL just staying way too long there. But in the meantime, Kreis is just in the base of Hydras.
Yeah, he's trying to split push from the mid lane, but that doesn't work. You don't want to open the mid lane inhibitor. That's the easiest lane to defend. That's the most gold you can give to the enemy team. And Kreis is right now walking towards the top side, but it's already too little and too late. 4 Baron buffs lost from the side of JDXL, who once again just splits up on a banana. They just ate themselves.
So they get the Baron, they walk away from the initial engage from Hydras, which is totally fine. And then they're like, you know what? How are you doing? I'm standing here pretty fine, man. Oh, this bush is dry bush. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I'm not even gonna recall. How you doing? How you doing? And then they just get punished again. For no reason.
I really wanna commend Hydras for their patience. Most of teams would have given up the game right now, but they're still playing. They're still finding some really good angles. And of course, right now, they'll have to give up the Drake, but it's just a Cloud Drake. And I am afraid that Jamada will hear me and will come here personally and slap me, but it's just a Cloud Drake. It gives no combat stats. Yes, they will be able to rotate faster. Yes, they will not get slowed, but only the Misfortune has a slow, and maybe the Glacial from the Amumu. So it's just a Cloud Drake. It will not help JDXO win the game any faster.
It will not. But a 10k gold lead might. If they do the fights correctly. And we have seen in this game, time and time again, that they definitely can do that. But Hydras has been showing some improvement in the way they play those fights along. And we can see that the Misfortune is finally getting some damage as well. Having finished the Bloodthirster second, the bullet times might actually do some decent amount of damage. And pair that with the Jax and Veigar, basically what feels like infinite scaling. Are there still chances for Hydras?
I think there are, but the game needs to be prolonged for way too long, and JDXL will have many more chances to just get one team fight off, because that's what they need. The middle inhibitor is open, they have Dan who can tank forever a tower and reset the aggro with his W, so it's really hard. But if Hydras manage to stay alive for the next 5 or next 10 minutes, maybe it's all different.
Shield off. He gets in, the repulse is being used, but cannot find a stun or root. Nature scraps his own people away from the tower, will get them that second tier on the top side.
And Dan plays this game perfectly. He's 4-1-6, he got so many kills. Maybe that's the only thing that I don't like about this playstyle, but it's not his fault. You need to secure those last hits before they secure you. So that's okay. The build is also a tad weird with that Fimbulwinder still stacking up in the 27th minute that we're in right now, but it's all okay. He already has the extra healing from his passive and the Spirit Visage. I wanna see them do that for the inhibitor darts as well, because every time he has the nature's grabs, he can just zone people way out. There's not too much range from the side of Hydras. Yes, MF outranges Kai'Sa, but she'll need to pop up her ultimate in order to be able to defend, and you don't want to do that.
Okay, if you're JDXL right now, you have this gigantic lead at this moment. What do you do to make sure you close this game out fast enough?
I think it's the same. The Baron spawns in a minute and a half. You just force one more inhibitor dart, maybe an inhibitor as well, in the side lane with the nature's grab. Its cooldown right now should be around the 45-50 second mark. You can do it and have it in time for the next Baron. But I still see them just struggling, just moving around the map aimlessly, placing wards and having the rewards taken away from the side of Hydra. So that's not what I want to see. I want to see some mobility from the side of JDXL.
And Hydras has a lot of defensive vision. Of course, now it's being cleared out by JDXL, but they know exactly what they're up to and where they are. And like you said, in 1 minute, the Baron is going to spawn. And Hydras knows something is going on there. Luckily for them, Kreis is already starting to split push in the bot lane. And if they get that open, Hydras needs to make a decision, and that decision might be the game changer.
And Kreis already has a Silver Mendon. That means that Shilda can never stun him up. That's a good point, but on the other side, it's a really weird item, the Golden Fiora. You don't want a team fight, you want to keep on split pushing. And right now, Shield already has 3.5 items. He got 4 of those big shutdowns, and that means that the CS discrepancy does not matter anymore. The level discrepancy is just not there. He's just half a level behind. If he hits that level 16 and gets a tier 3 ultimate, his resistances will get so high while he has his ultimate up, and he's so much more useful within a teamfight than a Fiora, especially while his flash is up.
And at that moment in time, indeed, the items do not matter anymore. At least the items do. The CS difference doesn't do anymore, because he has the exact same amount that Christ has. So maybe he can even hold his own in the side lane. Doesn't change the fact that JDXL starting the Baron. They didn't even start it. They already finished it, because you know what? Just one-shot it. Sure.
Yeah, and now we see the JDXL just recalling all together, but we want to keep the tempo, maybe get the extra Drake on the way out and just start pressing up those towers. You have no excuse right now. Use Dun, get him on the flank, use Nature's Grasp, just zone everyone away. If someone is not zoned away, you can one-shot them. Venzer has 4 items completed, Mrozku has 3, 3.5 for Kryze and 3 more for Dun. There's no one that can survive if you catch them out. Just force it.
And they're doing exactly that. 4 men strong, walking in the mid lane from JDXL, but they're stuck in a cage. They're stunned, they're rooted, and they take a lot of damage. Not enough to scare JDXL completely away, because the new wave is already streaming into the base of Hydras, and once again, Christ being a nuisance in the top lane.
Shield is there to answer. He tries to play the 1v1, but of course, Christ does not want to risk anything. He just want to push wave after wave of Baron empowered minions in. But I still don't see JDXL spending some cooldowns in order to force everyone away. They should have gotten the middle inhibitor right now and start pressuring on the bot side as well. They need to have more than one lane pressuring at the same time. The waves are not synced. No one is pressuring bot lane, no one is forcing. Now Mrozku heads down the bottom lane to try and press out, but Hydras can just concede one inhibitor, not even that.
If you're fighting against Fiora Yona, you would think that only the Jax is able to stop one of them. So if you go for 1v1 like you're doing right now, they should be completely fine to take at least one tower. Although Colonel's trying his very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Mrozku gets stunned once again. And it seems that it's just too hard for JDXL to really siege the base of Hydras.
Yeah, or is it so good for Hydra? They have some wave clear in the match. Shilda does a good job. Now they are conceding the middle inhibitor, but they already spent 2 minutes from the Baron buff, and that's way too long for JDXL. We don't see any spells being used just to force people out, and Kiernan catches Mrozku.
He is stuck in the cage, going for half HP, but the knockup does land on Colonel. Captain Rain going forward, and Vancer is just once again killing everyone in his way. Selfway is stuck alone, but Bullet Time does nothing for Imperial, and JDXL might move forward. Dan is saying exactly that. We go, we go, we go, we do not stop. Only Christ goes down in the end, you would say so, as Shilda gets one in return, but it's a one-man army against 4 of JDXL.
I think that Shilda is such a monster. Yeah, he's a monster, but not a 1v4 monster. That's the ace. That's the win for JDXL. To be honest, I'm still a tad disappointed with such a start of the game. I expected a bit more consistency from the Division 1 team, but a win is a win, and congratulations JDXL for this 2-0 start to the day.
In the end, they made it happen. JDXL going 2-0 in this group stage, beating Hydras, who was previously undefeated as well. And they've done it once again. Lived up to the expectations result-wise, but perhaps not in the gameplay that we have seen in this game. What would have you liked to see be done better by JDXL specifically?
I want them to force stuff. You are 10, 11, 12k ahead, you have no excuses. Use some of your spells in order to force things. Not only the Baron, don't wait every 5-10 minutes for some huge neutral objective. You have Nature's Grasp. You have, sorry, how it's called, Solemn Bound from Mrozku. You have stuff to force out flashes, to force out space, because if someone has to move half a screen away from the turret, they cannot defend the tower. You can take the tower, then the inhibitor does not hit you back. It's really easy to take. If you lose 1 or 2 members in that time while you take the inhibitor and the whole team, it doesn't matter. Force the stuff out. KDA does not matter. Quick wins do.
KDA does not matter. That's a very important one, and I completely agree with you. We wanted JDXL to see do more with the lead they got, but let's flip it around a bit. Let's look at Hydras and see what they could improve themselves as well. Because when I was looking at the drafts as well, I was like, okay, you have a lot of scaling options. It is very nice, but maybe it's a bit too passive. There might be some things that need to change there because they were like leading everything, and JDXL just came over them and they couldn't really do much in that early game.
Yeah, maybe they have a tad too much scaling. The MF should be able to win the lane, but usually the bottom lane is dictated by the support picked, and the Tari counter pick was such a great option for JDXL. It really disarmed Amumu in the early laning phase, and we saw that Saltway could not do anything in order to gain any control over the lane. The mid lane Veigar needs a lot of time to scale up, and we saw when he did scale up, he hit like a truck. And the top side was a bit weird. You know that Kryze is a carry player. You know that he's known for his Fiora. Maybe pick something more safe. Yes, you might be losing the lane slowly, just bleeding out, but you should be able to support your team a lot more during the team fights.
We saw the positive point from Hydras, in my opinion, in this game was definitely Shielda, making some fun outplays against Kryze and making sure that in the later stages of the game, he was actually even up in items. He was doing extremely well. Is this a player Hydras should just say, okay, you know what? You've held your own against Kryze, even though it was very hard early on. You are going to be our star player this Aurora Cup. We don't care.
For sure, especially if you want to go comfort on the bot side and the mid side of the game, just pick an enabling jungler, pick a ganker, just perma-gank Shielda, make his opponent lane miserable, and give him all the tools he needs to carry, because right now he got onto a 0-3 start, he was 30 CS behind, he got 2 or 3 solo kills somehow. So that means that this guy has good fingers, he knows how to outplay his lanes, and he might be able to even win you the games.
It was very well played from him, but unfortunately Hydras couldn't really make it work in the later stages against JDXL. And they were playing very well, but not exactly how we wanted to see them. We want to see more. But for us, we've talked enough about this game. Let's go to the analyst desk for them to break it down completely.
Hi, hello everyone. We're back here after this incredible game that we just watched. And I don't know what to even think. So I think I need veteran Nemtes to guide me a little bit through this thing. So, Nemtes, we're going to be starting with you. What did you think of the game? It was kind of crazy.
I mean, yeah. To start off, I mean, we were all having a kind of a bet amongst the analysts. But once like JDXL, they were kind of starting getting rolling. They were starting getting ahead. We said probably this game is gonna end in like 22 minutes or something. But then something happened that by now I'm actually not even surprised to see. JDXL are throwing in both the mid and the late game, and they're giving chances to Hydra to make a comeback happening. And unfortunately, JDXL, they were like 15k ahead. So in this game, a bit too much. But I think if they want to win the tournament, as they are the clear favorites, they really need to step their game up.
Okay, veteran, do we agree with this? What is failing here for JDXL?
Well, I mean, I think what failed for JDXL here was a similar thing to what was failing in the last game. Once mid game came about, you could see that at some points there was some mispositionings that are characteristic of any ERL team, right? And you had a composition with the Veigar, etc., that could be somewhat punishing of it. But the real issues ended up happening once Baron opened up. Once Baron opened up and we were fully into late game, you saw a lot of split calls and split decisions from JDXL. I feel like, though, as this game was an improvement over the previous game, just give them more times and more games, and they'll be back on a form that the rest of these teams here will very much struggle to compete with.
This cause is with the man himself, Turk. Welcome here after the second victory of the day. Okay, so we need to know what happened once again, because the second game was kind of like a tennis game in a way.
What do you mean what happened? This was better, no?
Way better.
You don't need to ask me what happened in that voice. Come on, it wasn't that bad. that was first game territory. Come on, give me something here.
I need to explain something, my friend, okay? So at one point, we were taking bets on how fast you'd win, right? I had 20 minutes, 36 seconds. Carmeline had 22:16, right? And then the game ended up hitting over 30 minutes, right?
I mean, yeah, okay, it's
from our
understandable.
perspective, yes, these kinds of things shouldn't happen. What do you think happened there, right? Obviously, this is a vast improvement. Do you think this is endemic of the kind of improvement you're going to go for, or what do you think?
I mean, it was improvement. I'll give it that, right? I mean, obviously, it wasn't fantastic. I'm not going to pretend we came in and played a perfect game by any means, but in terms of early game, I think it was a lot more suitable. We were more on the same page. Things were happening like they were meant to be happening. I think for the most part. Obviously, there were some throws, right? Obviously, we weren't all on the same page still. I think, for reference, we have only just started scrimming 2 days ago before this tournament, so we've taken like a month off. So maybe that's also something towards us needing some more time to build into being 100% on the same page. I don't think that we were off page in scrims per se, but you know what I mean. And at the end of the day, when we've got a call like the Baron one where Kryze is pushing mid and it's like, just don't fight top guys, like. Come on, and then Roscu's mum comes in with a dinner, and then somehow he hits his Arky. It's like, okay, that was a small problem, all right? It happens, but at the end of the day, I think, these issues, yeah, they're happening. Obviously, there'll be different issues for every team as you go through a tournament, but at least this one was an improvement. Hopefully, we can finish out the day after a 2-hour break with a win. So, and maybe a better win than this one, right? So that'd be the hope.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's for sure. And I kind of want to ask you a bit about that as well, because obviously you come in here, you are super happy, and that's obviously what a coach should be, even in maybe when you don't think the players are playing perfectly. But do you think the atmosphere is the same, even though, I mean, obviously you guys were rolling the early game, like you guys were just completely Goomba stomping enemy, but then once again in the mid and late game, maybe you guys were faltering a bit. But about the atmosphere, do you think it's still, is everyone all good and happy in JDXL?
I mean, there's going to be a little bit of tilt, isn't there, from a top laner when you see your entire team suicide whilst you're pushing mid like that, right? But it's understandable and it's normal, right? Like, it just because there's a little bit of like, guys, what have you just done? That doesn't mean everyone suddenly hates each other. It's just how it goes, right? And I think at the end of the day, we'll understand we're not playing like super well right now. If we're playing against Dusty, for example, I'll just put that out as a good team in this tournament, right? Would we get away with what happened maybe on Baron, or especially what happened in the first game? No, of course we wouldn't, right? But at the end of the day, it's a tournament. We're not playing Dusty. We've got room to grow, and I think atmosphere's all right going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you because we were discussing what it was like playing back to back. So, from your point of view, how do you deal with that kind of thing? You play, and then you barely have any breaks in between games. How do you do it being a coach?
I think it's really easy. Going back to back is always a nice thing. I mean, even if you have a game like game one, at the end of the day, it's just reset, go again. We have our game plan. At the end of the day, there's not much time for people to dwell on things or get in their own head or something. It's just, all right, guys, next game, this is what we're doing, and let's make it better. Right, so you just go in, you say that, then everyone pops off in the first 5 minutes. You're like, very, very good, job done, and you prep for next game. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's a swing and a miss.
Okay, so MTS veteran, you've got one last question. If you want to ask anything else at Torque.
Torque, can you just answer? This is a simple yes or no question. Are we gonna see at least 3 spicy picks from JDXL this tournament, or are you guys gonna just draft normally as you have been doing?
Well, I mean, we've got a few, I guess, but I don't think the intent is to play. I know it was yes or no question. I don't think the intent is to play. The intent is to go out of our way to play spicy. As with how I've always done with spicy picks, I'm not trying to be Bisons or something where I'm picking random, having our own read on meta, playing all these different champs every game. That's not sort of my methodology. It's bring a spicy pick that's well prepared to the right situation, right? Kai'Sa was built to counter Corki. That's always going to be like one of my good examples. Whether you like Kai'Sa mid or not, that was the intent, right? And I think whenever I bring a spicy pick out, we brought out Elise, right, with Jax, and the idea was we could dive top over and over again versus Nah, right? This, when we bring something that's out of meta, we're bringing it with a purpose, right? And so, can I promise you 3? I don't know, but we'll probably have 1 or 2 in there.
Well, I actually have a question also to do with spicy picks. Do you believe it was potentially an issue of scouting here that you did not decide to eliminate Hydra's jungler by picking Kryze's signature Ivan top?
Yeah, it was a huge issue. Huge issue of scouting.
No.
I
want to see this again.
I was unbelievably shook when they took the Ivan away from us.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
I was sat there and I thought, that Ivan into Maokai, such a good matchup. Enabling our seeds even in team fights. I was really, really concerned.
What can you do? What can you do? I'm sure you'll shore it up for the 3rd game. Good luck today.
Will do. I'll let Felix know.
So thank you very much, Torque. Again, as veteran said, good luck. from us. And yeah, maybe we'll see you later, maybe not. But for now, we're gonna let you go with your team and discuss the next game. So thank you. Bye. Bye bye. Okay, so I think Turk has given us some insights, has shed some light into whatever has been happening in this game. I like that he keeps his positivity up, because after 2 games with side results, not really that convincing, maybe you could be like a little bit defeated, but definitely keeping the spirits up. And interestingly enough, about the picks that we were discussing before, are there any picks besides that top lane Ivan that we would like to see from JDXL? Bertrand, we go with you.
Well, I mean, in terms of the spice, like Kryze has all sorts of AP top laners that he can do, right? He built Gragas full AP, but this is the guy who's done Vlad, this is the guy who's done Ryze, this is the guy who's done Jax before, because outside of that, it's been split pushers non-stop. The guy is a carry player. We highlighted he was a strength for them. Maybe they want to play through that strength.
Okay, so Emtist, just real quick, name one champion.
I mean, I wanna see Dan play Rexa or Shyvana. I think this is what I like to see. I want him to just not be the facilitator of the team, but just play for himself, man. That's what I wanna see.
Okay, so we'll see if that happens in the last game of the day. But for now, we're gonna be living to a break, and then we'll come back for the next games. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
welcome to this Aurora Cup. Yeah, I'm not Carmeline. I'm really, really sorry. My name is Noah, and I'm gonna be right now your host. Veteran is back! Yay! Veteran was so worried. Veteran was worried because he thought we dodged him, but no, I'm not dodging you. Thank you very much for joining me, Amtas and Veteran, for this fourth game of the day. This is going to be the third game in a row for JDXL so far. So, Amtas, what do you think? Do you think that this is going to be an issue for them in some way?
I mean, yeah, I think for sure some fatigue can kind of get to them, but honestly, in this second game, they were kind of ramping up, and as Veteran was saying, they're kind of scaling into the tournament. But actually, one of my favorite teams to watch this tournament is for sure XCL. I think these guys they have so many things up their sleeve, and I can't wait to get into it.
What do you think, Veteran, so far about the JDXL performance? Bumpy for sure, but they are the favorites so far in this group.
I mean, it was very bumpy, but still, both of the games, they were heavily outlaning their opponents. So for them, it was just a case of having the discipline to not give windows open in mid-game, and this time just not have split calls in late game, right? They're ramping up slowly but surely. They only had 2 scrim days, which is likely. I think we've seen JDXL as vulnerable as they're going to be, and it's only onwards and upwards from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a very short pre-game, guys. So we are heading towards our Costa for this fourth game. Let's go and let's see if JDXL takes the third one.
We will see if JDXL takes the third one a little bit later on, because we first have Excel versus Lucent right now. And we already see we are in the ban phase. Yumi and Hecarim are banned, and I couldn't be happier, ref, because I hate those champions with a passion. I might have played AD carry in the past.
Yeah, both of them, honestly. And I know, Noah, those teams have lost, but they're not out of the competition yet. So don't you disrespect Zal Esports and Lucent. Also, Atrox is out, and it's a really weird ban from the red side, from the blue side, sorry, because we've seen in Worlds, everyone is so eager to first pick it. This champion has not been really touched. Yes, the Eclipse and the Gordrinker were a little bit nerfed, but I think he's really strong later into the game. His laning phase can still be punished though.
It can definitely be punished, so unfortunately we will not see that here. Atrox is banned. For the people that are just tuning in, we are looking at Excel against LCT, against Lucent. Excel had a very close game, well, a close game in the beginning against JDXL, where they punished everything JDXL tried to do, but unfortunately they just couldn't square up against them in the end. And for Lucent, it's basically the same story against Hydra's team fighting composition. They were behind a lot, but they kept fighting. They were almost there, but they just couldn't quite do it. So both teams now facing off against each other might show some different things. And if we go look into the draft itself, see that Maokai first pick once again, very popular right now. And you were saying that Trundle was always an option.
Yeah, he's a really good option versus all those tanks. Everyone who just stacks up armor and MR, you just yoink them away from him, take them to yourself, be an unkillable monster while also dishing out unreal amounts of damage. Plus the Kalista is still very strong in the bottom lane, although she has been nerfed in her HP, so she can be punished with picks such as the killing I was about to say. So if you get all those outranging Kalista picks, you can still go really ham on her in the early laning phase.
And whenever I see Caitlyn, I'm always thinking, what are you going to pick beside it? My mind goes straight to the Lux, which is always fun to see, because if they find something, it is that. But another version of Lux is basically Zyra. As it's getting locked in. What am I seeing, ref?
Someone call lore, because there's a Zyra, and that really... Yes. Is she answering? No?
Unfortunately not. As to be expected. I think she has better things to do. But I am trying.
Yeah, true. And it's a really powerful duo. She works like a Morgana, like a Lux, with a bit more CC than both of them, because Morgana really needs a lot of time to ramp up with her ultimate. Zyra is a bit faster, but it cannot move around with her. But they can actually dominate the laning phase from the early stages, and that's something that Limitless shows that he can do.
in certain ways, the Zyra is even more reliable than the Lux. With at least a poke, you can 100% just hit straight away, and of course the big AoE ultimate that you have. So that is very nice to see. Let's see if Fine Forever can actually be Fine Forever in this game with that pick, as the Thresh was locked in on the side of Lucent, trying to get a little bit of safety across the board. Then we see now that the Camille and Sejuani are both being banned, because of course, the interesting is from the drafts from Excel right now, Maokai can still go top or jungle. So Lucid needs to really think about who they're going to ban and what they're going to do right now.
Yeah, and on the other side, Trundle may be locked in the jungle, but the Sejuani top is still a great enabler. You can go there, take some free kills, maybe even donate one to her so she can become that unkillable tank monster that she can be. What I'm looking for is more of a mid lane pick, so I like right now the Silas ban, especially since you have such a strong ultimate in the Trundle Subjugate. So what are they gonna pick? They have the red side, so most likely they're gonna pick 4 top right now and leave the counter pick to the mid.
It's always a very good option right here, and Lucent has a lot of options for themselves. Something like the Victor could be nice to have that AP damage in the mid lane, but they're hovering top laners right now. They've just seen Christ play Fiora, and DBL is like, you know, that looks very fun. I want to play that too. So perhaps this team would just say, you know what, just take it. Go have fun in that little top lane and hope it's Maokai against you, but it is in fact the Malphite, and that's why you ban Silas.
I was thinking, is that a blind big Fiora? What are we, the LPL? But it seems that no, they wanna try and punish all those Christian members like the Caitlyn, like the Zyra. But on the other hand, if the Malphite gets punished from the side of Zal Esports, he will not be able to do as much. Yes, his ultimate is still there, it's a really reliable tool. The base damage is huge, but if Zal Esports managed to space their carries well away with the Caitlyn and the Zyra... Wait, is that a Nessus?
Yes, that is a Nessus, Rev. Go on.
Wait.
Go on with your explanation. I will just enjoy.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so right now, all that Zal needs to do is have Caitlyn on one side of the fight, Zyra on the other side of the fight. One of them will get punished, your team will win the fight. That Nessus really ticks me off. Why?
It's a dog in the top lane, baby.
I mean, Malphite can just go comment and punish the heck out of him.
Okay, but is he going to? Or is he just going to be like, you know...
Is he going mid lane?
I think that's going to get changed around. Let's ignore this for a moment.
Okay. Deep breaths.
Okay, the Malphite is actually quite nice here, because it can ultimate onto the Caitlyn Zyra, and then you don't have that range survivability with the LeBlanc follow-up. Very nice indeed, Rev.
Yeah, that's correct. And also, with the slow, it provides kind of a setup for the Trundle, where you only need to place a normal pillar in the early game. The pillar is such a strong tool in the laning phase. The Nasus is not swapping. I cannot ignore it any longer.
Yeah, it is not swapping. I'm pretty sure
it's a Nasus mid. Is it full AP?
Or Denzel is going top.
That could also be a possibility. But I really hope that it's gonna be Nasus mid, maybe even AP. It's gonna be spicy. Entest asked for some spicy pick. Are you satisfied?
He asked for spicy picks for Torok, for JDXL, but I think Torok just called him like, hey, we're not going to do this today. Can you guys please help us out? And they picked Nasus mid. Do you know what? I'm not complaining. Is this going to work against the LeBlanc though, Rev?
Well, it's gonna be really hard, but I don't think that the LeBlanc herself is gonna be his target. I think he's gonna try and push waves and give out the threat of moving around, because if an Nasus ganks, you think, hey, he doesn't have any heart to say, it's all okay. But his Wither, especially if he's going AP and he doesn't need to max out his skill, we're gonna see it in game as well. His Wither is such a strong tool, his slow goes up to 99%.
Look at this. I'm doing this dance right now in my home. I would like you to join me and do this all when you guys are at home. We can do this. We believe in the Nasus mid. And Xel believes that they can grab their first victory of the Aurora Cup, and Lucent is in the meantime trying to do the same thing. So if you can get that win here, that means you're still in the race and going up against those top positions.
Of course, one of those teams will go 1-1. They will be tied 4 seconds, so everything in this group is still open since JDXO didn't lose their second game and is without a loss in the 2-0. This is so close. Everything in this game from the draft onwards is just trying to tick us off, I'm sure.
If I say Marco, you say?
Oh no!
Oh, they couldn't find him. They couldn't find him in time.
Yes.
Unfortunate. But they have seen them now in the bush, so they will not be bamboozled.
Okay, so let's see how the lane phase will go on from now on. Yes. And we're gonna see the LeBlanc being really aggressive on top of the Nasus, that's for sure. That means that the Nasus cannot press as early as he'd love to. And I know, of course, he had his time in the GLL, so he's a player I kind of know. He's known for his aggressive assassin plays, and LeBlanc is one of those. I really hope that he'll be able to do much more than he could with the LeBlanc. With the Victor.
I hope so as well. Let's see if he can make it happen.
Let's see, right now the bot lane is getting it up. Aggressive. There's Ignite, there's a cleanse.
We are hard fighting. Oh, the Ignite doesn't go down completely. Mirai flashing and cleansing it backwards, making sure to stay alive. And in the end, it's just a trade of summoners, but Mirai is now not so safe anymore with cleanse and flash having burned.
Yeah, that's correct. And he's getting outraged both by the Zara and the Cajun right now. I'm not sure how will he be able to lane against those two picks. His life is going to be really hard. But there's a gank coming.
They're going once again, finding the Flay. Ignite goes down as well, and there's Flawless flashing forward, biting and jumping down. First blood giving to Mirai. Very good, very well done. A Sturgeon grabs another kill. Going forward, but Flawless and Mirai decide that this is over. This is done.
It is done indeed, but it's 1-for-1 right now in the bottom lane, so not everything is over full later. I saw that Kalista took the first kill. I didn't actually manage to see the second one. I was looking at the spells, but there's still 2 junglers down in the bottom side, so maybe we're gonna see some more action in the next minute or 2.
I definitely hope so, because we have been treated very well last game. That time was pure action over and over, all around the map, and
There it
Flawless
is.
is like, you know what, you want some action? I'll give you some action! Limitless flashing away, but no pillar to stop him in his tracks.
Oh.
The hook does connect, but the cleanse saves Limitless for another day.
Maybe it would be better if you've been maxed those scenarios. Maybe it would be better for Limitless to wait for Marco to get on top of him. Of course, he didn't want to risk the Flay damage, the Flay reposition. Thus, 2 summoners from the side of Limitless as well. So right now the situation in the bottom lane is completely evened out for both of those lanes. But I still see Trundle just circling around and threatening to go again into the bottom lane, because where else would you go? Do you want to gank an Akali with a Trundle? No, you don't have any setup in the top lane. Do you want to gank a Nasus? Maybe, but LeBlanc needs to hit her chains, and that's a lot of damage she's already had.
Hey, you wanted to hit the chains? Oh, well, no. The chains did not get hit.
Yeah, no chains, so no harm done to the dogs. Someone let those dogs out, and they're still out right now. The game is still pretty much even. I'd like to see the Maokai being up in farm against the Trundle. It's a bit weird for the Trundle. He wants to be able to influence the game early on, but he doesn't manage to find anything apart from that first gank in the bottom lane. So I want to see Maokai rushing towards the level 6 and being able to influence him up with his Nature's Grasp.
Lois is so annoying with dealing with the Kaden. Always put traps down the turret as well with a lovely little cupcake if that skin is being selected. And this time, this game, unfortunately not. Mirai and Marco doing fine for themselves right now, having to deal with the poke. And if you're there at home, have a little break, have a Kit Kat sometime. You know you need it.
Yes, it's really tasty. Also, it actually calms me down. I'm not sure if it's the marketing that got into my head, but Kit Kats managed to calm me down.
I think that's a very good effect of chocolate right now, because there are a lot of some okay effects, pretty meh effects, I should say. So if it calms you down, you know what?
Yeah,
all power
of
to you.
course.
I wish I had that power.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it also has a lot of calories, so don't overindulge, people. get yourself good, get yourself thin, get some exercise, and maybe get to the top lane and gank the Akali.
You know what? They need some exercise. They're just heading top there with that knockup being hit. Medusa's trying to get away. He actually does. He flashes and he still has the second charge of his ult. He doesn't even need it. This man is styling.
He's styling, but right now he's much... he can be ganked much easier from the side of LCT because he's missing his ultimate, he's missing his flash, there's no more cooldowns that can heal him dash away, maybe except his E. But look at Denzel, the mid lane. He gave some points to his E, I think he's maxing Q second, he's going full tank. That is a really interesting approach from the side of... oh god.
Oh, that's a 1-for-1 in the top lane, and I guess that's good for Akali. In the meantime, Denzel just bought Negatron Cloak as well. He's like, you know what, LeBlanc, you're not doing anything against me. But Akali and DBL trading 1 kill. Surgeon might actually trade his life because he doesn't have flash, and there are 4 people of Lucent, and this is just unfair. This is not nice. Flawless is dead. Sorry, Flawless taking the kill. Surgeon is dead.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on with NLC team chopping down Trace in the jungle? That's not good. That's rude. You need to protect the environment. But on the other side, they want to get one more victim in all this charade of violence, and that's the Drake. It's gonna be free for the side of Lucent. They found some easy kills left, right, and center. Right now, the score favors them 2-3. But the Caitlyn is still so far ahead in terms of CS.
Already 13 CS ahead of Mirai. And there's some more to gain as well. It is just difficult to deal with the Caitlyn in first place, combined it with the Zyra, and it's definitely showing its worth. But don't forget, Mirai did get a kill, so in gold-wise he should be able to at least be even, perhaps even a little bit up, as Lucent does in the game as well.
Yeah, I think everything's even at this point. The only break point is the Drake that Lucent just took, because the CS discrepancies do thin out any gold advantages from the kills that Lucent has. We see that the goal difference is at 0 at this point, but maybe...
Just going in, ooh, very good flash by DBL.
Yeah, and Akali's ultimate at level 1 has such a low cooldown, and she doesn't even need any items. I'm pretty sure that with no items, at any point, Akali can one-shot any other champion with just her perfect execution and the rest of her gear. This champion is so Goomba broken at level 6.
The champion is definitely very strong. Unfortunately, we don't see her an awful lot anymore. I still remember the days where Slide as Akali were every time the matchup in the mid lane. Personally, I really liked that. That was really fun. Yeah. But I do get that some people didn't really enjoy that much.
Yeah, I think we often get, either in the top lane right now or in the bottom lane in spring, we often get all those matchups which are maybe fun, maybe not, because the Jinx Affiliates meta was certainly not fun, just right-clicking around, nothing skill-wise to be shown. But it usually happens, so we get introduced to those champions, we really want to get them back. You know what I don't want back from Akali?
Tell me.
The tank Akali meta. I hated it, with the demonic embrace, just unkillable, no flash needed, one-shotting everyone.
But let's be honest, every tank in the top lane played like that was not fun. Like, I still remember the Victor tank top as well. That was something to play against. It was fun to play at, but that was it.
I'm gonna get your ticket to memory lane. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm not that old, Ref.
I mean, Iceborne is getting back. If anyone has seen the PBE announcements.
They're diving? No, they're not diving. Go on.
Yes.
Rudely interrupted.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to talk. Yeah. Do you remember the Iceborne Echo top lane?
Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
Iceborne Echo, Iceborne Poppy, everyone was building the same 2 items, but there's a fight. Nice flash.
Flawless trying to flash over, and it actually made it happen, so he does not get stuck in place for a long time. But Surgeon isn't done. Denzel is just a very angry dog. Woof, woof, woof! Limit gets the kill.
I know who let the dogs out. It was Denzel on the top side. There's a rent. One more hit. Not enough from the side of Morel, but there's Kurosh trying to gather any scraps that his AD carry left. He has his ultimate. One more dash, and there's the shutdown for the side of Lucent. This is a really scrappy game, and I think in the end, Denzel is the true victor because he also gets the push in the mid lane.
He made me unleash my inner Chihuahua, so I guess he did a good job on that play on the bot side. Not getting a kill, unfortunately, going 0-0-1, but still, it is working. The Nasus mid is working, and I'm all for it.
In the meantime, Medusa on the top lane did go down because of Korosh. Very well played from their side. And it seems that we have those scrappy fights that we wanted, and now also have a 2k gold lead for Excel.
Yeah, this gold lead will be mitigated a bit from this Red Herald. I don't think they can get any more than the 2 free plates, but Denzel's getting got. He only has a Mar.
Oh no, he's stuck. Half HP, and he gets down. Mirai finds the kill. Lantern to help Flawless, but he doesn't even need it. Why give him a Lantern? He's just too strong by himself.
That is correct, and that's a really good kill onto the Kalista. That's 2-1-2. She's getting dangerously close to the Mongol Silbo, and how can you kill her after that? You need to catch her with everything you get, maybe the root from the Zyra, all those extra spells, and even a trap from the Caitlyn to get over that Sult, because Caitlyn is really strong in the early game. I can accept that. But after she gets to her kill force point, she really needs 2 more items to get to the next fight, and she's at her really awkward phase right now. What Zal Esports wants is to just move her around, be able to take more turrets than just the one. They still have plates for the next 2 minutes or so, and get all that gold into her pocket in order to skip that awkward middle game phase.
It's always a bit difficult when you get to that point, because you just want to keep snowballing and snowballing, make sure you get a lead, make the best out of that champion. Marco and Mirai just translating to the mid lane as well, rotating I should say, getting rid of those waves and making sure everything is even, because there's a Drake spawning in 10 seconds left.
Yeah, there's a Drake spawning, but what I see is that DBL doesn't have his ultimate, and that's the most important button that Lucent should have around all those neutral objectives. Kurosh is on the top side, he still can recall, he's building towards the Liandris, which is a weird buy, but okay. And then maybe cut out Denzel, he has a ton of MR.
Yeah, but DBL doesn't have ults. But I think he should have just continued chasing, because Flawless is here and he has a pillar, putting Denzel stuck in this place, but now they can't get a range.
Yeah, and the dog starts stinging right now. Surgery is there. There's a fight brewing.
Now Flawless is already stuck. Ace and Hole doesn't kill it, but Fine Forever finds it with the Stranglethorn, strangling Flawless and bringing him to his grave. And that means the Drake will go over to Excel.
Yeah, that's one more kill for Zal Esports. They're already ahead. They're equalizing the Drakes. And I mean, I said what I said before about Cloud Drakes, but as an isolated Drakes, they feel really good. All that movement speed, you don't have to worry about getting it as a soul. Yes, I know 97% win rate. Yes, I actually, when I see a Cloud Drake, I automatically listen to Yamada in my brain, but maybe Cross will find something. Oh,
flash forward from Marco. Oh, he cannot find the hook, but limitless cleanses. Nonetheless, he will get out with his life, but that was unfortunate for Marco.
Was indeed unfortunate. That was a good series of spells from the type of from the side, sorry, of Zal as well, maybe except the cleanse. Oh, that's a nice recall cancel from the side of DBL with his W. But anyways, they're kind of getting over right now their middle weird phase, because Nasus is getting close to his mythic, I think. He's also getting kind of tanky.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it!
No, come on.
He didn't do it. It's probably the best choice to not do it, right? But
I mean, yes, but
no.
Also no. I mean, we want content here. We want bloodbaths, not plates falling and no dives happening. Come on, guys. This is the Aurora Open.
We need to
We were promised stuff.
We need to fight for the cup in the greatest way possible, and that is through permanently chaotic fights. I want to see it, and they're doing it so far. 6-5, 14 minutes in. I like it. Flawless going for it well, but there is DBL, and he is a very big rock. The Malphite finding the targets, finding the bot lane. Excel.
Yeah, remember what COVID taught us? Because Zal didn't know social spacing between between their two bot laners. That means that Malphite with one ultimate finds both of them. Of course, he did need to expend the flash in order to make it more unexpected, but that also gives a free herald to the side of Lucent.
Very well done. Lucent gets a Rift Herald because of that roam from DBL. Make sure all across the board they're playing as best as they can, but Denzel is still scaling on this Nessus and he's making the life of DBL not that fun. He even bought a Sheen and a Coldfield. Nature's Grabs goes down in the meantime, but the Lantern brings Mirai to safety.
And that's what I expected to see from JDXL in the last game. What Surgeon does right now. His use of zoning ultimates are just great. Wait, Limitless, hello?
Okay, now kill
Hello?
push forward. Marco needs to block or more hit. Okay, the hook is coming out in a bit. No, can you find it? Ace in the hole. Does a bit of damage.
I mean,
Warning. Asserting
what's
dominant.
from?
Oh, Adusto. Okay, Kurosh is out. But, okay, we can now say, safely, Limitless is asserting dominance.
Yeah, and I want to ask, where is he from? Because his Caitlyn really looks like the Greek Caitlyn. All those Forgiven and Bomb flashbacks are coming back, playing as aggressive as he wants in the 1v2, asserting dominance, as you said already. And those 2k, 1.5k advantage really shows at the moment, at least in the bot lane department, because I see a 3-1-2 Kalista and a 1-1-2 Caitlyn. I did not expect that kind of movement and that kind of damage from Limitless.
I understand that you want to adopt him to the GLL ref, but he is playing the Aurora Cup NLC, so you need to cut him some slack, and he needs to make sure that Excel goes through to the next round and make sure they get the Aurora Cup victory, because that's what they want to do. As Lucent with 4 men actually wants just the mid lane tower. The Aurora Cup just comes a little bit later.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get the mid lane tower, of course. There's the Maokai, there's a fight.
Stranglethrow, make sure nobody can get in place, but DBL, it's looking ghostly forward. Call him Dwayne, cause that's the Rook, baby! Fighting a triple knockup. 5 people are losing, still standing. Excel retreating.
Big feet to wombo combo from the side of Lucent Esports. There's a teleport from the Malphite in order to be able to save his bot lane tier 2 tower, but there's nothing saving the mid lane inner tower of Zal Esports, because Lucent are here and are not giving up. Somehow Denzel is also losing the 1v1.
My man is going in mid lane, hits a 4-man knockup and now tries to solo kill the dog, but unfortunately Denzel is a little bit too strong, but he gets back up. DBL is looking at his bot lane friends, trying to help him once more, and for Denzel, he's just a lone little man. Marco, can you find the hook? Can you find the hook?
Hook.
Oh, yeah, right?
Never makes it. There's a flash.
No!
HP.
So close.
Oh,
My dog.
look at him. Look at him.
So cute.
Barking away, wagging his tail. So wonderful, so majestic.
He deserves a pet. He deserves a pet after that.
Yeah, but let's see
Brad,
the
bring
raid
it
right
back.
now, because the raid herald was good and they tried to stop it, stop the force as well, but the hook for Marco never misses. He always shouts Polo, and there Malphite finds 3. There's a knockup from the face call as well. There's no way to leave for the side of Zal, and that's total disaster. Such a bloodbath.
And we are making it a little bit worse as well, because Surgeon, Limitless, and Fine Forever, all 3 of them, they flashed away in that fight, and they all still died, meaning that for the next fight you don't have a very important cooldown, and it's even easier for Lucent to just go engage and do it again.
Yeah, that's correct. And DBL, he has his ultimate up, and his flash is also coming up within the next 30 seconds or so, so his life is only getting easier at the moment. Limitless still has close to 3 minutes for his own flash. He's 2.5 items right now. His damage is not spiked. And oh no.
Yes, 3 man to dive Denzel. But he goes away. He runs, but the pillar puts him back in his place. The hook for Marco is over, and Denzel is done and dusted.
I mean, we still don't know who got the dogs out, but I know who put the dog down, and it's Lucent Esports.
Oh, wasn't even the surgeon. Unfortunately.
True. Okay, but anyways, back to the positive side. There's a lot of bloodbath in the last few minutes, but Zal Esports is still not giving up. We see them pressing up. They got the second Drake. They are getting the mid lane inner turret as well, and that's a huge gold injection. Of course, Limitless right now is kind of trolling.
Mirai with the Fate's Call going in, and Limitless is stuck in place. He's deleted on a rampage as Mirai, and Surgeon needs to try to get away. But look at Mirai, he's kiting, he's jumping over the wall, but he cannot find the last jump over it. Was starting a bit too much. Flawless is still here to help him, puts a pillar down in just a moment, and in that case Surgeon will surely meet its end.
Yeah, he can die. If he dies, the Baron is taken from the side of Lucent. We see it just spawned. Kalista is close to her second item. We don't care. We have the Shin proc from the Trundle. Veteran told us behind the scenes before, the Baron has 2k HP less when you have Kalista, because you really have to take in that Ren damage, that spike. Of course, Adusto is just stopping some ripples. Okay.
It's fine, He put the Shuriken down so he could go back into the Shroud. Fun little mechanic that the real
good Kali players manage to do permanently. You dive in with the perfect execution, and then all of a sudden you are back completely on the other side of the map with a correct shuriken placement. Russian flawless. Might be looking for Denzel once again. I feel sorry for this man.
Well, he got the Nasus.
Okay.
He won the lane.
Can he do
Now
it?
he gets the Nasus treatment.
He's ulting, he's big, flawless, taking some damage, but the root, oh my god, Denzel. Yeah, unfortunately for him, it's a bit too much damage from course, but Marco takes the kill, so that's a bit of a consolation.
Yeah, Marco said Polo, and he found the kill, it seems. I'll never stop him, sorry. But on the other side, let's just zoom out of the game right now and look at the state of the game. Yes, Denzel is getting called left, right, and center. He's 0, 3, and 2, but that's kind of his job. He's playing split push without teleport, and maybe Zal found out Kurosh.
Can look for a kill here, but a very good dash away from Kursh makes him live yet another day. And we are getting to 2 item spikes, and some people have already got it. Look at Limitless and look at Mirai. Both the AD carries being at 2 items right now and really striking up that damage when the next objective is going to spawn.
Yeah, and what's good for Zal is that Limitless already has his flash up. That means that if his eyes are on the correct spot, if he managed to see actually where DBL is standing, he can always dodge his ultimate. And if he dodges his ultimate, he can dish out so much damage, maybe even more than the Kalista, who went for Blade second just to kite around the Maokai and be able to deal more damage to him and the Nasus. But it's always on a timer, because right now we see that Lucent is not forcing anything, and Zal is just playing a 1-3-1. They're kind of losing a single member out on the side lane every now and again, but they're gaining more because so much damage in the bottom tier 2 tower. No damage still on the top tier 2, but they got the mid lane inner tower while being 2k behind.
This is a bit of a roller coaster. I mean, maybe don't point it out a lot, but Xal was ahead 2k gold. Now Lucent is ahead 2k gold again, and this is over and over every time that we look at those gold stats, which is very nice to see, very fun, because I'm not sure who's going to win this game quite yet, as Courage wants to make it happen. Perfect execution in the Shroud. Courage dashing away. At least the ultimate is out.
Yeah, at least the ultimate is out, but from both of them, of course, Lunang already over that level 11 spike. That means her ultimate is way faster than the Akali one. But it was kind of risky as well, so Akali did look for the kill, and DBL, yep, there's the take.
Every time the camera goes over to Denzel, he is in a very rough place, but hey, he gets out. So you know what? Put the camera more on Denzel, it's fine, he gets out, he's a good dog.
Yeah, and they get the teleport from Course as well because they were too afraid that Zal would just force out the Baron. Of course, they were expecting that, maybe even so the teleport did not move. And look at the damage that Find Forever can bring.
Limitless with a kill force, flash forward from Course, and a good flash from Limitless in response. Once again, training summoners but staying alive. Does mean though that the Cloud Drake is going to go over to Lucent because they have that priority.
It's the Hexa Drake. It's the most common spectator bug that happens for.
Oh, unfortunately, Hexa, yes.
Yeah, so it's a bit stronger than the Cloud Drake. I think it's the strongest Drake as far as I'm concerned. But what's even stronger is that Limitless right now has no flash, and you should always trade your LeBlanc flash for the enemy Dicarius flash when you have Malphite. DBL, teleport up, flash up, ultimate up, all eyes on him. But for some weird reason, Lucent just keeps back the Drake. What happened?
There were a couple of seconds left in DBL, and Caitlyn is there back in time. And I think that was a lost opportunity, because with Limitless being gone, CT lose could have been to set up the priority, but unfortunately they couldn't, and Xal gets another Drake, putting them at soul point. And if you get the Hextech Soul, like you said, it might even be the strongest of all of the Drakes we have. It's a difficult beast to fight up to.
I mean, look at all the range where they can press you from with that slow, with that extra damage, but I think that Surgeon... No, he's not got out, there's still member with him.
He is stuck, flawless flashing away, but there are traps there, you can't move, and Aduso just finds the perfect execution. Course is maybe in the fight with the backline. Limitless getting one shot, deleted by Course. DBL ulting as well. Aduso with a double kill in the process. Mirai just kiting, just dancing, sprinting around, flashing away from the big dog, and Mirai is unleashed. Flash forward from Find Forever, but once again, very well played. Strangled Thirst putting up in the air, and Find Forever gets the shutdown. DBL is gonna get smacked in the face, but Course is just cleaning house with a triple kill. This LeBlanc is doing work. but cannot get the auto kill quite yet.
Yeah, they cannot kill Denzel. Denzel kills you, so they have to run away. That was a scrappy fight. Let's watch it, because Flawless thought he caught out Surgeon, but there was Adusto. He got the kill. Of course, unfortunately for him, he did get caught out from the threats. And that's the first fight we see Denzel take with his team. And Mirai can't play the game. He needs to flash. He barely gets away from the dog, but there's Fine Forever. He uses his flash just to get the final touch onto the enemy carry. Of course, Kuros somehow one-shots both the Zyra and the Caitlyn.
5-0 on the LeBlanc. Leander, Void Staff completed, as well as the Sorcerer's Shoes, having 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. LeBlanc is a force to be reckoned with in this game, and Chorus is the one deciding whatever is happening to Excel. So let's pay our attention to this LeBlanc. Actually, let's put it to Surgeon. He flashing forward, Nation's Grasp, and the teleport goes out as well. But Lucid does not get caught.
Okay, they spent flash for 2
Wait,
actual
why is LeBlanc
ultimates, and there's a teleport from Malphite. LeBlanc is bot. No teleport, they might get the Baron.
They have no teleport, 6k on the Baron. They need to go and flip it right now if they want to, but look at Flawless, he's waiting there. Excel doesn't dare to do so, they don't want to go for the 50-50. They can't go for the fight because they don't have the Maokai ultimate any longer.
Or they don't wanna force something. DBL still has his ultimate, so they just lose the bottom tier 1 tower and the mid lane control. Maybe they should be a bit more decisive, maybe force something more. They still have the Zyra ultimate, that's so much space that can be bought with just a single press of the button, but they just don't want to give up the opportunity from the game from a bad play there. Now the gold lead still stays at 2k for the favor of Lucent Esports, but nothing's done yet.
You feel the tension rising as well, because both the teams are still 0-1 right now in Group A. Meaning if you lose this one, you go 0-2. It's looking pretty rough to go further and further. So if you win this, you're back in the middle of the pack, and that's exactly what you want to do. So you can feel both of these teams are trying their very best to make sure they win this one, and it's closer than I've seen the entire day.
It's really close. Both of the teams look nervous. They do like to spend out ultimates, they do like to spend samurais, but they don't like getting caught out. And now Denzel's trying to group up with his team, being able to play all those team fights. I don't think the DBL is the big problem anymore. I think that only Kuros is a big problem, and if they manage to catch him out, the game is over for Lucent.
But do you have enough tools to even catch him out? Because you don't have a lot of instant CC from the side of Excel. Of course, you do have the Maokai ultimate and the Zyra ultimate, but those are quote-unquote dodgeable, I would say.
Maybe if the Maokai managed to get his W on top of the LeBlanc, maybe that, of course, the LeBlanc can still distort back, get the Maokai away from his team, that he doesn't care, he's a tank. If he managed to CC his enemy backline for as much as he can, that's fine with him. Denzel is in a rough spot, once again just goes into the brush and everything's fine.
Everything is fine, and he's just silently scaling up. Going to be very scary in quite a bit. Oh, Surge only getting back over the wall, just going in Marco as well. Limitless and Fine Forever, doing the damage from a other side, but it doesn't matter when Mirai and Kurus are with the two of them. Marco 1 HP, he even lives, ref.
It does leave the Eternal Hole, it's not enough, there's so much body blocking. Denzel is close, he tries to get something out, but Kurosh is just free to do as he pleases, and he pleases to sit there.
Unlimitless! Sometimes in life, you go forward and you don't look back.
Yeah.
End quote.
And sometimes in life, you go forward and hit face first into a big rock. That was one of those times for Limitless. Now it's soul point for Zal, but I don't think they'll be able to take it. No jungler, there's a Kalista, but they look for the fight.
They're trying anyway. Mirai is trying to kite away on the other side to do so, doing a little bit of damage. Going golden, but Denzel is the first one that seems like he's going to fall. No, it's DBL, and after that the dog goes down. Nadusto finding a shutdown onto Kurosh, the biggest member from the side of Lucent, but then you're nothing if you don't have a shroud anymore to play with, and Lucent can turn his eyes back to the Drek.
Wait, Surgeon? No, he doesn't have any flash, he has no way to get into the pit. He tries to steal it with the AoE, he's not able to.
Unfortunate from their side, meaning we do not get the soul over to Xel, but in the other hand we have another Drake for Lucent. Let's see how that fight played out, Brett.
Yeah, and that's a bit weird for me, because I expected Zal to try and press out the side lanes. They were doing that the whole game long. But no, they want to take the fight. Mirai cannot play the fight, but Marco can, and he doesn't miss. His plays was excellent to just get Denzel out of the fight, and of course, when he uses his death sentence, he means it not metaphorically, but literally.
And that he does indeed. Finding the targets like it is his job, and he makes sure that he does so in a perfect fashion. He deserves a raise, and maybe he will get it. At least if he steals another kill, then he would definitely get a raise, get a little bit of an extra paycheck. Yeah. But now it's their cause to push this mid lane and make sure they get that Baron priority as well. Because that's still the big objective here, that no team can really start if it's a 5v5. At least that's what it seems like.
But let me ask you a question, Tom Sonic.
Sure.
Do you like the last item in Kalista's itemization?
Okay. It was the last, the Lord Dominic's or the Wit's End?
The LDR.
Oh, the LDR, the Lord Domi. I am a little bit of a fan of the Lord Domi.
On the Kalista though?
Not necessarily, but I am a fan of the item, so I don't want to say no, but I feel like the answer is no.
I mean, I'm not. Maybe Veteran will flame me afterwards in the analyst desk, but
oh, that's a given.
I never liked the Lord Dominic's on the Kalista. It's an on-hit champion. You have so much on-hit damage. You don't even deal 100% of your AD. That's her passive. You get all those extra dashes, but you don't deal your full damage per auto attack. So why would you go on for the Lord Dominics? Get something more on hit. Get something to get away from the slow. Maybe a QSS. That would be good at this specific scenario. But the Lord Dominics, I feel it's way too much gold for not enough value.
Might be the difference maker. Let's see if he can make use of it. In the meantime, Xel is just doing Baron. 6k, 5k, dropping down very, very fast. And Flawless get on again a race. He's rooted, he's stuck. And Xel gets it. In the end, it's Limitless who takes it. But can Lucent find a flank? No, Courage is spotted out. Xel just walks away with a crime here.
That was an excellent ultimate from Sargon. He picked out everyone he wanted to do. That's what I'm asking from Mao, guys. Don't play for yourself, play for your team. You can buy so much space from the enemy team, and that's exactly what he did. They robbed the bank, they got away with it. Now the next Drake gets up in 2 minutes, and they're still gonna have the Baron buff.
Still having that Baron. And in 2 minutes we have indeed that Drake. That's going to be a difference maker. But for now, Xel needs to make sure that they actually use this Baron properly. They have to have someone in the side lane, which you can already see that's very hard to do so, because the bottom lane is pushed in on the side for Lucent.
It is indeed pushed in. Let's see if they manage to get something away from it. I see that Zalismus is trying to get space into the enemy jungle, but no one is pushing waves, and that's 3 waves lost. Top, middle, and bottom, and there's no one pressing. They need to split push with the Akali. Unfortunately for them, Nasus has the ghost, has the flash, he has no teleport, so he needs to stay close to his team.
Very close. Hug him. Like it's your brother in arms. That's what he should do. And we can see Adusto in the top lane, making sure that that is pushed in, and Courage is going to stay high. It's going to be a 1v1 for now, but Adusto knows something is up, and he's already moving backwards. That means Xel gets priority over the mid lane, can actually look for something there. It's a chess game right now, Rev.
Yeah, it's a chess game, and they're moving all over the places simultaneously, but they still cannot get the middle inhibitor turret as easily. Press the bottom lane, get the inner tower, get all those free. Oh, maybe get the kill.
Execution going for the Zoya splash forward to Execution, just hits the clone, and Courage flashes away for dear life, but now there is DBL, and Adusto can't get away. And you have the damage on the side of Lucent to get him down in the end. One more hit would be it, but look at the bottom lane, Xel's already pushing there.
Yeah, and that's a great ultimate. Thank you, Surgeon. Look at the tower melting. They got so much more than just 1 kill right now.
Sometimes you don't have to hit the enemy champions, you just need to make sure they can't get in your way, and for that they get a tower. They do not get the inhibitor quite yet, but they still have the Baron buff, can reset before that all-important Drake in 20 seconds. Might even be a little bit of a late reset.
Yeah, it's that late. Of course, they have still the metro system that the Hextech Drake, the Hextech Terrain provides, so they can get here in time, maybe not in time to set up the great vision control they want to have, but they still need to save some time. The Akali needs 10 more seconds, she needs to spawn, and then she can teleport back to help. One hook does not hit, maybe that's a flip.
Flash forwards, and again a great ultimate triple knockup, but can Lucent find more? In the meantime, Mirai trying to get away, getting the shield, but Brock hiding for dear life, and he still manages to live in the end, but in the end he gets down. And do so with the executions, going over the team fight like it's his own world, and Flawless and Kurosh just running and dashing away. The double kill for Denzel, and excels everything they want.
I don't know why they thought they didn't have to fight. They had to take the Drake before Akali got there. Somehow Limitless managed to dodge. He flashed away after getting hit with the Malphite ultimate. Kurosh wasn't able to execute him, and now they're paying with the soul and maybe even their bases within the next few minutes. Barn buff is up, so sieging is not as easy as it was before, but they still have so much pressure in the silence with Nasus and Akali.
And what a fight, and for me it all began with the ace in the hole from Limitless hitting Kurosh. He was so low that he couldn't really join the fight that easily anymore. He was zoned away the entire time, and in that case it's very hard for Lucent to do something because he is your big damage dealer right now. He needs to find someone on those flanks, but he just couldn't do it in this one, and Excel walk away with everything they can get here.
Of course, the gold lead doesn't matter anymore, and if it would be in favor of Zal Esports. Lucent looked like they had control over the whole map for so long, but they did nothing with it once again. So right now they're just losing it. Look at how long range do they have to just over and over again proc the Hex the Drake. There's the saplings, or the onions as some people like to call them, from Maokai. There's the plants from Zyra. So they can take control of the place from so far away.
And they do exactly that. And unfortunately for the side of Lucent, they cannot get rid of those Hextech souls on the side of Xel any longer. Those will stay there permanently. So it's going to be more and more difficult to fight. But still, you have Kurosh waiting in the wings, trying to one-shot someone. And if you do that much damage against Surgeon without proccing Electrocute, you still have a lot of options.
Oh, also, he hasn't got a spell shield, so he needs to get out of the fight. So if Lucent fights right now, they'll be doing so 4v5. They might be getting a kill, but then the fighting field will just be even.
Kurosh playing with fire. But he likes the fiery games. He likes the heat. He performs best under those conditions, it seems like, as he's 5-1-11 still. And Excel just moving towards the top side, trying to break open that tower, and hopefully for them finally get an inhibitor, because sieging is the name of the game for Excel. Can they do just that?
It seems that they are too afraid of sieging. No one's hitting a tower ever, only if there's no one to defend. So that may be their undoing as well. This game is so tense. As we're closing into the 40th minute, no one has taken an inhibitor yet. The Baron is spawning again for the second time, and Denzel once again caught out.
Denzel is alone, he is rooted in place, and 3 members of Lucent trying to get him. Ultimate comes down on him as well, but he buys so much time with the Gargoyle Snowblade. He is alive, but he will go down in the end. Shutdown going over to DBL, and with the Baron being alive, this might be an option for Lucent to get back.
And look at all the damage that DBL right now had, but they spent 2 very important ultimates. There's the Unstoppable Force, and there's the Subjugate as well. The front line is not as strong for the side of Lucent. Kurosh tries to find the... Oh?
Do you see Limitless at the top? Have you ever heard the story about the flanking Caitlyn? He might show up here. Perfect Execution comes down. Nation's Curse holds a lot of people away, but Limitless is not in the fight because he's flanking, and I don't know why he is. He's stuck in the bush, but he is stuck in the face of Marco when DBL gets another kill. And yeah, Limitless, I don't know what he's doing there.
It's doing a Hildesang, I think. He's just flanking for the sake of flanking. They cannot fight over the Drake right now. They had a chance. They could take inhibitor towers. They could take inhibitors. They could open up the enemy's base. Instead, they did nothing. And they just lost this fight. Hands down. No carry. The Baron goes to the side of Lucent. And it will be up when the Elo spawns.
But Limitless is alive. Yay.
That's what's most important. He was not caught in this great heist.
He wasn't caught, but we will see if he manages to redeem himself a little bit later on. But now, the ball is in the court of Lucent. They have the Baron buff. They can decide what happens on the map now. And with a 40-minute game on our hands, it's going back and forth more and more. And Fine Forever is just going back to his fountain because he's shut down by Kurosh in one hit.
Yeah, he's not fine anymore, it seems. Kurosh, of course, took half his health in damage from just one auto attack from Limitless, so he's still very, very, very strong, but of course has his teleport. He just recalled with the Baron powered recall, he can just start pushing the side lanes and lets his team siege, or he can even teleport if a fight breaks out.
Using the portals, it's very hard to teleport onto a minion because you're still dealing with a Caitlyn. If there's a trap being put down under there, you are regretting every decision you've made in your life and in this game. So that means they're not doing that. Of course, just walking to top, pushing that wave, and now they're waiting for the other one in the mid lane to spawn as well.
Of course, and Zal sees that it's a 4 versus 4 and just moves up, clears the enemy mid wave, and makes sure that the Hero Tower is safe for now. But if they go into clearing this top wave, they might be getting flanked, they might be getting caught out in the mid side. Denzel and Limiters out there alone. Of course, fine forever is fine again because he respawned.
It's in the name. Scourge is getting that one tower in top, but still they can't find a proper siege in the mid lane, as the bot lane is pushing as well, because it's very hard for them to finally go in for the siege as well. This is the problem both teams seem to have. It's hard to close out the game, but now they go for flank Wallace with the pillar. Look at him, he might go in. Very good damage onto Kurz. He is still alive, but he will die from Fine Forever on the other side with the Strangler Tones. Another kills being put down, but a double knockup from DBL changes the course for Lucent. Two people himself trying to do what they can. The execution goes down, but Mirai still at GA, and I think it's all over Bruxelles. They fought hard, but not hard enough, because Lucent is doing whatever they can, whatever they want. They have dominated the fight, and will finally be able to end this game.
And Limitless did not redeem himself. It seems that he was the one that got out. He tried to kill Kurosh. Kurosh still had an hourglass, and that saved him. DBL finds ultimate after ultimate. They needed 42 minutes and 20 seconds, but they managed to capitalize on that Limitless mistake twice and got away with the game.
Aduso trying to do what he can, but he cannot do it, and that means that Excel will go 0-2 right now, and Lucent will find their first win of the tournament.
And they're redeeming themselves in that first game. They looked like they had control over most of the game and once again lost it. Maybe they didn't lose it, but they have their own Lucent time, where between the 20th and 40th minute of the game, they just can't play. But after that 40-minute mark strikes, it's a different team. They just capitalize on every mistake. Kuros finds pick after pick after pick without dying ever, and just wins their team the game.
If I would need one word to describe this game, I would say roller coaster. From the start up until the end, it's a small gold lead to the one team, a small gold lead to the other team, a Baron to the one team, a Baron to the other team. It goes back and forth, and in the end, it's just those mistakes, maybe a bit too much made by Limitless, that makes sure that Lucent can finally win this game and close it out. But I guess this was a very fun one, Rev.
It was extremely fun, to be honest. There were some spicy picks, there were some spicy happenings around the map. Denzel got caught, I don't know, 12 times, died 3 of them, got some kills other times. DBL got a Giga Chat rock solid performance, and we saw two sides of Limitless, because on one side he was the Limitless, just walking up 1v2, dishing out tons of damage, and on the other side it was the first flanking Caitlyn the world has ever seen.
I am sure that they will talk about this on the desk as well, but I want to briefly get your thoughts. What did we think of the dog in the mid lane?
I mean, I liked it. I would prefer a teleport. I think a teleport instead of the flash maybe would have turned the tables a bit towards the side, because they would be able to play the 1-3-1, and that's where they were the strongest. But Lucent know their game. They know how to punish with the 1-3-1. They know how to engage. They had the Malphite. They had the LeBlanc just taking out huge chunks of HP from the enemy carries. So I think that if they had one more teleport, maybe it would be a great pick. Now it just kind of worked.
Unfortunately, Bruxelles didn't find their first win. This was the cast for us, but we have an analyst desk to show you all about this game, and I hope they're going to talk about the little dog. So Noah and the guys, take it away.
Thank you, Don Sonic. Thank you, Rev. Yeah, definitely we are gonna disclose what happened so far in this game, because a lot of things happening here. And do you want to start? Because, I mean, this was a very crazy game.
Yeah, I mean it was right. I think it's probably an understatement to call it crazy. No, I would say. But I mean, we can just begin a bit with the draft. I think. I mean, first of all, we see Caitlyn Syra being blind picked as a combo, which is not something I have
Right,
seen in
definitely.
a lot of seasons. But I mean, I respect it. I know all of us didn't really enjoy that idea, but I did personally. But then I see the Thresh count picking himself as well. So just right off the bat, I think. I mean, Lucent they had good tools, but I think the Siren Kaling kind of got really ahead in lane. I don't really know. In the mid game, they kind of started faltering, and they really the Malphite combo just got a lot of good ultimates this game. That's kind of why Lucent got on top in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I mean, for me as a Zyra Kaylin enjoyer, separately, I kind of don't enjoy them that much while they are together because yeah, they were ahead in lane, but we saw some very I don't know how to call this, a very rough plays. From the side of Kaylin, I feel like in the later stages of the game, veterans of our Kaylin was not very useful. And yeah, I'm thinking about the Gale Force forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was a back and forth and Caitlyn, why are you netting backwards? Why are you Gale forcing forth? What's going on here? Why it's a Malphite, for the love of God? Definitely, the performance from the Caitlyn could definitely have been done better. I actually do like the draft overall that they had, but these individual errors, it harkens back to the JDXL game that opened up the day. These individual positioning mistakes are much easier to punish from draft on the right, even though ultimately LCT's draft probably shouldn't have been able to win this game given the tools on the left. But it only works if all those tools are up. And if Malphite sees AD, he kills AD, right? And it doesn't matter that Nasus eliminates your AD. We've evened up the fight somewhat, blah, 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 blah. The Nasus pick in particular, I do want to touch on. This is actually my favorite setup on the Nasus mid lane pick. Been preaching it for a year. The fleet footwork plus ghost setup makes it basically impossible to out teamfight the Nasus once you get an even teamfight again. Limitless getting caught in midsection against free is not a team fight. But you get those scenarios, and with Ghost, Nasus can run everybody on that team down, and they can't even kite him because of the current state of Ghost. So I like the fleet, I like the Ghost, I like the MS that's being emphasized there. I love the Gargoyle Stoneplate pickup, probably could use Sterex as well because the only resistance isn't to Trundle. The plan was good, but even then, in laning phase, why do we have the Nasus mid into the LeBlanc? We could do Carly into LeBlanc and Nasus into tank, and that would probably be a better setup if you just want to escort. And you have Malkine to Trundle pre-6, that can give you the escort into when you otherwise would want teleport for top lane and get you the favorable lane state. You could escort Nasus through there. So nice plan, but shoddy execution all the way through. Meanwhile, easier to execute plan, albeit worse, but the execution is what favored them. Execution is what the whole tournament is about. You can plan all you like, but plan for yourselves, give yourselves the ease of access to the backline, ease to the enemy team, and that's how you can win the game.
Definitely, I mean, the game got to a minute and this where one single mistake was the big difference between winning the game and the defeat. And that mistake, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was a very nice pick from the side of LCT that they identified that Nasus at that point was the true carry from the side of Shalom. They collapsed with everything onto the Nasus, and that was a window of opportunity they took to take the Baron Nashor and to take finally the game. How I mean, it was a very creative way to plan the setup and this part. How do you get into these moments, and how could LCT not got with the advantage they took in the mid game to rely on these kind of picks?
I mean, I think that pick in the end, right? They just have to go all in, and they saw then that he was out of position, even with the flash, even with I think the ghost was actually down. So sad for both veteran and myself. I mean, I think he could have lived if he, but yeah, I mean, obviously Denson was way too far up on that now in that mid lane. And once, I mean, when the game is so long like this, 35 minutes, one pick like that can just end the game, which is kind of what we saw, right? They got the Baron, then afterwards they got a pick on Styra as well, and after that they just run down mid lane and they just end the game. So I mean, I think one thing that I do want to mention though about XAL is that while they were really struggling in their bot lane, especially after laner phase, they were really struggling to have an impact. I actually want to give credit to Adusta. Like, this guy was actually popping off on the Akali. Like, he was getting multiple solo kills, even when Kalista and Thresh initiated the lane swap, he actually 1v2'd them, and I was just so surprised how Kalista was even remotely in the game after that. But I guess Lucent, they were just a better team and managed to get Kalista to keep ahead in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I mean, Kalista had a very rough time in the earlier stages of the game. Veteran, but so far he found a way to thrive into the game, and it was hard to punish in some points.
Yeah. I mean, you had to catch scenarios where Nasus didn't have Ghost, and every time that they saw an opening to do so, they went for it, right? And then you have Kalista LeBlanc's follow-up gives you immense amounts of burst to try to get yourself a numbers advantage at the start of the fight off those mispositionings. I think the cast made a really, really good point that with Nasus Akali setups, you'd think about doing a 1-3-1, but you couldn't do these kinds of wide map plays here, because if you did that, Malphite just pummels through your midsection with LeBlanc, with Kalista. It's very easy follow-up from all of them, and that's ultimately what would end up pushing them through, right? And again, every time you see a composition like this, where it's just see hero, kill hero, it has ultimately prevailed. Like, all these games are very chaotic, and within that chaos, the simpler thought process will win out, right? And it's the simpler thought process that won out here.
Now, guys, we're going to talk with Gui J from Lucent head coach. I don't know if he's here with us already. Gui, are you here with us? Not yet. He's not yet here, but we're gonna have the chance to talk with him. But yeah, definitely, I really want to know his side, because we were discussing about this creative way that Charles presented the game with the Zara, with the Kaylin, even though the Kaylin was more of a bite at the end of the game. That a main carry, in my opinion, it was a hard game to play Kaylin versus Malphite, and also versus the LeBlanc, but somehow she enabled the rest of the team to jump onto the Kaylin, and Nasus goes in with the ghost that Veteran was highlighting, and also Akali was doing a great job. But one single mistake from the side of Charles was enough to end the game. I don't know how you can right now face enters the rest of the group. How do you think that these guys from Lucent are gonna face from Charles, sorry, are gonna face the rest of the group? They have 2 defeats.
I mean, I think, yeah, I kind of like what Veteran said as well. Like, basically, the teams that have been playing these kind of straightforward comps, like you see hero, you kill hero, and you play this all-out team fight brawl champions. Like, they ban Silas, they get the Malphite right, and it just looks like turbo broken. Especially when you're playing against low mobility carries that are in the game right now. The Caitlyn, obviously the Sire as well. They're just not sitting ducks in a comp like this. And I think if they can keep drafting like this, they can for sure step up. I think they need to improve. Obviously, I think this game was a bit chaotic to analyze and to say that they're gonna be like a strong contender for the tournament. But you gotta start somewhere.
There is a point where analysis, there is no room for analysis, just for the heart, with the heart. Now we have right now Gui J with us. Gui, welcome to the analyst desk, and congratulations for the victory. I wanted to ask, because we've been discussing around, how do you guys face this kind of composition with the Nessus meet, with the Sarah and the Kaylin? How is that you face those?
Well, thanks. We're quite used to playing those sort of comps ourselves. Like, we quite enjoy those sort of interesting compositions. So we're quite used to playing against them. So when we get the opportunity to, we're used to playing them. So when we get the opportunity to play against them, usually we have a good idea of how they operate. But we thought, I mean, to be honest, Malphite's not particularly meta as such at the moment. So we thought we'd answer it with something like that.
And this Veteran, one of you want to go with a question?
I mean, I can go.
Okay, go for it.
And this first.
Okay, I will go. Gui, so you said that you kind of like this, maybe not the most meta picks. Is this something you have in store for us for the rest of the tournament as well, or was this like a one-time thing that we won't get to see as much?
Well, we can't say too much about our plans, but yeah, I'm hoping to open a few picks to the meta if possible.
So I do think, whereas sure, we don't commonly see Malphite. If you do see a team that's pretty much building entirely around their ADC there, Malphite should be an obvious pick. My question is, when that call comes in, is it DBL being like, I'm perfectly fine playing this kind of one style, one note champion, or are you the guy being like, oh, we should go pivot into this kind of comp, or is it more of a group discussion? How does everyone feel about these pivots?
I think there's elements of both. I think we we sort of talk it out as a team. I mean, Malphite came up pretty much immediately when the Zyra and the Caitlyn came in locked in. It's very squishy targets, very easy to get on top of. Also, it denies the Zyra ultimate very, very quickly because she really doesn't have any time to do what she wants to. Generally, most supports don't dodge as quick as AD carries do. So it's quite good to sort of be able to lock that in. And yeah, DBL was quite happy to play those sort of picks, but like I say, it's one of those things where you normally you decide as a team, and he understands that sometimes for the team he's got to play those one-dimensional picks just to get the composition we want.
And I wanted to ask you, because this was something that Emtes was highlighting, how hard it is from time to time to play Thresh into Zyra, because Zyra is a very bully pick in the ball lane, and also Thresh doesn't have, maybe the best room to land hooks when you have a lot of plants in front of you. So why did you guys decide to go after Thresh no matter what?
We chose Thresh because we know how good we are with the champion. We know how good we are with that bot lane, so we thought, well, we'll lock it in. We'll show them why we can lock Thresh into stuff like that.
Okay, so thank you very much for being here with us again.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations for the victory. Let's see how it goes for you.
Thank you.
So this has been the game so far, a very crazy one. This is what.
If you're saying something, I can't hear it.
Oh, okay. I thought I was the one messing up. Okay, so you are muted, Noah, I think. But that's all good and dandy. Veteran, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just muted. It's all good. Oh, I respect the ability to just go for these wild picks from instance, and I especially love, more than the wild picks thing, what he was like, oh, we know Thresh is bad here, but we know how good we are at it. If you can maintain that kind of confidence, you can beat any team in the tournament.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay. So did you hear that?
Oh no.
And I was just highlighting. I mean, at this point of the tournament and in this level, sometimes it's best to rely on comfort more than in what.
Yes.
So what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, 100%.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna rely more on comfort because we're gonna go for a break, and next time we're gonna be ready for the next game. So, guys, a brief pause, and we'll be right back. Love you.
Bye.
Hello, guys. We are back. Well, are we back? Are we back? Doctor is here. Is he here?
Am I here?
Okay.
Oh my God.
We are absolutely ready, guys. We're gonna head towards the fifth game of the day while we're dealing with Dr. Aegis. Rev, I'm so happy to be here with you. How are you?
Finally, we're back together. I'm doing great. I'm hyped AF. I got out of casting 2 matches with the excellent Sonic, so I still have all that excellent energy within me to just analyze games.
Not to analyze games. Yeah, that definitely is. We're gonna head into the EUniverse versus XAL esports game. It's gonna be a very, very important one because we do have a favorite in this group, and it's gonna be obviously JDXL. But these guys are fighting over, these second places. So sure, the game versus Lucent. So they kind of came with very creative ways of face League of Legends. So I don't know if they have more things under the sleeve, but they just need to focus and take the first victory because they need it.
Yeah, if they don't get this victory out, they're all but out of this group because they will not have everything in their hands and they're gonna need to have 3 consecutive wins and some other losses. But they look like they can take away games. They just trip themselves up with their own foot and fall down, face down. That Caitlyn flank, some fights were weird. They had some really good ideas on how to get away with the game, like the 1-3-1, but then they just, hey, we're bored with the 1-3-1. Let's flip everything.
It feels like they do have a plan in their minds, and they do have like a well-thought way to approach the game, but somehow they are dragged onto the chaos that somehow we have in this kind of tournaments. And when you're dragged by the chaos and you're not being, this ordered and a very disciplined lineup, maybe you are in very big trouble, and happens things like. The peak onto the Nasus may happen. I think we do have Doctor back. Doctor, are you there?
I thought we had Doctor from frame 1. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I looked over, I saw my camera, I was like, oh hey, what's up? And then I hear, oh, Doctor's not here. I'm like, wait, what? Here, I'm feeling.
Okay.
Am I here? Am I coming through?
Yeah. You are here. I think you're here. So, how do you think? What do you think about this game? How do you feel these teams after the XAL game versus Lucent?
All I know about the XAL game is that someone locked in Nasus mid, and I've been saying I want to see Nasus mid since MSI 2021, where I got stranded without a computer, and I found out that Psychopathic Top had been playing that, and I was like, hey, this looks pretty fun. And so that's basically where my focus was, because we also saw a lot of that at a LAN in the UK as well, over at Insomnia. I don't know why, but for some reason, Nasus mid was just the pick. It wasn't even like a counter to anything. Everyone just kept playing it at the LAN. So that was my, nothing to do with the teams. That was just my main takeaway from that game.
I mean, sometimes it's just the fashion out of the big. I mean, you are comfortable playing the Nasus, and somehow everyone is playing the Nasus out of nowhere. I came from the Superliga. There is one guy that started playing Zeri top in the Superliga in summer, when Zeri was totally nerfed, and suddenly the other teams were like, okay, we have to do something with this pick because these guys are winning us with this kind of crazy stuff that shouldn't be viable. So predictions, Ref, Doctor, for this game. Ref, you first.
Ooh. Right, it's really hard. I want to predict Zal because they do look like they have some good moments, but I think that Hydras will get away with the game.
Doctor?
I'll go Zal to be contrarian then. I'll get it balanced out. I'll get a bit of bias going. Oh, yeah. Man down. All right.
Yeah, we can LS here.
Okay, LS connection. But it is okay because, guys, we're going to head towards our casters for this fifth game of the day. Love you. Okay. Oh, we are still here. Okay. My bad, because I'm losing connection all the time. We're watching right now the standings with JDXL 2-0, Hydras 1-1, and losing 1-1. Shall are the ones that are 0-2 so far in this group. This is why I was asking for you to predictions. And Doctor, I never get to hear yours because my connection went crazy. So repeat it for me.
I said it goes out just to balance it out a little bit. Get a 1-on-1 on the predictions.
I really think they have a chance and they have a fair shot. to win this game, honestly, because I kind of felt like that they had a plan and they have a way to approach the game. They just need the discipline to maintain the discipline until the later stages of the game. Because for example, the first Baron was for them. I really thought that Caitlyn was gonna do nothing in the game, and she was doing sometimes in some fight things. So I think that maybe easier composition to execute is gonna be suit better for them. What do you think, Ref?
Well, I'm not sure about the composition per se. I think that they will need to maintain the discipline. You said it, Veteran said it, I think it's indeed the keyword of the day. They need to maintain focus on their win conditions. Do they want the 1-3-1? Focus on the 1-3-1, execute it. You might lose something, but in the end, you're getting closer to your win condition.
Definitely is. And now it is. Now we are going to head towards our classes for this 5th game of the day. So guys, it's all to you.
Hello everybody. Thank you very much, Noah. Thank you, Rev. Thank you, Doctor, for introducing us. My name is Trajan. I'm on the cast with M-Test for the first time for the last 2 games of the day.
Hey guys, I mean now I've been doing a bit of AnyDesk, but this is the real deal for me. Now we're here to cast.
Yeah.
I'm once again with Trajan. I think that's how he wanted me to pronounce it. Maybe I butchered
Yes,
it.
you got
but
it.
He has to. Yeah, okay. If not, he just has to teach me during these last 2 games. But yeah, we're going into draft already. We see the Cardus ban. Obviously, gonna go on to Surgeon. Like this guy is just such an insane Cardus player. So we're not surprised. The Yumi ban as well. I mean, so far I'm kind of liking this.
Yeah, and I see that Adusta has earned himself the Akali ban as well, plus the Caitlyn for Limitless. So that last draft for Zal, definitely a lot of threats there. The NASA's still unbanned, so maybe they'll have a chance to run that one back. On the other side, it is a bit more standard, I guess, apart from the Zoe, the Maokai, and the Yumi, fairly expected. So what do you think we're going to look for in terms of power picks now coming out for the Hydras?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Limitless power pick Caitlyn is gone right now, so I'm not sure what's he thinking right now. What does he want to play? I'm not sure. I mean, we were giving. I'm gonna cut it some slack actually. I know Limitless. I've been playing with him in Solk a bunch of times, and this guy's pretty good. I think he had an unlucky game last game, so I think this time around he really wants to kind of justify himself and redeem himself. So now when the MF pick comes in, I think you kind of if you're Limitless this game, I feel like you kind of have to match this with like a Tristana or like a Kai'Sa, something that is really powerful in lane, and you can match with an engaged support. The Kalista as well, obviously gonna be open, but I mean, don't do me like that, man. Don't hover towards Kalista and the Kai'Sa. You just lock it in already. Yeah, you see the Kai'Sa. So now the thing is, what's so fun about this tournament is that you can talk about meta. You can talk about what the LPL is playing, what people are playing at Worlds. But that's the thing. These guys, they don't really care. They just play whatever they want and what they feel is good. And now we're gonna see the blind pick Aatrox, which is actually meta right now.
Yeah, I think this guy's got a bit of meta on his mind right here. The Kai'Sa played once today, the Aatrox coming out, and on the side of Hydras, it seems like Imperial, he's just happy to play MF regardless. I think it's been first picked 2 out of 3 times, maybe 3 out of 3 times now, and last time they have paired it with the Amumu both times, so we'll see if they want to highly prioritize that one as well, maybe go for the Veigar again. They don't seem to have been trying to shake up their drafts too much, they're just trying to play as well as they can, I guess, to get those wins locked in, as the Jax is back for Sheeta.
Oh, okay, so they are gonna put that Jax again. I mean, it's the redeem story once again, right? It's a redemption story for Limitless this game on the Kai'Sa. It's also for Shielda. He was getting absolutely crapped by Crysis in laning phase against JDXL, and while he got some shutdowns under his belt later towards that game, they were 12k behind. Like, it was just impossible. So I think this game is for sure wants to redeem himself, and as you were saying, Trajan, the Amumu as well with the MF, the wombo combo is happening.
Yeah, and I mean, he did struggle in lane, as you said, into Cries, but I think in the Adusta matchup, he solo killed Cries on the Renekton, so he's got an even harder lane opponent in front of him now, into the Aatrox as well, the premium pick, with the Amumu we see, as we said, locked in with Selfway for Imperial as well, so that same classic combination as we go into the second round of bans once they've locked in the Sylas. Now, this is a blind pick into the mid lane, but they've got the MF ult, they've got the Amumu ult to take away.
Yeah, I mean, so far what I'm seeing from XL is I really like it. Like, they have so much side-end potential. If one of these solo lanes gets ahead, it's super hard to play against. Now you also have the Kai'Sa, who, if your solo lane is ahead, Kai'Sa can go to that lane. You can gank them even with the AD carry, right? So far I really like the identity that XL is bringing. But on the other hand, we see Hydras. They also have their clear identity of their own. They're going for some team fighting, but also if Jax gets these 2 or 3 items, he's gonna win both side lanes against the Aatrox and the Sylas. So they can play this kind of 4-1 style with the team fight comp. And I mean, so far I think both teams, they have a strong identity. So let's see what they decide to run this picks up with.
Yeah, the second round of bans seems like they're really trying to keep Colonel off a decisive utility kind of playmaking champion. They're taking away the Virgo Cage, they're taking away the Vex for that engage with the Shadow Surge. I want to see what Colonel is going to take now to see if he is still going to be like this very pivotal role in the team fights, or if he's going to maybe play for himself, maybe play for the lane a little bit more now that they have the chance to lock this one in. Of course, they do know the matchup into the Sylas as the Leona is paired up with the Kai'Sa in bot lane, so plenty of engage, plenty of burst coming out of that duo.
Yeah, there's really strong bot lane all around, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they're going for the meta here that we're seeing. They would go for the Victor here in mid, just kind of still go for this kind of team fight identity. But I mean, why am I trying to predict? We have a Heimerdinger. That's not it. I mean, this is a Heimerdinger in the mid, and I mean, this is a good pick, I would assume, in the Sylas. Like, he cannot really, of course, he can steal these kind of ultimates, but the laning phase, I think, Carol, if it's gonna be Heimer and mid, which I'm just assuming, right? Then I think he's gonna have a good time with this one.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jax locked in, we'd have to assume it's going into Colonel's hands. But when Sylas takes a Heimerdinger ult, does he get to choose which ult he has? Does he just then do all of his QWE get replaced with Heimer ults until he presses the button? I have no idea how that actually functions in the real world, so someone will have to maybe find out for us, as the Graves is back on there for Panda. So he's left the Ivern behind. We had a look at that. Didn't love it. We're back on the Graves.
Yeah, so, okay, no one in the chat or you, Trajan, don't quote me on this, but I think it's the ultimate that Heimerdinger lost took, kind of like a LeBlanc kind of thing with the Sylas. But once again, don't quote me, probably not what's gonna happen, but I mean, I like both identities. I think XL rounds up the comp kind of perfectly with the Hecarim. Obviously, Graves is really gonna be comfortable in this matchup. Once he has gotten a few clears under his belt, he's gonna be able to out-tempo Surgeon a lot on this Hecarim. But I think Surgeon, knowing him, he's not gonna play to his full clear, man. This guy is gonna gank, and he has so many lanes to do it with that, yeah, well, let's see if Hydras can keep up in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's really what it looked like in the first two games for them, right? In game one, they were well prepared, it was smart, it was clean gameplay from them versus Luton, and then by JDXL, they just got backhanded, they just got smashed in every lane, and they had a chance to maybe bring it back with XL fumbling a bit, but at the end of the day, it was just done and dusted very, very early on. So will Zal be able to pressure them in the same way that JDXL did, or are they going to be allowed to execute on their game plan, which, as we say, is fairly similar? It's still MF, it's still a Mumu. They still have, a fairly similar plan, I think, going into this game. And Zal, they are now 0-2 down. They now have a chance to maybe try and break that streak and punish Hydras in the same way that JDXL found a way to.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? And once again, I'm gonna say it one more time. It's kind of a redemption time for both teams, with the Jax, with the Kai'Sa. But just looking at XL's draft as well. When I was on our analyst desk last game, I was kind of giving them flack for they were just kind of blind picking Kate Syra in the same rotation and didn't really care. They just wanted to play Kate Syra. This time around, I feel like they have a lot more synergy in their team comp. They can really they have the engagement with Leona. They have so much follow up with Sylas and Aatrox, and obviously Kai'Sa as well can follow up. They can do so many things in this one, and I'm really looking forward to see these two junglers kind of early pathing, because so many matchups are explosive in this game.
Yeah, and we are on to the Rift here for our fifth game of the night. Hydras going up against Zal, both looking to try and secure that second spot coming out of this first round robin. Now, we've got the Heimerdinger turrets set up in mid. I guess Zal wants to clear this, but they just go straight onto him, in fact. Colonel getting aggressed on, but Surgeon is way out of position. He's 1v5! First blood for Imperial already.
Oh my god! The bait coming in from Kerman. I mean, he just puts down his towers, and I think XL, they knew this and wanted to clear it, but obviously, you cannot do this if the other team is ready for it. And with Hecarim having no flash, of course he's gonna die.
Dude,
and now
I got hit by that exact same play in the University League for the UK back in 2016. I got hit by the Heimer, walks up, sits mid, baits them into the jungle corridor. This is a brain blast for me. But look at him, just come straight in, Sheeta ready to pounce.
Okay, so do you think that actually, I mean, he's just gonna die, he's gonna be really sad about this one, but do you think actually Hydras, maybe that was their scouting, they went back to 2016 Universal League and they took it from you, do you think so?
Yeah, I think they've been checking my VODs for sure. I was the pro player that never made it. A Selfway getting very aggressed on by that massive Kai'Sa, passive damage, flash onto the MF, gets the cleanse, back in from Selfway, now he has to flash away, couple more autos and it gets very dicey, but Limitless and fine forever, feeling good.
And that's the con, right, about Imperial getting that first blood. He has to base, he wanna get that longsword under his belt, and that gives kind of an opportunity for Limitless and Fine Forever to just walk in the bush and see what happens. Selfway, obviously feeling himself way too much there. He kind of face checks the bush, and they have to blow. I mean, Amumu Splash, MF cleanse as well, and she's not. I mean, obviously now they're gonna get prio. Don't think a lot is gonna happen about that one though, because Hecarim is pathing towards that top side. But maybe, just maybe, Fine Forever can find himself going towards the mid lane.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what he can do. With this pressure, they have now been handed back by the side of Hydras. The one problem I think I might see with that, right? They do have a team that's very much in synergy with each other, as you said. They can very much follow up on the same plays with the rest of their teammates, but it does feel quite short range into like Amumu, MF, into Heimerdinger as well. Like, these guys love to kind of be dived on and kite back and exploit the range advantage, so I'm wondering if Zal is going to have any issues as the mid and late game comes around, actually trying to execute onto Hydra's comp.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it as well, I really agree with you. I think they have such low range, and that Tamer pick is starting to make a lot more sense to me, but as I say that...
I guess not.
I guess. Okay, man. I mean, my bad, Kira. That was my fault. The classic Caustic Curse coming in really early into this game, but as I was saying, I mean, if they... Let's imagine a phase where both of these teams are even in like 25 minutes. Let's imagine that Kreml has the kind of the Ludens, maybe he has the Sonias as well. I mean, Fine Forever, he's gonna die here.
Okay, there's no...
These guys are not giving me time.
Pandas here, they can cancel the recalls, they've got that. Oh, get off the tower, both shots as well. The minions doing so much work, they're walling them off, but will they be allowed to escape? No one is close enough to help Find Forever and Limitless. Panda, Selfway, and Imperial, they're just gonna lock them in under the turret, picked up both.
Beautiful play there. I mean, they know that Panda was on the bot side. Surgeon, they know for sure that Hecarim is on the top side as well. This is why they can go for this kind of play. They know that they're 3v2. They just dive it. They make it look easy, man. And Imperial gets another kill under his belt, even though that level 1 did not look good for them. I mean, now it's looking super doomed for Limitless and Fine Forever right now.
Yeah, this game, or this group rather, is just kind of, it's Group A, but I'd rather call it Group P for Pendulum, man. Every game just goes back and forth so many times. It's impossible to tell who is actually ahead at any point. There's no way to tell who's going to hold on to their leads. It's already been thrown back 2 or 3 times in this game, as now Surgeon, looking to redeem himself from that early play at level 1, goes straight onto Colonel. He's got no flash. Perfect connection from the chain from Denzel, but he's taken so much damage, and the tower will finish off the trade.
And that's the power right off the Heimerdinger. When you have such low range champions, both Hecarim and Silas are forced to go on him. And I mean, while he's getting dove right, he's not gonna be happy about that one. And but his wave is actually, I think his wave is actually a bit decent. Actually, now that I mention it, Surgeon, he's really skilled. He just freezes the way for his mid laner. So now Colonel is, even though he got that return kill, he's really looking sad.
Excellent dog jungling by Surgeon there, doing exactly what his lane needs for success after that one. Does he have a little Death Brush play of sorts set up by Zhao, but not going to get walked into it. Surgeon looking to try and take some camps away, but Colonel is already stealing the camps away from his jungler as they found that engage on the bot side, and Selfway will not survive.
Ooh, I mean, Trajan, let me tell you, man, like, I think this game, I hope you have a drink in your hand, like some water to keep yourself refreshed, because I think these guys, they are not gonna allow us to make any sort of deep analysis because they are just perma-fighting. No. We have 7 kills already 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and it's just constant action, right? No one's going to be keeping Flash for more than 30 seconds after it's off cooldown. And I mean, even just looking into the farm right here, Panda, you know, on the Graves, he's significantly down in CS over Surgeon just because of even how active this Graves has been in the early stage. And this is not what I tend to expect from the average Graves jungler.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I think a lot of that goes into the fact that Imperial and Selfie, they were playing aggressive on that bot side. They allowed Panda to come for that bot dive. But as you were saying, I mean, he's gonna be a bit behind in tempo. I think he's gonna be chilling though. He has traded Dirk already. And it's kind of good news for Surgeon though, to make sure that, I mean, Panda didn't get any of these kills. So Surgeon at least is not gonna be too far behind. But looking already at that AD carry difference, MF has 55 farm, 2 kills, like she's almost 20 CS up towards that Kai'Sa. And this is gonna be a lot about if Sal can make a play happening on the top side. And they can! A solo kill!
Yeah, that's the play. You don't even need Surgeon there. He just has to turn right back around. The Dragon will probably be taken by Hydras with Hecarim so far away, but Adusto does not need assistance with that Aatrox. Slams the meta pick blind and is doing work with it.
And once again, like I was questioning myself last game. I was thinking, is Adusto looking good on Akali? Or as Akali, it's like, you know, there's this type of champs like Aurelia, Akali, that you just look good no matter what if you just use your abilities properly. But now, he's convincing me, man. He gets another solo kill under his belt really early to the game. And Shielda, while he got that comeback against Kryze and got some kills under his belt, Jax went behind, is not really a champion.
Ooh, the ult turret placed down by Colonel dissuades that dive, and no Surgeon didn't have to burn anything for that, just the cooldown taken off the board from Hydras, though they do have that Mountain Drake picked up, and you can see Denzel has a stolen Amumu ult in his pocket. Still no flash available on the Heimerdinger. That could be a cooldown they want to use. It looks like they did go a little aggressive in that mid lane, and Denzel, he's found the kill onto Panda. Now Colonel can do nothing more on this fight.
Ooh, as you were saying him, they baited that cooldown from Heimerdinger really early into that fight. They tried to turn it around in the 2v2, but Denzel, I mean, he has that ultimate in his arsenal. They just win that really straightforward. And that's like now, and the game was looking rough, right? And it's still looking rough for Exhale's bot lane.
Ult comboed off, they don't have the Amumu ult yet, just gotta get one more bandage toss. Selfway doesn't miss those, and Find Forever has to skulk away with no AD carry left.
And already, I mean, this game is looking to pan out to be which role is more broken. Is AD carry more broken, or is mid lane broken? I mean, I guess in a way, Exhale's top lane is also kind of dominating his lane opponent right now. So in that way, it's a bit of a cheat code. But once again, Hydra's bot lane, they are not scared to play aggressive in that 2v2.
It does feel like I'm seeing the value that the Heimerdinger pick has. Like, I'm seeing the theory playing out in this lane, but they're just dumping so much on his head that it doesn't really, hasn't mattered too much. Denzel has been picking up 3 kills despite that. Now, both junglers are on this top side. They might bait out the fight as Shida goes aggressive. So pops the World Ender right there. He's so low already, lost the counter-strike, has to flash away. Now Panda holding the front line, but a Graves at level 6 is not going to have fun in this task as Surgeon falls low, but he'll still find the kill.
I don't think they are done. Denzel.
Oh, there's the stolen grenade. Finds a 4th one as well. The rockets powering into him, but Selfway is still there. Still not level 6. Imperial in the area. Knocks back 2 members of Zal, and Adusto with no ult has to try and flee. Slides away from the grenade, and Find Forever is now here, but Selfway with the bandage tosses. He's been connecting them so well all today on this pick. Doesn't have one more charge for it, though. It's going to get away Imperial. Doesn't have the flash. Gets aggression by Surgeon. Cleanses away from it. And now Hecarim, he served himself up on a silver platter, and Selfway will take that one.
Surgeon, what a hero, man. He sacrificed himself for Adusto. Actually, Adusto still had flash up. I'm not sure if that was... Maybe it was his baiting his jungler all this time. But once again, Trajan, I mean, we're getting so many fights and they are not stopping. The gold lead is dead even. Now we're gonna look at this replay, and it looked super good for XL in the beginning of it, right? They got 2 kills. They won that topside 2v2 really convincingly. But Selfway, as you were saying, hits these balance torches very consistently. And while Adusto, actually his flash is still down. So I mean, I'm just gonna say it, Surgeon, hero play here, forced the cleanse as well, and he sacrificed himself for his top laner.
Yeah, it could have been, you know, nice enough if Medusa maybe finds something, but, you know, he does force that cleanse as well, and Imperial is now 2-0-2. He's got that Mythic on board with Panda having the Umbral Glaive as well, so they are still getting nice inventory power and staying more or less in control, but they're not building a lead. They got so many kills in that early stage of the game that it does speak to what Zal has been able to do to fight back, and I'm really scared of Denzel if I'm there right now. He's 4-1-0, always finding a kill out of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? But as you were saying that you kind of see this theory kind of being played out, the Heimer in the mid, even though he has been abused so many ganks in this early game, he's still having that mid pry with these towers. That kind of allows now Hydras to have the control over River, and now when they initiated, both teams actually initiated the lane swaps as well, I think Hydras are in a good position to be able to take this Herald.
Exactly, we do have a Herald fight on the horizon. Hydra's first onto the scene. Surgeon still waiting, looking for maybe an angle onto that Heimerdinger who does have flash. He's been caught in this brush once before, has to go for the engagement. There's the ult turret. Denzel doesn't find the Abscond Abduct, and Surgeon and Denzel now trapped on the bot side, far away from the Herald if Hydras want to head back onto it.
But forcing that Summoner, forcing that flash on the Heimerdinger, when he is so immobile, is really key. Surgeon still has his ultimate up if they want to contest this, and Adusto, he's making his way up towards mid lane. I don't think they want to give this Herald for free.
No, they've been feeling confident in that bot lane, taking some good fights. Now as Aatrox bounces his way onto the Heimerdinger, perfect catch once again. Killing spree for Silas as now the Herald has been dragged out, reset, and Zal will head back onto it. But Hydras, they don't look deterred by this at all. Looks like they still want the 4v5. Big engage by Selfie, and look at the bullet time. Jungler falls straight away, and Fine Forever has to flash away. Denzel maybe has a flank, but he's always lonesome. He's got the Amumu ultimate once again. Panda takes so much chunk from Adusto, and Shida feels he has to go in, finds the stun, gets the ultimate down, but Limitless deep into the backside, gets onto Panda and takes that kill. Denzel on the rampage. These fights, M-Test, I don't know what's going on at any moment of them. Did Zal win that? I think they did.
I think in the end it was either a 3-for-3 or it was a 3-for-2. Let's see it. I mean, this engage from Selfway. He gets the bandit touch, then flash ultimates. Surgeon doesn't even have time to react, and Fine Forever has to flash his way, and all of this already looks really good. But I thought Denzel, he was gonna come in for the faker play, man. I thought he was gonna get that multiple Amumu ulti, but here goes for the solo play. Limitless dives into backline, gets Panda, but in the end, I'm confused. I'm just confused too. It was a 3-for-3. I would assume so, but no team got the Herald yet. And these fights, they just keep on happening. But still, look at Shida on this Jackson compared to Adusto's Aatrox. It's a massive difference.
It is such a struggle. That's what we said, right? He's got an even tougher opponent in Adusto here today, and he is getting clapped a little bit. Once again, we'll have to see if he can find those shutdowns, find the way back in, as he did in that JDXL game. But the rest of the map is still more or less even. They've got Denzel with so much gold in the mid lane, though Imperial is still 4-0-2, not been felled just yet. Selfway even 3-1-2 on the Amumu support. They have so much team fighting power. There's the Herald picked up for Zal, and they have got the gold lead in their favor now as well.
Yeah, and just looking at the timer too, they have to be fast on this, but Denzel, I think you're a bit caught, buddy. You don't have flash.
Yeah. 1v3 gets the Everfrost route, but no way out. That's a big shutdown onto Imperial as well. So much gold fed over to MF as Colonel Ever getting aggressed upon, but pushes back both the Zal bot laners, and Shida looks for the angle. Zenith Blade gets onto him, but it's not going to save him. Jax picks up that.
Ooh, I think XL lost a bit of track there where Hydra was. I mean, XL were the ones, they got that Herald pretty much for free. But then you have to imagine that Hydras, they are not going to just sit there and let you take the Herald for free. They're going to look to do something on the cross map, on the other side of the map. And this is exactly what they do. They see Denzel, he has no flash, they get the shutdown. And then they get Fine Forever as well. I mean, they get a double kill, and this MF is for sure online, and I'm starting to believe maybe AD carry is just the most broken role in the game. Let's see if Imperial can carry this.
Yeah, this is the time to prove it. If it is broken role in the carry, you've got a Silas to contend with, you've got a Dusto on the Aatrox to contend with. If they can make it work, that'll be the evidence we need as Surgeon goes aggressive in mid lane, did lose his ultimate, escaping from the Heimerdinger Jax combination. And the Zal bot lane are back to pushing here. We do have kind of a mix-up of lane assignments. No one currently in that top lane, and Denzel with the stolen Graves ultimate has a lot of burst to bring to a fight.
Ooh. Okay. I'm feeling a bit, Treyon, that maybe we're going into a couple of minutes now that it's not gonna be about life or death. Maybe these teams.
Bold. It's a bold prediction.
Oh, okay, I jinxed it.
Are you sure about
that?
No. Are you sure about that? Is he gonna complete the recall? He does have a tower, and Surgeon doesn't have ultimate, but he sees him on the wave now.
Flash.
Yeah, you've got to go for this. You've got to go for this. Imperial, look at his shutdown. It's so big, and he's just gonna lose it all. Adusto doesn't find the knockup, but he does find the Infernal Chains. Fed to the Aatrox for a second kill. That's a pretty tasty one.
Okay, I mean, my bad.
I know.
I take full responsibility for that, Imperial. I'm sorry. I was gonna say... Yeah, I was gonna say that what I assume is this MF going for is the BT second, which is an item that is really good when you're ahead, especially into this team comp that XAL has. They have so many tools to dive their backline, but that's the thing about this Hydra comp. I feel like if they decide to dive the Heimerdinger, then MF will clean up. If MF gets dive upon, then Heimerdinger will have so many tools to fight back with his towers against this low range comp that is XAL. So I think while it is so hard, I mean, it's 1k difference between XAL, but I think XAL right now, they have the way better tools to deal with their silence, and they should look to pressure this silence. And I'm kind of curious to see where Hydras is going for, because they need to wait for this third Drake before they can look to fight again. I think 5v5 for sure where Hydras is gonna try to take it, because, I mean, once again, they have this insanely fed MF, AD carry, they have a Amumu as well, they have this Bombo combo all set up for them, so let's see if they do it.
Yeah, 100% agree. The 5v5s have got to be where it's good for them. They can set up those pits in advance. We have a Herald dropped in the mid lane. Maybe Zell will bait them into a heavy engagement here. Shida on the top play does have the TP. They're going to leave this Herald though, and the towers have distracted it. Nothing picked up in the end.
I mean, once again, we're getting proved by Heimerdinger. Yeah, legit, man. Like, this Heimerdinger has been abused. He has been a victim of so many ganks this game. But once more, he's 30 CS ahead. He has the same amount of items as Denzel has on the Silas, and while he's 1-3, he's looking a bit sad. I don't think he is. He's still chilling in his middle and still doing his job, and yeah, contributing to his team. I mean, this is what I like to see. Oh, Selfway!
Selfway gets aggressed on, but goes over the wall to find Forever and does. Oh, sets up the bullet time across two members. Limitless can't get away, and Colonel finds Leona. Adusto has to find the miracle fight, but he's not there yet. Is in the 1v4. Does find the first kill. He's back up to full HP. Just Aatrox things, and now Shida has to manage that front line. He will be able to get it done with Panda. That was a close one, but Hydra's take it.
Once again, Selfway, he gets the job done. I thought he was just caught there. I thought he was gonna die, but he gets the curse of the sad mummy out before he stop porters and just baits the entire team of XAL in. Let's watch it again. I mean, he's just having a good time clearing this little pink ward, then realize, oh guys, I mean, I'm a bit caught here. I'm a bit caught. What's going on? Do I have been a backup here? Gets the ulti off perfectly with the Sonias. Then after that, Colonel is here to follow up, and then after this, I mean, really well played fighter from Hydra.
It is exactly what Veteran said before. He is so disciplined on the engage to send it at the exact right moment, because you could see Limitless over the wall, and he waited until the Kai'Sa ults in to catch all three of them in the bullet time. Doesn't go too early. Even when he's 300 HP, Selfway has been perfection on these engages, on these Amumu plays, and they give it to him every game. I see why he keeps taking it.
I mean, yeah, for sure, right? At this point, I think he just likes to just blind pick it. He got the two bans as well, the Renata and the Braum, which is we're gonna make his life a bit more miserable. But in this game, as you were saying, once again, we have talked about this so many times already, but the low range comp that is XAL, they're gonna be forced to engage on this Amumu if they want to have a fight. And that just gives him a lot of opportunities to be able to get his fights going. Now the Drake is spawning. Let's see what happens, man. I mean, I cannot even imagine.
We've got the 5 versus 5, finally. I think this is the first time we've actually had everyone present and correct for this fight. The ults are starting to come back, but it is Zal that have control of the river first, so they can't set up the Heimerdinger turrets. It's not really ideal for the Hydras, and they don't have great vision either. They're not really in a good spot for this.
Ooh, we have to look at Adusta has no flash in this fight. Selfway no flash as well. Let's see if Hydras can force their way into the river. So far looking good. Panda going into river.
Denzel on the flank, he does have a Soul Heimerdinger ult. They need to try and get away from this one. Ult straight forces the flash away from Imperial, but the rest of Hydras, they're going forward. Selfway is in, but he can't find too much more Colonel. Burning down the Silas, perfectly placed ultimate from Panda, finishes him off, and he's got control of the pit. Surgeon, can they go for the smite fight? The Dragon, not the focus. Adusto gets just bully circled by the turrets, forced down in the 1 versus 3, shut down for the MF and the Dragon for Hydras.
This is exactly what you were talking about, Trajan. XDL, I mean, they're forced to go onto this Heimerdinger, forced to go in this low range fights, and this is exactly where Heimerdinger excels. He just kites them. He has the Sonas as well to backing up. He has so many towers in this river fight. And Zal, I mean, while they were looking strong in the early game, now when the team fights are happening, it doesn't look good at all. We see once again Selfway gets a double engage. Limitless doesn't have cleanse this time around. He buys so much time, and look at this tower. Look at the damage, man.
Oh, dude, it's Hydras by name, Hydras by nature. You get one threat out of the area, and you've got another one just pops right up and completely one-shots you. Look at this. These two carries are so valuable.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. That's the thing, right? I mean, once again, we see this teamfight comp of Hydras, even with the Jax being so far behind. He's a whole item behind of the Aatrox, but it doesn't matter. He just buys enough time that he can in the team fights, and Heimerdinger and MF, they do the rest. We see already Imperial almost finishing his third item, while Limitless, he's seeing on components. It has that Dirk, has that seal as well. Oof. I mean, AD carry, man, it's looking broken. Maybe I shouldn't have stopped supports.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking real broken right there, but really, I am just mind blown by this Heimerdinger pick. It's been so good. It is the most big brain drafting move we've seen all day, and we've seen Nasus mid already with Ghost, right? And Denzel almost made that one work with that pick, but Colonel on the Heimerdinger has been invaluable. Now, they're TPing back in. We've got a lot of Zal members bunched up right here. The Baron is live, but I'm not really sure what the plan is here. These fights they've been going for, we saw how it went last time.
Yeah, well played there from Zal. I mean, they just bait out the Heimerdinger TP. Now they can look to play on this silence. This is what they have to do. I think if you're realistic right now, if you're in Zal's position, you're not gonna win a straight up 5v5. The team fight comp that is Hydras is just, they're just way too strong. You cannot kill everyone in the team, but now forcing out the TP from Heimerdinger, he's still on that top side, man. I think Denzel is gonna take this tower.
Yeah, for sure. This 1-3-1 is very, very good. Denzel and Adusto terrifying in the 1v1 scenario, but what can Hydras actually do to counter this 1-3-1? Is there actually a strategy they can put in place? Does Heimerdinger just have to go back and match?
I think this is the thing, right? I think you have to be kind of happy right now as Hydras. You already have these 3 Drakes. Your XL, they're gonna be forced to group for this next dragon, or they're just gonna lose out, right? So I think right now, I think you're even happy as Hydra if you just drop a few towers, you drop 1, maybe 2, and then you just wait for this Drake. It sounds all like boring League of Legends, but realistically, it's for sure what Hydras has to do, and they're just playing their comp correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. This is more like that Game 1 Hydras, where we saw them come in with a clear game plan and executing on it very, very well. Now, they were under a fair bit of pressure in that early game, I will say, even getting the first blood, but they didn't have just as much to deal with as in that JDXL game. They weren't getting solo killed every lane at the same time across the map, and that has put them in a good enough position where, as you say, the fights, they're just kind of unplayable for Zal, it seems.
Yeah, and just kind of speaking about this fact as well, what can Zal do, right, to be able to play? They need to keep these side lanes pushed. If grouping in mid is kind of useless when you're playing against Heimer and MF, unless you get a pick, it's really hard when this mid lane tower of Hydras is still standing strong. You have to get silent pressure. This is what they're doing right now, and then you have to set up river vision to make sure that Hydras cannot just walk into the river freely as they were doing last time around. Adusto though, he's feeling himself.
Bashida does get stunned up with the counter-strike, but look who's here. Selfway and Panda are going to be first to the play, but here's they've split up the Hydras, they found Imperial! They got a big shutdown on that carry. Now Shida fighting heavily onto Adusto, but the rest of Hydras cannot do anything about it. And Zal, are they happy enough with 1? They're straight onto the Baron. This is risky, surely.
Ooh, I mean, they know a lot of gold is in the graveyard right now for Hydras. The MF being dead, I think this is make a break for XL. They need to take this fight.
Perfect stun by Denzel. He is pushed into the stun himself way. Into the forward ultimate again! How does he always find it? They get that first kill. Colonel is completely untouched, and Shida is free to go where he pleases. Denzel in the 1 versus 3. Can he make his way out of this sticky situation? I don't think so. Goes into stun, goes into stasis. Jax has to be tagged out. Colonel back in, looks for the chain lash. Denzel finds 1. He gets that first kill. The outplay is huge, but stunned up by the grenades with the rockets. They'll burn him through, and Panda's shotgun will seal the deal.
Once again, Selfie proves why you cannot give this man a moonwall. I mean, he just keeps finding these angles where he gets multiple members with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. This is gonna be the soul for Hydras, unless Limitless can maybe snipe them off with a W, but I mean, I doubt it, man. Really well played fight once again for Hydras. They were getting stressed. They were in a 4v5 situation. Their main carry was dead, but in the end, it didn't matter when Selfie found multiple members on this alone.
Exactly, the second time, 4 versus 5 in that Baron pit. Selfway finds the answer, and Colonel doing so much damage. Once he gets away from that engage, that Leandri's burn is just kicking through everyone. Well, they found him again. There's not the engage on the Selfway. Does he have the ultimate? He doesn't quite have it yet. This could be big for the Medusa. World Ender is dropped, and there's Denzel TPing in as well, but the Baron, or the Dragon, I should say, the Dragon Soul was completed for the Hydra, so they can heal their way back up pretty easily. Maybe look for a re-engage. Zal, they've left that river.
Okay, Denzel right now has the Heimerdinger ulti. Let's see if we are gonna find out. Maybe see if we're gonna learn today how that ultimate interacts. Maybe he just gets to choose it. Maybe that's just how it works.
I think I've only seen him use the grenade so far. That might just be by choice. It is a pretty good ultimate to have on the Silas. The big stuns coming across the fight, but maybe, yeah, I'm just not sure if he can choose. If you get those rockets, the empowered Heimerdinger rockets with Silas ratios, they're probably just one-shots anyone.
Yeah, that would be nothing to see, actually. I would really respect that. But once again, we have to talk about this Heimerdinger, right? Like, we were a bit curious about it in Champions League. I was not convinced. But as the game has been going longer and longer, Colonel, He's baiting multiple people into his face every single fight. This is also what allows Selfway to find these insane ultimates. They always think that they're gonna catch his Heimerdinger out, but then he just pops out his turrets, gets his Tony's as well, and after that, I mean, the fight is kind of over. So I'm really looking at what Cell can do right now, because they are against that Ocean Soul. They need healing reduction for sure, but once again, they have proven that they cannot win a team fight against Hydras. They need to keep play for this silence. But right now, it's looking a bit rough to do so when you're playing against that Ocean Soul.
Even 4 versus 5, you know, you don't win the team fight still, but they've got the flank. Oh, look at this pincer. This could be so nice for Producer. But Surgeon, he's nowhere near. He's not with him, and they will just walk away. Hydras, that looks so scary for them. But now it's Surgeon caught in the wrong spot. He's gonna get stunned up. There's no way he escapes, and now the Baron is bare for the Hydras.
And now Zal's, their backs are up against the wall. Denzel actually finishes that recall without the teleport. He's gonna go back to his bot side. This is gone, the Nasher. Hydras, once again. I mean, it looks so good, as you were saying, right, for Zal. They had that flank opportunity going, but was not nearly enough. Now Adusto, no flash. He's gonna get out.
Yeah, World Ender gonna be enough for him, but now we've got Heimer plus Baron on the push. It's so hard. If it was hard to engage on him before, it's surely impossible now. They need to find these perfect flanks, and the turrets are already falling. That inhibitor's on the chopping block.
Ooh, what do you do to stop this Heimer and this MF? I mean, they've just been rolling you lately, and they're gonna just destroy this tier 3 tower as well. They're not gonna go for that inhib because, as we see, they're just gonna head for that top side. So many towers still standing, so much gold that can be put into Hydra's pockets. And you just have to imagine that Sal, if you're XL this game, you just have to flip it on this next Elder Drake. Just hope you live until then, and then you have to hope that you get a pick before that. Because if you allow Hydras to get in this river first for this objective, there is no way you're gonna win the fight.
Yeah, it's so tough for them to deal with right here for Zalen. It's so many of their games. Remember the first game versus JDXL, they had such good moments in that mid game. They took back the gold, they took control of the game, and it slipped out of their hands. And today, again, here in this third game versus Hydras, they did have a lot to be happy about in those early stages, but they just haven't been able to put it together. And it really feels like this draft has done so much work for the Hydras. They do maybe find Cedra, don't find the stun, and he will at least be forced to flash away from safety, but he's got a Baron wave to keep himself topped up. I will say, Hydras, we haven't seen too much yet. They are taking this at a very measured pace.
Yeah, they are for sure not in a rush. It's not like they have to go to bed early or something today. They are for sure just wanna close this one out, kind of safe and sound. But this kind of gives Sal an opportunity to do something. I want to see them once again. Surgeon there, really well played. He goes for that silent pressure. They forced Shida's flash almost immediately, and while he cannot do anything more on that bot side, because obviously Hydras is sieging on the top lane, they have to keep go for the silence. Ooh. This is not the way to do it, I think. But maybe, Colonel.
Oh, he's got the stasis, he's got the TP, flashes away. He's not going to get away again. Surely Shida, though, he's completely weathered that engage, and Surgeon doesn't have the ult because he just used it bot lane. And now Limitless falls down to the burn from Heimerdinger from a screens with the way. He still gets it done, and Selfway looking to cut off the retreat. Surgeon can do nothing against the Jackson. Colonel far and away in the topside jungle. It is all Hydras all day across this map. They get the ace.
Once again, for the 7th time in a row, they try to go for Colonel. And while this guy doesn't have the most beautiful KDA, he has been baiting XL the whole game. I mean, they've been trying to go for him time and time again, but he has proved that it doesn't work like that against Heimerdinger. You have to see his game perfectly, and you have to one-shot him before he can get that Sonya's off, before he can put out his towers. But Hydra, they're gonna close this game out.
Dude, what a performance from the Hydras, what a performance from Colonel and Selfway.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Oh, no, you can't even give him the solace of waiting on the fountain as Hydras will pick it up. They'll go to 2-on-1 and Zal end their first round robin 0-3, the bottom of the table.
Zal, they're really gonna scratch their heads after this one. They had such massive leads in both mid and top, but I feel like in the mid game and in the later stage of the game as well, I feel like all they were seeing, all they were trying to do is just kill this Heimerdinger. But that's not really what you have to do in this game. You have two such soft-fed solo laners. You can just play for them on the side lane and make it hard for Hydras to play the game. But when you do this, you allow Hydras to play the comp that they want to do, which is just to be team fighting with this insanely strong AD carry. And just in the end, what gives Hydra the win.
We did see occasionally, them look into that 1-3-1 and a bit of success, a bit of tower pressure picked up there. But again, as you say, back to the fights again and again. And I really would love to know what was going on when they felt like they had that perfect flank with Surgeon and Adusto behind them in their topside jungle, looking to crush them in the river. But they just backed out. They didn't pull the trigger on it. Surgeon ends up going down. The Baron falls and the game is just done and dusted from there. But oh my word, what a performance there. Hydra's getting that excellent game plan in from the draft phase, executing on it in the game super, super well, and really earning that second win.
Yeah, I mean, just having the confidence as well to lock the Heimerdinger and to say to your team, guys, this pick is gonna be omega broken this game. Just trust me. It's kind of like the Caps Vayne pick. Just have to trust him. And in this game, I mean, he pulled through, man. Also, credit to Selfway. I mean, this guy found once again. He found so many clutch ultimates for his team, and in the end, I mean, Hydra's they were for sure the better team. Why Shida on this Jax? He was getting a bit dominated in lane once again.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
That's just the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah, but in the end, it didn't even matter because the team comp was just a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. It really, really works. Did everything they needed it to do. But we are going to go back to the analyst desk now to break down. Tell us, guys, if you're as hype about this Heimerdinger as we are. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, from the castle desk. Thank you very much, Trajan. Thank you very much. And it was a victory for the Hydras. And guys, I want to start with a question that was, in our minds during the game, in Rev's mind, more specifically. The question is why? But why what? Why everything, Rev? Do you have an answer for that question?
I don't have an answer because once again we saw Zal having two faces. They could win fights, they played well, and then they didn't, and then they did, and then they didn't, and it was going over and over again. And I think there's a saying in Greek that they got their own two hands and pluck their eyes out.
Okay, that's very cruel. That's a very cruel saying. But we're gonna start discussing what happened in the game, Dagda, with the draft, because we had several angles in here. I think SEL had a very good draft to set up the game. Very good solo lanes, honestly. I want to highlight the solo lanes, the Silas and the Atrix that actually delivered a huge fight into the game. But they had in front of them the Hammer angle that in fact was really important.
Yeah, I mean, hey, NLC Heimer, that's always been a thing, right? Get the Nordic Heimer in ever since Worlds Beyond and Kasing, right? But on top of that, we also had the secret little counter pick, Oshida coming in with the Jax. You sort of understand where he's coming from, as M-Test lightly alluded to at the end of the end of the show. A little bit of a gap up in the top lane in the early stages of the game, but when you get through into those team fights, it doesn't matter. You've got this guy who can jump in and stun people on demand when you need it. Very easy to collapse them through, and when you've got that MF and Mumu as well, pretty hard to lose that 5v5, which we saw continuously around that bot side of the map.
Definitely, that was the main issue that the XL guys had to face so far in this game, because they had very good the solo lanes in a very good position. Salas was so fed, Aegis was so fed, but in the end, Miss Fortune was still ahead. Rev that the combo was enough, and the combo is easy to execute. More if you are just heading yourself towards a Baron Nashor.
Yeah, it's really easy in all those tight spaces with no space to move around. You just press those buttons and you win. And especially it's easy when the enemy team just shuts their brain off every now and again. Just go ahead, run into your turrets, run into your CC setup. So they seem to know what they're doing. They run this comp 3 games in a row. 2 of them it's worked. Third one, the laning phase was a bit rough, but afterwards they also shown some signs of life.
Yeah, definitely. We can ask about this to share that the top laner from the side of Hydras. Welcome to the post game discussion, and congratulations first of all for the interview. We wanted to ask you about how rough was that lane versus Atrix, because you guys wanted to go the Jax no matter what.
I played so bad in lane actually. I think getting smacked by Cries a little bit earlier today set me back a little bit. The Jax pick was definitely something I've been preparing against the Aatrox, specifically because of a couple RNG Breathe has played it quite a bit. So I've been watching him to make sure I understand the matchup. I was a little bit off in lane. I think I was trying to pressure a bit too much. And yeah, it didn't go too great.
Rev, do you have a question?
Yeah, for sure. It seems that your great point of striking is the bottom lane. Those two guys are playing great. They're dishing out tons of damage. So in that case, have you got anything prepared? Maybe stay back, play the weak side, and just prepare the fight for your big cars today?
I mean, pick wise, I definitely didn't do that in draft. But as the game started to progress forward, as much as my gameplay was suffering, I kind of took over from the main shot calling position. Generally, because our ADC was fed, I would have wanted him to talk a bit more. But I think he has a bit of a softer voice compared to me. I'm a bit louder and a bit more assertive when making calls and things like that. So I tried to put myself into his mind as to what he would need and just took over as the main shot caller for the team whilst the gameplay suffered.
Doctor, question?
So your comp is looking like it's covering a lot of bases, right? You've got you up on the Jackson top lane, looking for the 1v1, looking for the split, looking for the lane kingdom if you can get it. We've got the Silas, the Heimerdinger in the mid lane, trying to get engaged on, trying to play back. And then you've got the Amumu Misfortune trying to go in, trying to start the fight themselves. So do you think that running something that's got all those different options is very beneficial to you as a team, or do you think that you might want to like try and specialize more? You know, get a team that's 5-man Misfortune Amumu kind of combo, or 5-man disengage with the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, for sure. I think the draft that we did definitely was to express as many angles as possible. If I don't suck on the day, then I can perform really well against some of these top laners in this group. I mean, even though I was 0-3 against Kryas, I still solo killed him twice somehow. And so it's more so I wanted to pick a champion that could still pressure the lane, but would still be useful outside of the lane. And Jax is quite tanky anyway. The Counter-Strike stun is really good for the team comp that we was looking to go in with. And I didn't want to just pick something to sit back and just allow the enemy top to have free reign matchup-wise, because I knew that if I was performing, then I could dominate the lane quite well. It's just a shame that I wasn't able to do it this game, so I kind of transitioned into a bit more of a utility role for my team and make sure that they were able to continue. You know, every fight that we had, I suffered, but my ADC was getting more kills, more gold, and it was just we saw the win condition, and it was time for me to stop playing and start talking to make sure the team was cohesive.
Yeah, keep the options open, get yourself a lot of different win conditions.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, thank you very much to Nymera that traded us. We give you a huge hug from here. Last question, Shiera. How do you see your options, guys? To move to the next phase, because you guys have 2 victories, if I'm not mistaken, so far. So how do you see yourself when it comes to the next stage of the tournament?
I think we're pretty confident. On paper, we are quite a strong team, and we do gel quite well together. Although there are going to be times where some of us do underperform a little bit, mainly me today. But I think my team is strong enough to have my back when I do underperform. And even though obviously the games went the way they did, anything that I said that the team was on board with, they trusted me, even though that my gameplay wasn't speaking for my ability. They already know that I know what I'm doing. I just don't always have the fingers for it. So when I say something, they trust me, and I know that my team have the mechanics to pull off the ideas that I have for them. So 100% faith in my team to make it to second or first place.
Okay, no, you're being so harsh on yourself. The fact is that you got a victory, and that's the important thing. So thank you very much, Sheila, for being here with us, and best of luck in the upcoming games.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Goodbye. Very I don't know how to say it, self-demanding top laner. I mean, he was very critical to himself and his playstyle. The fact was that he was having a rough time there in the top lane, but in the end, a victory is a victory, Rev, and we take those.
Yeah, we did take those, especially if you don't cover yourself in all that glory. Hey, we won, we don't care. They want to progress in the tournament. They say that they can see the first or the second place, and in paper, they're a good team. They can progress further away. So you need to correct all those mistakes that you show early on, because all the enemy teams will be scouting you, will have all that material for your group stage in order to destroy all your weaknesses. And if you cover them, you have all more chances to win.
The fact is that, Doctor, and I don't know if you agree with me, the match was very, very hard, because, I mean, it's not the first game that XL, they lost, but the solo lanes were thriving somehow, and they were finding good opportunities. It was not an easy matchup.
No, I mean, we saw it go a little bit back and forth here and there because, as you said, yeah, we got the solo lanes going pretty well. I think it did come down to a bit of a comp gap, right, at the end. Just it's a Mumu MF, you know. We can get that one going. That seems pretty easy. I do find it interesting that there was such diversity in that composition, because it's normally like, if you think you're a lot better than your opponents, then it's like, okay, we can sack a bit of cohesion to give ourselves more options, and we are confident in our ability to be able to use those options to the fullest, which is what we sort of saw from this comp. But then the play, it seemed actually very close. But because they had the versatility, they could then do things like the Amumu MF. So it did work out. So they did just have the sort of skill. The skill difference was just sort of the right amount. I think if they'd been a little bit more gapped early on, it could have gone very, very badly. But they got away with it. They threaded the needle perfectly and made themselves a real nice game.
Definitely. And in my opinion, I don't know what do you think, Rev, out of this, when it comes to this kind of tournament, sometimes the easier composition to execute is the one that in the end takes a victory.
I mean, I've been saying that for a long time, especially in the early weeks of any tournament. You need to go with the easier comps. We saw how JDXL struggled because they put themselves in a deeper like hole. But you can play all those easier, all those teamfight comps, just death ball the enemy team from the mid lane and just win. Because in all those best of ones, wins matter.
Yeah, definitely. Wins matter a lot, because I mean, any single mistake is gonna be punished really hard. And it happens a lot, not only in this kind of tournaments. It happens in international stages, it happens in European Masters, it happens in world championship. And again, thank you very much to Neymar for that trade. I said it, we love you, thank you very much. And with that trade, and with that people in that trade, we're gonna head towards a brief break, and we're gonna be ready for the last game of the day. See you guys.
Yeah, I didn't know we were this.
Hello, we are back for the last game of the day. Yeah, Doctor is there. He was just sliding into the.
I didn't know we were back.
I mean, he's
I
so
mean,
cool
there's
like
the timer,
that.
bro.
I'm looking at it. It's, yeah.
We are all here. We are all here to discuss for this last game of the day. We have the favorite ref playing right now, JDXL. We're gonna have this the JDXL guys versus Lucent, and even options are still there for every single team in the tournament in this group. So in this group so far, this is gonna be a very rough game for the Lucent guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be because JDXL right now had some time to amp up. Their second game was visibly better than the first, but they're still struggling the mid to late game. Just they didn't seem convincing themselves enough just to spend some ultimates, close out the game. So I'm still not convinced. I need from them to pull an RNG and just keep ramping up and stomp this game, because if they don't stomp this game, I'm really afraid for them. Even if they get out of this group, even if they get out first, I'm really afraid of what would happen to them after the group stage.
They know that. I mean, people know about these bumpy moments of JDXL. So what do you think about this? Doctor? We lost Doctor?
Hey, we got a game to get to.
Okay. Doctor,
we got casters, yeah. Oh, is Noah gone?
Oh, rip Noah.
We've lost Noah.
Hey,
we got some casters going.
Let's go to the casters. Jaden, take it away.
Well, that was clean. Love that, guys. Thank you very much, Analyst. We're straight into it. No hesitation. No retreat for us here. Now, we're into the pick of bands. JDXL, Lucent. JDXL, they are 2-0. Was it clean? No. But they are still at the top of the group right now. So let's see what they can do versus Lucent, who have also had a less than clean games today. That's just kind of been the whole group, hasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think JDXL had, for sure, their first game was their worst. And then in the second one, they were actually playing well. Like for the first 12 minutes, I think they were just dominating their lane opponents. And then after that, it got a bit tricky. So let's see if they can keep up their cleanliness like for at least 15 minutes this game. I think that will be that's the new milestone that they have to go for. Jokes aside, though, I think JDXL, they're coming into this tournament with a lot of like a lack of practice. Maybe they're having a bit of fun. They're all. We had Torek on the interview as well. This guy was kind of feeling himself, and he was saying that the atmosphere in the team is obviously going to be good no matter what. So I think as the longer the tournament goes, I think JDXL, they're going to look to scale it. But let's see if they can end up and close out the day being 3-0.
Yeah, I think for me, ever since the Morozku iteration came through for JDXL, the synergy and the cohesion has always been the biggest issue for them. And today we have still seen a little bit of that, right? And it's as you said, maybe a little bit of a lack of practice, bit of rust coming off here, and we'll see if they can make this last game even better than the second, so that we can get Happy Torok on the interview again, maybe as we go cycle through these bans. And it has been mid lane focus all day for JDXL, heavily onto Kurosh. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's that top jungle, that Dan Kryze duo that has been the focus of the bans.
Yeah, and this Caitlyn first pick, I mean, this is not something that we're accustomed to see. As you were saying, so many target bans onto Kurz this time around, and I was getting hyped there for a second. I was seeing Nyla, and I was just like, hey, let's go, man. But
are you a Nyla enjoyer? I'm a Nyla enjoyer. I think Nyla's hype.
I think Nyla is hype as well. I remember when Sheriff played it in the Excel series versus Fnatic, he was completely popping off. I think they ever had Nyla Yumi, and he was just completely unkillable. So I would have liked to see that, but it's gonna be kind of a resident sleeper now. We have a MF locked in once again for Mirai, but I mean this type of champion can make plays, and with the bullet time as well, paired up with the Amumu that we saw last game. I mean, you have so many combos that you can pull through with this MF, and you can literally pick anything that goes well with the MF. But now I'm kind of curious to see if JDXL are gonna look to just say, hey, we're just gonna pick the Lux. We don't really care what counter you have. We're just gonna play the lane and dominate you. Or if they're gonna look to maybe wait a little bit with the support pick, and it's gonna be the Katarina hover. I would assume this is for trouble. The Katarina made, but probably not gonna see a lock. It's gonna be surrounded in Sejani. It is just a lot of standard stuff we see right now, Treyan.
Yeah, and there is that Lux hover, expecting that to be locked in here with that MF Sejuani on the other side. So we'll see what the support choice is. I have seen Sejuani support being played by a couple of players here and there, but of course with the Amumu still there, it just seems like the best option to go forward. And even in the Caitlyn Lux, right, if you can just thread the needle, if you get that bandage toss in, Lux can't really do anything about that. She's just kind of has to deal with the fact that she's been locked up. So we'll see what they choose to go for. It is the Caitlyn Lux, so we're expecting at least a lot of pressure down that bot lane, a lot of lane pressure, a lot of heavy pushing coming out of Venter and FGG. But currently it is the Thresh being hovered for support instead.
Yeah, I mean, once again, right, we saw Marco, he played a Thresh, yeah, I think he played it until Caitlyn Syra even, and he completely counterpicked himself, but we had a talk with their coach after the game, and he was just saying that we're just too confident, man, we don't really care if we counterpick ourselves, our Thresh is just completely cracked, so we're just gonna pick it no matter what. It's gonna be the MF and the Thresh matchup into the Cait Lux. This is gonna be a true test for Mirai and Marco, because they are not playing against some unknown, kind of new to the street type of bot lane. They're playing as Venser and FGG. These guys know how to maneuver the Caitlyn and Lux, and I'm really curious to see if they're gonna be able to handle it and not get snowballed upon.
Yeah. I'm expecting to see Marco just run up aggressively at level 3. That's what I'm expecting for the Thresh, just straight into Venter, and we'll see who handles that one. But I remember in that previous Thresh game that you mentioned, there were some absolutely stunning hooks in that mid to late game after the lane that was a little bit tough, and Marco was a big part of a lot of their catches that kept them in that game, and they had a lot of resilience in that win over Zal earlier on today. So they are coming off that win as we're into the second round of the bans. It's back on the Dan focus, the Fiora and the Camille, so the Jax for him is still available. A bit of a Cry special we could see coming off there, as now the Rise has been focused, and that is a Kurosh special. From way back in the UKL days, Kurosh has been doing work on the Rise. Then with the Nasus as well, maybe looking for a couple of Denzel impersonators to take that one up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's gonna be rough, right, for Courage no matter what this game. You have 4 mid lane bans. You could even argue that it's gonna be 5 mid lane bans because of the fact that Denzel played the Nasus, right? So 5 mid lane bans. It's gonna be rough for Courage too, and they're gonna save the last pick no matter what. But I would estimate that Morosco, he's gonna have something that is just completely comfortable blind picking, right? Now that I mention it though, I didn't really pay attention to that pick, but it's gonna be Lee Sin and Sejani, both of them flexing, I assume. This is spice, man. This is what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the Lee Sin buffs yet. They come in the next patch where he does actually get touched a little bit, but on the Worlds patch he is just bog standard Lee Sin. I believe they might have buffed him just a little bit, because they always buff Lee Sin for Worlds, but like I think he is still kind of mid, like Lee Sin players will play Lee Sin, right? But he's not kind of a high prior one, as we do have instead, speaking of Cry's specials, it's the Vlad up in that top side. So a lot of AP there, but he's probably not going to be dominating the lane as much as we've seen him previously today.
Yeah, I mean, you would just be really surprised if Vlad just starts to dominate the lane phase. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie, this is the classic whenever I have Vlad on enemy team in solo queue. He just gets, for some reason, he just plays Ignite and he gets solo kills like first 5 minutes of the game, and he just completely skips the lane phase where he's supposed to be weak. And yeah, of course, whenever he's on my team, he's just 0-10, but you know, this is classic. But now we have a full round.com from JDXL, and obviously they're just gonna play the 1-3-1, right? The 1-3-1 style with the Vlad being able to flank, which is not the most unmobile team of Lucent. They have a lot of tools to be able to maneuver around this JDXL comp, but just looking at JDXL, they have such strong laners, and that's a stead mid lane into Morosco's Yone.
Looks like no bed for us right now. We've got the Zed locked in for Kurosh into the Yone. This mid lane matchup, we were going through this draft like, oh, it's Caitlyn, it's MF, it's Sejuani, we're sleepering over here. But then they round out with a lovely Zed to keep us nice and buzzed up here. So thank you very much for that one, Kurosh and Lucent. Now into the Yone. Is this actually a punishable matchup for either side, or is it just, we're just going to be a bit hype and we're just going to pick Zed?
I mean, I would assume that if you pick Zed and both of these type of matchups, they are supposed to be really explosive and maybe not explosive in a way where you trade a lot, but whoever gets ahead first is usually the one that's gonna stay ahead. And I think with both of these junglers as well, Trundle being able to gank early, Lee Sin especially as well being able to gank early, I think a lot of attention is gonna be put towards this mid lane, which I think is actually good for JDXL, because then that's gonna mean that Caitlyn and Lux, they can play the 2v2 in bot lane kind of however they want, and they can really abuse the fact that they're gonna be for a lot of the part 2v2 in this game. And I just want to see JDXL have a clean performance in the early game, play through mid towards that bot side, allow your Caitlyn and Lux to be just able to hammer that tower, and on the side of Lucent, I mean, you have to abuse this Yone, you have to get him behind early so that Zed gets ahead, because if Zed is not ahead, it's super hard to win the game, I think, from Lucent's point of view.
I think it really is. And last game, and it came up in the analyst desk as well, they were talking to Shida about having a comp with loads of options versus having a comp with one kind of game plan and the benefits of having that, right? Looking at JDXL's comp, they've got a very clear, defined option here. It's Lux and Caitlyn go to the mid lane, they push mid, and you go 1-3-1 with Vlad and Yone, right? Very simple, it's very good at that. But on the side of Zhao, you've got MF Thresh, but then you've got Lee Sin, you've got Zed, and then you've also got a Sejuani, so you've kind of got 3 team fighters, but then a Zed and a Lee Sin just kind of doesn't really fit anywhere. I don't really know what the theme, what the goal of Lucent's comp is, other than just like maybe trying to win specific matchups in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail there. I completely agree with you. I really struggle to see where Lucent's comp, where they want to go with this. I mean, sure, if, as you were saying, right, if they get ahead in the individual matchup, sure, they can win the game. But it's such a clear plan from the side of JDXL. And as I see that, I guess our overlays are a bit bugged. It should be JDXL there and obviously Lucent on the right side. But we all know where the teams are playing. And as you were saying, right, they can just play this 1-3-1 really standard. But they have to get ahead as well on this Kate Lux. And I mean, while it's not the easiest matchup for Lucent, I think they have this Lee Sin being proactive in the early game. He really has to. Yeah. He has a lot of weight on his shoulders this early game. Like he has to both gank mid and bot at the same time, basically. Top lane probably gonna be an island.
Yeah, just simultaneously gank both lanes, draw them into a dragon fight, I guess, and kill them both. Let's see if they can make that one work. But yeah, Flawless, you're right. He does have to be the disruptor this game. He's got to ruin JDXL's game plan, and we can see already Venter and FGG, they're using the vision, they're stepping up, they're pushing forward to get their early level 2 to really take control from the very beginning.
Yeah, and this just speaks about the fact that just Caitlyn Lux gets prior in almost every single matchup. Let's see, Flawless, he has actually skipped. He did 0 camps on the top side, only did his red buff. Maybe he's actually looking for some little cheese play. This is obviously the counterplay to Kate Lux. You just kind of try to gank them early to make sure that they cannot hit this tower for free. But knowing Venser and FGG, actually Venser has the level 3 buff where he has dice every single game almost when he gets that level 3. So maybe it's gonna happen again, but they're gonna ward it. They're gonna be sure. And look already this damage onto Marco.
Oh my goodness, first blood! Venser! He's just done him absolutely filthy in this game, and now Flawless has arrived. Can he find an angle in to get something back here? It's on FGG. Heads up with the light binding, and there's the second for JDXL. Mirai does get double buffs back, but it looks like it's just going to be a buff transfer complete. Venza walks away with 2, JDXL 3 in total.
Oh my god, Venser and FGG, I mean, they just get level 2. They don't waste any time whatsoever. They just get on top of Marco with the first Q of the game, I think, from FGG, and it's just really disrespectful, I think, from Marco. You cannot walk up against Caitlyn Lux when you're level 1 against level 2. This is what happens. You just get completely one-tapped, even though FGG doesn't have the ignite. He has the heal still, he takes a tower shot, he has to bait Flawless in, and this trap as well from Venser is just perfect. I mean, the CC chain flawlessly. Mirai, sure, you flash in, you get a kill back, but in the end, I mean, you just gifted Venser a double buff, and a double kill for Venser, as you were saying. I mean, JDXL already on the board.
It's an absolute nightmare for Zal in that bot side. FGG is right in the mid lane, catches Flawless, looking for the gank. Morozku comes in with the Spirit Unbound, and Dan is there to hand him off at the pass. But DBL actually has arrived as well, so they will just have a little 3v3. They'll take a look at each other in the mid lane and then get back to what they were doing, as Kryze is happily farming up that bot lane. They've actually got the binding onto Kurosh as well. He's so low. FGG's Lux has been doing hella work this game.
Yeah, he hasn't missed yet. Like, I'm gonna keep track of that one whenever I see him, whenever he throws a Q. Hasn't missed one yet. I think he's thrown out like 3 or even 4. But yeah, getting a lot of chunk on the side of Kurosh there. And while DBL, sure, he has the prior in his lane, but look already, he's not so far. Oh, Flawless though.
Yeah, it's another fight, another hit binding by FGG, and Rosku's looking for something. DBL and Flawless to do escape, and they do get the crab as well, so they don't get punished too hard off that one. Spencer with the double buffs onto Mirai with no summoners to speak of. Marco is heading down. He will probably have the Lantern, and Mirai is going to be allowed to live.
Look at that bot wave from Mirai. I mean, he's 14 CS or the 10 CS down, but I'm not going to say too much because it looks like it's going to be another fight in the mid lane.
Another hit binding for FGG, but surely he's not going to get away this time. Flawless ward hops in, comes through for the kill, and there he finds it with the tower shot. Will trade him back. Rosku flashes, picks up the kill credit, and the exhaust has fallen off of Marco. Now, can he find any more here? This is the 1 versus 2. He does have Dan in the back pocket, looking to take this the 1 versus, or the 2 versus 2, I should say. As Kryze, you talked about solo kills M-Test. It's just solo queue games all over again.
I mean, I just assume that Blood is just too strong in lane. Like, it scales insane. Laning is just impeccable as well. I mean, what can I say? A solo kill for Kryze in the top side against the tank that is Sajani, supposed to be just a stable player on the team, just scaling up, being that engage tool for his team. But once again, FG, sure, he has 2 deaths, but still hasn't missed a single Q this game. Hits that one onto Flawless, onto Courage rather, before going down. And yeah, really explosive game so far. And it's kind of what we expect JDXL doing. They are playing such like aggressive lanes with the Joan and Trundle being proactive in the early game, Kate in Lux as well. I was gonna say that Mirai's wave was not looking happy. And I mean, just take a look at that CS diff, man. It's insane.
And the XP diff as well, he's level 5 to Mirai's level 3. There is a flawless gank waiting here. I don't think they know about it all, but the trap. That doesn't reveal, does it? I'm not sure. Does it reveal the space around it?
I mean, I played a lot of Caitlyn, I should know. I don't think it does, but I think they witnessed the replay regardless.
Ooh. And Dan's here just to turn it on Marco. Flawless is just watching from the brush. Comes out at level 4 and Dan has already arrived. Benzer has to pop the heal. Gets away from the resonating strike. Morozku even has made his way down. Another double binding connects for the stun of Mirai with no way to get to safety. There's the kill from Morozku. Perfect fate unsealed over the top of them. JDXL absolutely monstering Lucid.
I mean, at this point, it just looks like you're playing normal games with your high elo friends, and you run into some randoms that you don't really know. And at this point, I mean, Lucent, they are playing they are playing on paper what we think on the caster desk by far the worst comp, and you're already behind 4K in 7 minutes against JDXL, who is known to be such a powerhouse. And let's see, because this has been the curse for JDXL. They get ahead super far in the early game, and they manage to always kind of throw it in the mid and late game. Let's see if they do the same today. But Kurosh, he's feeling himself.
He's got the ult now. He's got the death mark there with the ignite, but has to drop his flash, and it is just going to be the trade of ults to get him out of danger there. And Kurosh on this Zed, he's not been able to find the rotations, can't find the 1v1, it's just not working out. As he said, we didn't love this comp coming out of Lucent. They're even more behind than I think Zal was in that early stage, or Hydra's I should say was. So yeah, we'll have to see if JDXL, if they can make this the clean win, the no doubts in our minds win, where they don't have any thrown fights, because right now they are looking so comfortable.
Yeah, and as we were saying, right, this mid lane matchup being so snowballing. Whoever gets ahead usually stays ahead. You already see now Morozku has finished up his Berserker Greaves, has the Claw Farmer under his belt as well, and he just looked like Kurosh cannot really deal any damage to him. As I say that though, another solo kill? No, it's not gonna be Dan.
Wait, one tick. There it is. Yeah, one tick away. Dan here to solo it, to sew it up, I should say. Dan has just been watching this game, it feels like. He's been there, he's been where fights are happening, but there's just so much style coming out of his laners, and Flawless. Maybe this time the bot gank will work. Does another binding lands, and he's dead again, surely! One flash, it doesn't find it. FGG takes it. Flawless. Don't go bot, man. It's not working out.
It's just crazy, man. I feel like Flawless is getting really stressed. He has 3 losing lanes, he doesn't really know what to do, and the only play that they can think about is kind of covering MF there. She was really low, she needed help, but as you were saying, there is no point. MF is not really a champion right now. She has 35 CS, and as I say that, FGG, you just missed your first binding of the game, but I mean, you're zoning Macro off, and he has hit, not even that he has hit almost every single binding. He's hitting multiple double bindings, like he's hitting 2 people at the same time. I mean, FGG is completely smurfing on his legs.
Yeah, this bot lane duo, Avenger and FGG, have been so good this game. Mirai and Marco with nothing to do in this bot lane, even with Flawless, with the repeat gank after gank after gank, just going wrong and wrong and wrong. Now they've got into this bot lane tower, 4 plates picked up already at the 9-minute mark with Lux ult ready there. It's not enough. Mirai will survive. He does have the flash still, but this tower's not long for this world.
And that's the sad reality right now that Mirai finds himself in, right? So like, he just came back to lane and he's already almost dead, like once again. He just has to press recall, he has to give this tower up before the 10-minute mark. And I was saying that maybe Lucent can find a crossmap on the side, maybe get the Herald, but I mean, Dan has already collected that one, so you cannot really do any sort of crossmaps. You were saying that this goal lead is even bigger than against Hydras. I think for sure, I think we are on we are on pace for some sort of record, man. Like, it's almost a 10,000 gold lead before 10 minutes.
That is astronomical from JDXL. Complete domination all across the map. I think the mid lane's the only one that's had no solo kills, but they had the fights anyway. Morozku maybe looking to change that, ults his way in, gets the knock up and a big proc off the W, but he won't find the kill just here.
Ooh. Kurosh, I mean, really close there, as you were saying. Morozku dashing onto the tower. I think Kurosh actually, if he ulted that final Q from Morozku, maybe could have found some sort of outplay, but in the end, doesn't have time to do it. He's gonna be able to stay and pick up this wave because his team is on the map. And trying to help him. And Flawless, he's going for some sort of bot side invade, but
Dodges the comet from Kurosh and lands into safety. Fair play to him. That was a clutch move, but man, FGG is not taking any prisoners.
Not only the comet, like he dodged the comet with his W, but he also got saved by the Scorch with the lantern. That was absolutely crazy. I mean, Kurosh, that was a clutch play. Like that's the play that you can kind of hope for when you're 8k behind. You have to just make the montage play. That's why you live, but Flawless.
No, he's just killing. He does get the kick back, and they will finally. He'll get the play onto Lux. He had to really scratch and claw for it, but they get that kill done. Herald into the mid lane. Venzer and Dang gonna assault the mid tower.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 11 minutes into the game, Troyan, and we already have 2 towers gone. I mean, we could be looking at a 15-plate game. I mean, 3 plates remaining on the top side of the map. I would assume that Caitlyn is gonna go there as well to try to pick that tower up. Yeah. It's just looking grim for Lucent. Like, at this point, you could argue, hey Causes, why are you not talking about how Lucent can come back into the game? What are the tools to do so? And this is kind of what we were saying, right? Lucent come, while being ahead, maybe they can do something, but being behind, they cannot really. Happens. This happens. And Christ,
you get 3v1 dives just by the Vlad, Caitlyn, Trundle, and then here go those plates. You called for it. The 15-plate game coming up now. 12 minutes on the clock, and we're about to lose our 3rd tower on this next wave.
Woo. Yeah, I mean it's looking rough. I mean, imagine as well that almost every single one of these plates went into the hands of Venzer. Like this guy's astronomical fed. Like he's just complete. Actually, if I can take a look at the gold lead, maybe our servers are chilling there. I want to see the ADK. I'm gonna take a guess and say it's like a 4k. It's like a 4k gold, I think, from the ADK. Oh, it
dead
is
on,
actually.
mate.
Okay. I mean that is.
Wait. He's on the Drake, the 1v2 looks for it. He's got the W proc, and Drake has been taken. Lucent have something in their pocket, but Morozku won't let him get away for free. He'll take that kill.
Yeah, and while getting a Drake is really good. Wait, it's not even objective bounties yet. Is that? Wait, am I?
Okay, surely this system isn't working if there are no objective bounties activated. Do they only activate at 15 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, maybe I was thinking about. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. But that is just
locked up. There's no W. Does have the ultimate, but there's the easy pull and a thumbs up to boot. The final Q. And Cries on the killing spree. Kurosh is his first death of the game, but now Venzer, Gale forcing into Mirai. We saw the earlier Gale Force in this day, and this one looks a hell of a lot better than that.
Yeah, Mirai won that one. He mentioned Lib, but that binding!
Binding to Marco, he pops! Like a balloon, bullet time can do nothing. It's domination. It's a massacre in this game.
I mean, I think I'm kind of struggling to find ways where even JDXL can throw this away. Like, I think at this point it's rough. FGG once again. I mean, this guy is not sleeping. I feel like the Q, like every time it's up, it's just throwing it and hitting. Like it's not even fun. Wenser as well has.
Okay, if you got that and then ulted him, that would have been just uninstall. Just close it, alright? We go next on that one. It's done. And I think really, Lucent, if you're them, you're thinking about the next round robin. They do find the hook in onto Dan, but there's the FGG, lands the root, you know he's not going to miss those, and Dan picked up another.
Yeah, I have kind of lost for words at this point, Real. Like, we were hoping for a banger to end the day, but this type of banger, I don't think this is what we expected. I mean, they're on pace to actually have like double the gold of Lucent. I don't think I've ever seen that in a competitive play or even in solo. I'm struggling to see where. Actually, this what I want to be hyped for now. I want them to have the double gold for Lucent. Like that would be actually be hyped.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a lukewarm prediction at this point, but I think we're gonna get Dancing Herald to sew this game up. I think we'll have Dancing Herald on the Nexus, possibly even pre-20 on it. Like they've got to be going for that.
I mean, yeah, that would be That would be nice, right? If you got to see it dancing. That's one of my favorite nuggets in solo queue when you do this. Oof. Yeah, Treyan. I mean, what do you have to say? What do you have to say?
I have no idea what to say. I think we've said it all right. It's just over for them. Oh, we do have a raid, I have been told, from Eldorado Esports, one of our other community production partners here for the Aurora Open, so thank you very much for them. I hope they had as much fun today as we are having, and you're absolutely right, MTS. Last game, we did have a bit of a banger, but now we've just got an absolute stomping. As FPG, maybe he is a bit too far forward, he flashes, but there's the stun, there's the kill on Flawless, gets some revenge on that Lux Dam though. He's got the Herald, we've still got the hope for Dancing Herald, and I think this is a 4v5 that they're happy to take. Venzer stepping up, Morozku looking for the fight, comes in with the Fate Seal for the lovely bullet time in the corridor, but he's so weak! It doesn't do any damage, and Mirai steps away. There's the Hemo Plague. Ghosting in comes Cries, looking for the E. The pop is so massive. DBL hiding around the corner. Can he save this MF's life? Can anyone stop this Vlad? Flawless is channeling the recall as DBL pillared out of his base, and Dan goes on the rampage. Lee Sin discovered in the jungle, chased down by Morozku. He's going to waste a bit of time, but we're at 16 minutes and we're knocking on the base.
Oh, can Flawless get out though? That is the question.
That's
FPG, he's coming. If he gets out, they win the game. Like that's just how it is. Flawless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moral victory right here.
Is he out though? Yeah, FPG. I mean, he's feeling himself. He's not gonna stop. Right now he has 100% of his team's deaths. Oh!
He checked him, he's going for it. Right now, Caitlyn, he's just doing the inhibitor. We know that's a given. That's kind of fine. Cries is pulling away and Flawless. He's challenged another recall. FGG checks the brush again. He's in his head, man. He knows exactly where he's going. In comes the Resonating Strike. The 1v1 of the century. And FGG takes it with no trouble.
Ooh. I mean, that is the mental gap that you get when you won the jungle as support. I mean, Dan though, he's a bit caught here.
They're looking for him here. Shot down onto Kurosh, and there's the ult from Sejuani as well. Venzer on the side. He is on vision. Morozku, they might look to continue this one. Mirai has already backed off, and JDXL, you know, I would love for you to get that 20-minute win. I still don't think this counts as a throw just yet. Venzer coming around the corner. They could turn this one around. Morozku gets the knock-up, flayed back. But here's the Caitlyn, and the rifle fires. The rifle rings true. Unstoppable goes the Caitlyn, and Kurosh with nowhere to go, nowhere to run. The Storm Razor's slow even on top of him. Meanwhile, Cries is just living in the base for Lucent.
And we have to report that for this. Like, if he didn't die there, they would for sure pop the Herald on this top side. They would get the Dancing Herald as you predicted. But now he's doing the Walk of Shame, back to the river, back to the Drake potentially. And I mean, Dan, I'm disappointed, man. I mean, also it's kind of iconic that FGG had all of the JDXL deaths. Now that's not the case anymore, sadly. And yeah, I mean, JDXL, I mean, once again, right? We could give them flack even if they give up a couple of shutdowns, right? But in the end, if you're being realistic, wouldn't you take your pedal off the gas pedal, like your foot off the gas pedal rather, if you're this far ahead in a game like this? I mean, for sure you're allowed to have a bit of fun.
Oh, Morozku flashing in, perfect laser, catches two of them with the headshot in. Morozku unstoppable. Mirai, the nightmare continues for him. 2-5 in this game as we're crashing for Dan. Pop that Herald, give us the Dancing Herald, give it to us. Down goes the turret, knocking on the base at 18 minutes 30. There it is, one tower down. Second chipping away. Morozku flies in onto Marco to sew up the most dominant victory we've had all day. Don't let them kill it. The no, you absolute Inter! He comes in and Cries goes dominating. Will punish him at least for taking down Shelly. And JDXL, there it is, the 19-minute win to end their first round robin.
Okay, JDXL. You have been warming up. The first game you were not looking good. The second game, sure, early game, you were completely dumpstering enemy, but then you threw in the mid and late game. This time around, this takes JDXL that I want to see in this tournament. They just, right off the bat, level 2 and 3 from Venzer and FGG, they were just completely gapping enemy bot. They couldn't even, Flawless tried to help them out as well, but it didn't matter. The Caitlyn Lux being so powerful, they played that super well. And I mean, when you have 3 losing lanes, I mean, you have 3 winning lanes rather as JDXL. Obviously, we're mentioning, right? Dan, here's how has to sit there and kind of cover his laners, get the objectives. This game was for sure boring for him, but I mean, kudos to JDXL. I mean, they close out the day being 3-0, looking strong.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have happy Torok for sure. He is going to be very comfortable after that win. A very dominant performance by JDXL across all the lanes once again. As we said, just domination across the map. And they did have that comp, as we said from the very beginning, that had this very, very clear identity. They played to it excellently, playing through that bot lane, getting Caitlyn and Lux ahead, even themselves just getting themselves ahead. Then Cries, always on the split, always unanswerable on the Vlad, to the point where he is just setting up shop in Lucent's base, never recalling because he's just healing up HP off the enemies who try and kill it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a one-sided affair, let's be honest. I think Lucent, while they were talking about how confident they were on just picking the thresh right in different situations, even when it maybe not looked the best, I think it's good as well that day to day they kind of got a taste of what playing against like a really good bot lane looks like. The Venser and FGD for sure not new to the block, and they really abused this matchup hard with the Caitlyn Lux, which is what they should be doing, right? But I think it's also a good learning step for Lucent to be able to see. I mean, guys, sure, we are good and we are really confident, but we have to be able to. Sometimes it's not about the player; it's about like the picks as well. Like Caitlyn Lux being super powerful into both MF and Thresh, and you saw it. I mean, Venser and FGD, they were playing it to the maximum basically.
Yeah, and this group does still look, from the second to fourth positions, I would say it looks wide open, right? From even Zal, 0-3 on the day, they gave, you know, JDXL the hardest run of the day by far. They really made Lucent work for that win as well. They were on the cusp of outscaling and bringing it back, I think, in that game with the Nasus mid. So Zal could very easily come into the next round robin and take wins off of both of those bottom teams, maybe even JDXL if they get a bit too comfortable with this last win. So I think this group is wide open for second. I think JDXL, if they can play like this, we're fairly confident they're going to come in at least first or second, right, with a 3-0 round robin to start. But we'll have to see next time as to how that goes. We're going to go back to the analyst desk right now for an interview and to break down that last game of the day. Take it away, guys.
Torok.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you very much. That was what we can call a turbo stomp. That was one of the hugest gold diffs I ever seen, I've ever witnessed in my whole career. Red, that was more than 50k gold diff in 14 minutes. What was that?
I mean, yeah, they got into the 20k gold diff around the close to the end, so that's close to the 20-minute mark. But the thing is, I think Torok listened to me. I asked him to ramp it up. I asked him to stomp those kids if he wants us to be faithful to him, to believe in JDXL that they can go far into this tournament. And they did. Thank you, Torok.
Definitely. I mean, if this is not a somewhat is a stop. But the fact is that was Dr. A composition really, really well executed with Caitlyn and Lux. So before we introduce Turk for the last interview of the day, what are your thoughts on today's into this comp?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Caitlyn Lux. You get a couple of bindings, we get a couple of traps, we get a couple of kills, you know, and we see how the game goes from there. And we saw it was just kind of just a bit of a stomp across the board, really, wasn't it? So.
Absolutely, yes. Now we can ask Tarek about this. Tarek, welcome back to the analyst desk, and congratulations again for the victory. That was a perfect day for you guys. So first of all, I want to know, how do you feel that games went so far?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. Obviously, a 3-0 is good. I think we've played the last game out really well, and I even got a special delivery from DBL from McDonald's during that game. So I just want to thank him for sending that my way instead of playing League of Legends. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Red, question?
Oh, yeah. My question is, how confident are in yourself, guys? Because you've shown two faces to your coin today, and you're prone to doing all those mistakes again, because we saw in the EU Masters that our teams in the JLL, not to brag, but kicked you off. So how far you see yourself going into the tournament from today's performance?
If we're just going off today's performance alone, naturally it's not good enough to beat the likes of Dusty, Riddle, Bifrost. You know, let's talk about some of the big names, right? I think it's fair to say that we're not looking the cleanest right now. But at the same time, I think we know we are good enough to come out and beat any of these teams, you know, on our day, given more practice, given more time. right? I mean, we took Dusty to a really close series in the NLC. I think, yes, Phantasma got us round 1. We got him round 2 pretty convincingly, right? And I'm pretty sure versus any team in this competition, we fancy ourselves to be able to take wins, right? So, coming into this tournament and going into the rest of it, obviously pretty confident, hoping to go far.
Another question?
I was just going to say, honestly, I think we saw a couple of scenes here on the Rift today. I mean, 4 whole deaths coming out from support alone in this game? Is that really the sort of... Is that acceptable to the standards that the JDXL organization hold your team to? Like,
was he all our deaths, out of curiosity?
Yeah, all but 1. It was 4 out of 5. It was 4 out of 5.
I know who was holding the record for a long time. Yeah, I mean, the FBI were approaching his home, but fortunately one of our teammates helped him out, so I suppose he gets away with it this time.
Now the question I wanna ask you about your thing about the meta, because we're having all these kind of tournaments right now while worlds are ongoing, and the approaches into the meta are really different. So how do you think that this meta right now for you guys, and do you think that you are gonna adapt fast enough for the tournament?
Oh, I love this meta. This meta's great. Because there's a lot of champs we like to play in. So number 1, happy days. More than happy to have more champions that are good for us. But also I think a lot of people are going to be laser focused on Worlds meta, because everyone's drooling at their monitor looking at the champions being picked there, right? And just blindly copycatting, and we can sit there and be like, great, we're just playing our own meta. We know how we want to play against this. We've got a champion ocean in majority of our roles. So if you guys are going to pick something that is just the world's meta churner, then when we're sat here in our NLC tournament, that's let's be honest, no player here is worlds really going to be going to worlds this year, right? At least or next year. We can just play. Yeah, we can just take our own make our own take on it, and whilst they're all copying, we're innovating, and hopefully we're winning. So I'm very much looking forward to. I always like tournaments when worlds are on. I think it makes my life a lot easier.
You're just taking the ideas from World Championship. That is not. Are you just copying the homework?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that is hard. Oh, okay. That is cheating, honestly. Red, Doctor, questions?
Well, since you said that you love this meta and it's a lot of happy time for your lanes, I want you to tell me your favorite lane at the moment, meta-wise, and for your favorite 2 picks from that lane for the reason. What's your favorite?
Well, I could answer jungle because I get to put down on Maokai Trundle, but I don't think he likes it as much. So I guess, top's kind of boring. I'll give it to support role. Support role's fun. I think you can do a lot with support, especially if you're going at it right. I mean, obviously everyone's picking Leon and Nautilus at Worlds. Yeah, boring. Like just let them do their thing, right? There's a lot of good stuff you can do on support role right now, especially with a lot of people blinding these types of these types of champions, right? And Gary's really innovative. He's open to a lot of ideas. I suggest he's innovating by himself. So I think at the end of the day, it should be quite fun to watch all these people pick Leon and Nautilus. Those can be my 2 favorite champs because we get to counter them.
Nautilus. Okay, that is nasty, honestly. Doctor?
Yeah, I'll say, so preferably without giving away too much. If you're saying that everyone's just copycatting world's meta and things like that, what are the sort of things about the world's meta that you think are overrated that you don't really like? Which are the sort of specific things that you're like, actually, we don't think this is this great. We've got better options.
I don't really want to obviously go into stuff we've got better options of, yeah. So all I can say is obviously we're not just playing world's meta. I think it's good to know what's good, but it's even better to know the next evolution of that, right? So
what's the most overrated pick? Can you give us that? What's the one most overrated thing from Worlds?
Blind pick Kai'Sa.
Ooh.
I respect that. Yeah. Honestly. That's it? The blind pick Kai'Sa, that's the most overrated.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, we take those. Torek, again, thank you very much for joining us in the analyst desk, and again, congratulations for the 3-0. That was a perfect day for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We expected, JDXL to smash the curve. Honestly, being the NLC team, and also being, even though with what happened in the European Masters, they then not even getting to the main stage. This is a team that you need to respect, and it's gonna be favorite all time.
Yeah, for sure. You cannot let your guard down, because even though with all those changes, with their drop in performance, they got backstabbed in the EU Masters, in the NLC playoffs, the players are still good. 2 of those 5 players have been in the LEC. You cannot underestimate them, if not in team fights, in mechanical powers alone.
Absolutely. I mean, and they were testing mechanical prowess. I mean, we had Doctor, for example, the unit that they pulled out in this game, and they were mechanically on point.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of coming up now, right? We had a Yaron pulling it out as well. I think because there's someone from RNG that's been busting out as well. Maybe this champion slept on. All I know is when he runs me down from 5 turrets away and then snaps back to safety, I think there may be a bit of an issue. But it's exciting to see when teams are willing, as Torek said, to pull out things that are a little bit more out there. But it's not just what's the the optimal draft? What's the worlds and so on and so forth. Get a little bit spicy with it.
Definitely. Guys, we're checking on the results so far from today with Idris winning first game, JDXL, as we were mentioning, with three victories versus X Yellow Hydras, and also versus Lucent. Lucent got victory versus XAL, and also Idris got that victory versus XAL. That honestly, Rev, they have moments of lucidity. This is a team that I honestly think they can pull out a victory, but they still need to work maybe onto that discipline when the chaos comes into the rift.
Yeah, they for sure challenge each and every team they face against fair and square. They had some bright moments, but for the love of God, if anyone from Zal Esports listens to me, leave the rug you're standing on alone. Don't hold it with both your hands. You've pulled it out each and every time, and each and every time you've taken a fall. Please stop that. You're good enough. You can take games. Don't go for the spoilers. Go for the wins. Go for getting out of the group.
Check right now on the standings to think so far the opportunities of mostly Idris and Lucent to make it out of groups. Because yes, Doctor, JDXL, 3 victories. Yes, we know they are so good at playing League of Legends, but the fight between these 2 teams for the second place is going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's sort of always what ends up happening when you get into a group like this, where you have a team like JD, you're like, right, lads, we're going to lose to JD, that's fine. We need to make sure that we can pick up the wins versus each other, right? In the middle of that standing, so you can lock in that second place. Although I think it is, important to bring up and worth noting that, Torek in that interview did just say, even though it's very easy to sit there and be like, oh yeah, we're 3-0, easy, right? He was sitting there saying, actually, we're not playing great, and obviously we're 3-0 now, but we need to be able to not beat these guys. We need to be able to meet the much better teams later on in the tournament. So it's great to know that, even though they're sitting in a very comfortable 3-0, very happy with where they're at, Torek still knows that there is room for improvement, and that is the kind of mindset that you need to have if you want to take the crown at the end of the cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a goal, not take the crown and just make it out of groups as first, and maybe not without even losing a game. The important thing is to take that crown for yourself. On the fact is that, something you were mentioning, and I think it is a very interesting topic, is like when you have this kind of groups with a huge favorite, the battle for the second place becomes really, really bloody. We know that. I mean, we've got the European Masters. You assume that the French team is gonna make it up first. Then the fight comes between the rest of the teams, and it's always a bloody fight.
I'll have you know, I assume the Iron Wolves are going to make it out of first. That's not due to any reasoning. That's just delusion. I'm very aware. They didn't even make it to the last one, but
that assumed that Hypothesis was making it first.
Where did you hide the copium, Doctor? Where is it?
It's not everywhere. Hidden, dude. It's pretty obvious at this point.
It's everywhere. It's plenty of copium at that room. But yeah. So second round drawing rep is gonna be especially important, because something we highlighted in the pre-game is that in best of ones anything can happen. I mean, I was gonna say look at Worlds, but the fact is that TFM took a game from RNG in a best of 5. So in one game, anything can happen.
I mean, even in best of 5s, anything can happen. We saw Nate getting out to you, so anything can happen at this point. It still pains me. It's still fresh, but thing is, you need to believe in yourself. You need to have a game plan, and you need to stick to that game plan. You don't need to alternate between what you want to do at every single point in the game because someone else is doing something else. You know your own strong points, play around your own strong points. And this group seems a lot closer than those standings show at the moment.
absolutely agree with you. And guys, we're gonna finish today right now. So thank you very much to all the people that has been following the group with us at the EUniverse stream. Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining me and having a lot of patience with me and my microphone and whatever it happened with my computer. We're gonna be back tomorrow with more Aurora Cup. So I really hope to see you guys back again. Love you. See you tomorrow.